Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents A Fatal Appraisal by Ellery Adams, narrated by Andy Arndt. Indeed, there can be no more important branch of art than that which regulates the forms of the furniture among which our children grow up, for such forms, according to their good or bad taste, their harmonious or their crude lines, their satisfying or their poor proportions, their skillful or their careless craftsmanship, must inevitably leave their impress on the minds of the young people who develop under their silent, but nonetheless eloquent, influence. Arthur de Blesse, Genuine Antique Furniture. Prologue. Williamsburg, Virginia, 1776. Thomas Fleming was bent over, robustly sanding a long yellow pine board with a piece of shark skin until his forearms were flecked with wood dust. The boards were neatly joined using animal glue and thin wooden dowels until they had formed a perfect rectangle. This box would become the bottom case of Captain Tarling's new slant-front desk. Thomas ran his hands over the smooth wood. He loved the large knots and the shadows of dark grain within the yellow pine. It was a wonderful material to build with, subtle and malleable, unlike the inflexible and short-tempered man who had commissioned the desk. As if summoned by Thomas's thoughts, the silhouette of Captain Edward Tarling suddenly filled the doorway of Samuel Chauncey's cabinet-maker's shop. "Mr. Chauncey," Captain Tarling called in his abrasive voice, as he swept a white-gloved hand in an arc as if leading a parade. "How is my cupboard coming?" Samuel put down the plane he was using to even out a thick plank of mahogany and turned to greet his client. "Coming along very well, sir," Samuel answered amiably. "I've placed it first above all my other orders. The carcass is done, and I am working on the doors myself." Captain Tarling seemed mollified by this explanation. Samuel was the most sought-after cabinet-maker in Williamsburg, and only colonists desiring fine furniture made in the latest styles placed their orders with Samuel Chauncey. "That is well indeed, but I need my desk completed now, even before the cupboard," the captain announced with authority. "My wife and her china can wait. My business requires the desk most urgently." "Yes, sir. I will see that it is finished by the week's end." Samuel offered a slight bow, and the captain responded with a grunt, after which he swept from the workshop and climbed ungracefully into his open carriage, pausing long enough for the carpenters to note the run in his fine silk stockings. A stunning pair of gray mares with braided manes and tails pulled the carriage forward in a cloud of dust, but not before a young lady with honey hair turned her fair face toward the workshop and smiled demurely. His wig was crooked, Samuel mused to himself as he tugged on his gray beard. Then he turned to Thomas, who was rooted to the ground, gazing after the captain's carriage. "Lad, never you mind that pretty face. Miss Tarling is well out of your reach. Now, as we have discussed, your apprenticeship has come to its end. I have nothing more to teach you. But before I let you go, I shall have you complete Captain Tarling's desk. This is a rare opportunity, my boy, to illustrate your talents. You see, the captain has requested certain, novelties be added to this desk." "Novelties?" Thomas asked, uncomprehending. "He wants 3 secret compartments built large enough to hide— Now, what did he say? Yes, big enough to hide a handkerchief within." Thomas raised his brows. 3 secret compartments to hold handkerchiefs? How odd. I'd wager that dandy of a man is only concerned with the cut of his coat. How can a man who grows rich trading in molasses instead of picking up a musket against the redcoats have any secrets worth hiding? Samuel took up his plane and resumed his work on the mahogany. "People fight in different ways against the crown, Thomas. Keep in mind how much we depend on our sea trade for life's little luxuries. The captain has gotten ships through more than one blockade, providing our town with much-needed supplies." "If I didn't have this crippled leg," Thomas muttered angrily for the 100th time, I'd do more than run some blockade. The captain could be attacking the British with his ships, not running to the West Indies for sugarcane and indigo. And it strikes me as odd that his are the only ships that return unharmed. Samuel's weather-worn face wrinkled sternly. Mind what you say about Captain Tarling. His hat may be worth more than my entire shop, but his finery conceals a sharp mind and a long memory for those who insult him. And he's a patriot, else he'd have run back to England with the rest of the cursed loyalists. Not all of them went back, Thomas muttered under his breath and returned to his sanding. He worked long after the others had gone home, as he was a bachelor whose only love was for the wood he crafted. The weak light of 2 candles set in shallow bowls allowed him to work in blissful solitude. "You're the last piece I shall make beneath another man's sign," Thomas whispered to the desk case. He retied his loose ponytail of ginger-red hair with a leather string and began to place the dados inside the case. Using a hacksaw, chisel, and molding plane, Thomas spent several peaceful hours attaching the bearer rails and drawer runners. He tightly clamped the pieces of glued wood and then straightened, examining his work. Today's labors had created the frame for the 4 graduated drawers, which Thomas would fashion tomorrow out of black walnut. Flipping through the book containing Mr. Chippendale's most popular designs, Thomas decided to replace the desk's typical ball and claw foot with a simpler style. Captain Tarling had asked for an unadorned, functional desk, and, despite his dislike of the wealthy patron, Thomas approved of the captain's willingness to allow the beauty of the wood to speak for itself, without gaudy carving. As Thomas sketched the plain curve of what he thought the foot should look like, he found his eye wandering to Chippendale's drawings of pigeonholes. The possibilities for adding hiding places among the pigeonholes were numerous. What did Captain Tarling have to hide, and from whose eyes? Thomas shrugged aside such aimless musings and prepared to leave for the night. First he would head home to the boarding-house for supper, and then perhaps grab a pint in the tavern afterward. After all, there was cause for celebration. In a fortnight, he would become the proprietor of his own shop in Fredericksburg, and men the likes of Captain Tarling would become an insignificant memory. Chapter 1. Fewer and fewer Americans possess objects that have a patina, old furniture, grandparents' pots and pans, the used things, warm with generations of human touch. Susan Sontag, on photography. It wasn't every day that Molly Appleby found herself driving behind a dilapidated brown pickup with a bumper sticker reading, "Eat My Grits." A minefield of rust patches on the truck's body gave it a diseased look as it rattled noisily forward. The rear window of the old Chevy was covered with the washed-out design of the Confederate flag. Molly had spent the last 2 hours on Interstate 85 heading north for Richmond while staring straight through the faded film of red and blue at the back of the heads of 2 men in baseball caps. In between them perched a large dog with long, floppy ears, who occasionally stepped over the man in the passenger seat so that he could stick a furry head out the window, his pink tongue wagging ecstatically in the wind. Molly glanced down at her speedometer. She was doing 80, 15 miles over the speed limit. Apprehensively, she slowed down to 75, craning her neck to see if the gap in the trees would reveal a state trooper waiting to pounce upon unsuspecting speeders. The highway stretching from the North Carolina border to Petersburg, Virginia, was a notorious speed trap. The niche in the trees was fortuitously empty, so Molly picked up speed again, unable to resist getting closer to her canine friend in the pickup. Molly turned up the radio and sang along to "Son of a Preacher Man." Unlike most 30-year-olds, she loved oldies and knew the lyrics to almost every song that came on her favorite station. As Molly bobbed her head in time to the music, she wondered what her trip to Richmond would be like. She was driving the 2.5 hours north of her home base in Durham, North Carolina, in order to spend a week documenting the hit TV show Hidden Treasures. As a staff writer for Collectors Weekly, Molly regularly covered the auction beat, visited tag and estate sales with high-quality items, and interviewed collectors living mostly in Virginia and North Carolina. But she sometimes traveled to Tennessee or South Carolina as well. Her region covered a triangular area. Nashville was the western point, Alexandria, Virginia marked the northern border, and Charleston, South Carolina formed the southern point. Molly felt as though she had spent the last month in her car. First, she had driven to Charlottesville for a well-established antique show featuring country furniture. The exhibit on loan at this year's show had been called Southern Quilts, Stories in Thread. Molly had interviewed booth dealers, customers, and the show promoter before paying a visit to an elderly woman named Nancy Coleridge, who had loaned a portion of her quilt collection to the show. In addition to her generous loan of 50 quilts, Mrs. Coleridge still had over 200 vintage Southern quilts, as well as numerous coverlets displayed in her mansion on the outskirts of the city. Molly had spent a pleasant afternoon sipping powerfully strong mint juleps on Mrs. Coleridge's veranda as the older woman told tales of the different places she had purchased her quilts. From garage sales to some of the most distinctive auction houses throughout the country, Nancy Coleridge's hunting ground reached far and wide. After filling up the last line in her small notebook with the woman's stories, Molly finally excused herself and wobbled back to her hotel room, where she collapsed in a heap on the creaky bed. The 2 articles she had planned to begin that evening, one on the show followed by a second article about Mrs. Coleridge's breathtaking collection, remained unwritten. She had only been home in Durham for a few days before her boss, a cantankerous, overweight man named Carl Swanson, called her into the office to send her packing to cover an auction in Charleston, South Carolina. "Can't anyone else cover it?" Molly had pleaded. "I still have to write up the 2 Charlottesville pieces. I'm only halfway through the Southern Quilts article." Swanson, irascible as ever, chewed frantically on his nicotine gum and howled, "No, you're going, and you're going now." Molly beat a hasty retreat, grateful to get away from Swanson's fetid breath and crimson face. Ever since her boss had decided to quit smoking, he was more intolerable than ever, yelling at anyone who crossed his path and snacking feverishly on Krispy Kreme donuts, cheese crackers, or beef jerky, followed by several squares of nicotine gum. His temper was intimidating, but the odor of his sweat-stained clothes and foul breath was almost deadly. After her escape, Molly barely had time to pop her head into Marketing Director Matt Harrison's office and explain that she was leaving town again. Matt had just returned from a sales conference, and they had plans to spend the weekend together. Since June, their schedules had only allowed for 3 dates, 2 of which were wonderful romantic dinners, and the third a quick lunch before Molly hit the road again. Now, autumn was upon them, and Molly felt that, despite her efforts to call Matt nightly from the road, their relationship wasn't developing the intimacy that either of them sought. After entering his office, Molly immediately closed the door. Though some of the Collector's Weekly staff knew about the romantic nature of her relationship with Matt, Molly preferred to be discreet. She'd rather not have Carl Swanson making cynical remarks about her love life. Molly seated herself in one of the 2 chairs facing Matt's desk, nervously smoothed her long cotton skirt, and quietly told him that she was leaving for Charleston and would have to cancel their plans for dinner and a movie. "We can't seem to get a break," Matt had sighed, running his fingers through his sandy brown hair. His light blue eyes showed only a moment's disappointment before his customary shy and utterly charming smile returned. "Don't worry." He stood and enveloped Molly in a quick but tender hug. "I'll be here when you get back." Molly gazed up at him as he tucked a strand of her shoulder-length, dark brown hair behind her ear. She felt a sense of desperation welling up inside of her. How long could they put their relationship on hold? Instead of clinging to Matt and professing how much she longed to stay with him, Molly smiled weakly and fumbled for something to say. She wanted to ease the tension, to exchange some light banter and coax a laugh from the man standing before her. Matt searched Molly's slate-gray eyes. which were framed with a sweep of dark lashes, for any indication of what was going on in her mind. He longed to kiss her lush, pouting lips, but they were at work, so he unwillingly released his hold on her. Yet she was clearly reluctant to let go. With her hand resting on his arm, she sensed his desire to kiss her, and her body responded in kind. But she knew that if she kissed him now, she'd never want to leave. "Okay, then," Molly had finally blurted, her heart thudding like a drum in her chest. "I'd better get going. I'll call you." Conscious of Matt's eyes on her as she walked out of his office, Molly wished for the millionth time that she was a slim size 6 instead of a full-figured size 14. Her cheeks grew warm, and she felt as though every staff member was staring at her curvy hips, full breasts, and thick legs as she hastened around the cubicles and out to the lobby. The sensation made her long for the comfort of an iced cappuccino and a plate of shortbread cookies. During the weekend in Charleston, where the muggy weather had necessitated 3 changes of clothes per day, Molly sat under a stifling tent taking notes through 2 days of lot after lot of Chinese export porcelain and heavily ornamented oak furniture until she thought she would swoon. Molly left Charleston as soon as the hammer fell on the final lot. Driving well over the speed limit on the way back to Durham, Molly had called Matt at home, hoping to make a last-minute Sunday night dinner date. His answering machine picked up, and after listening wistfully to his soft, mellifluous voice, Molly left a hasty and slightly stilted message saying that she had missed him and to call her soon. The next day, his office remained empty, and Molly received no communication from him at all. Reluctant to ask Swanson to explain Matt's absence, Molly approached the only person who cataloged every detail about each employee's life, both personal and professional, and wouldn't hesitate to share. Clayton, the self-titled Queen of Classifieds, was the staff's most flamboyant dresser, and was cattier than a sorority girl. He imbibed copious amounts of coffee, and though he was constantly eating, never gained an additional ounce. Molly adored him. "Darling," Clayton cooed, smoothing down a wave of his carefully styled salt and pepper hair as he sat opposite Molly in the break room. He flung the tail of a pink and white checked scarf around his neck and reached for her hand. "Where have you been?" "Miss me?" Molly asked, her flawless complexion lighting up with pleasure. But her delight was short-lived. The image of Matt's empty office and the lack of messages on her answering machine prompted a glum sigh. "I've been everywhere but where I want to be," she moaned, letting her head sink onto the white laminate surface of the table. "You mean you'd rather be in the arms of that dashing man down the hall?" Clayton gestured in the direction of Matt's office. "Kind of hard to date a guy when you never see each other. Matt hasn't even shown up for work today. Do you know where he is, Clayton?" Molly asked. Clayton examined his neat nails and pretended not to hear her question. "Do you think clear nail polish is gay?" he asked. "No. And if it is, so what? You are gay," Molly snapped, narrowing her gray eyes at her friend. "Are you hiding something from me?" "Well, I'm certainly out of the closet, so no, I'm not hiding anything," Clayton said mischievously, and avoided looking at Molly. He liked to take his time whenever he had a juicy tidbit of gossip to share. He helped himself to an orange from the bowl in the center of the table and began to meticulously peel the fruit, filling the room with its citrus scent. Finally, he popped a segment into his mouth and chewed with deliberate slowness. When Molly didn't react, he sighed. "Fine, you win. No suspense for Miss Molly." "Just spill." Clayton rolled his eyes. "Matt had to fly to Ohio. Something to do with his brother." "Is he all right?" Molly was instantly alarmed. "The brother? I heard something about a car accident. Even though I had my ear pressed to your man's office door, I couldn't get all the details." Molly nodded, brows creased with worry. "I have no way of reaching Matt in Ohio. I don't even know what town his brother lives in. I hope he calls me before I leave for Richmond in a few hours.
Richmond?
Clayton grimaced.
Ugh, not a good place to be gay. Too conservative. Still, they have some fabulous restaurants there. Better than the barbecue and chicken fried steak crapola posing as restaurants around here. You'll just love eating in Carytown.
Sure, but who am I going to eat with? Molly felt depressed. I am tired of being on the road. See you in a week, she said glumly, scooping up her coffee mug. Now here she was in Virginia, 20 miles south of Petersburg, following a sputtering pickup and singing the bittersweet lyrics of Simon and Garfunkel's Scarborough Fair. She hadn't heard from Matt before leaving town, and was beginning to feel that obstacles were going to continue popping up to prevent them from becoming a real couple. Suddenly, flashing blue lights appeared in the rearview mirror of her 7-year-old silver Jeep. The lights belonged to a state trooper. "Damn it!" Molly yelled as she pulled over to the shoulder. The pickup sped merrily onward as Molly turned off her radio and rolled down her window, preparing for the worst. Even though she was paid a respectable salary to do what she loved most, Molly had little money left over at the end of the month. She was always surprised by how much of her check was eaten up by utility bills and the mortgage payment on her tiny house. Any extra cash went into her antique investment fund, which consisted of a roll of bills stashed inside a vase. Right now she was saving to buy a chest of drawers for her bedroom, and a $150 speeding ticket, coupled with a hike in insurance payments, would take a big bite out of her cash. The trooper approached the door of her Jeep in a spotless and pressed uniform with knife-like creases on his dark brown pants and a pair of black boots that shone like glass in the midday sun. He was short and stocky, with thick arms and legs. Dark stubble framed his leathery tanned cheeks, and his brown hat covered up most of his hairless head. Removing his mirrored sunglasses, he looked at Molly with dark, stern eyes and an unsmiling mouth. "License and registration," the trooper demanded, carefully examining her front windshield. Molly followed his gaze and noticed that her inspection sticker was expired. Her shoulders drooped as she remembered that she had chosen to hang out at a bookstore instead of getting her car inspected the day the tag had expired. Thinking of her evaporating antique fund, Molly handed the officer her license while she continued searching her glove box for her registration. "I'll find it," she assured him, noting that his gleaming name tag read Jim Johnston. Officer Johnston frowned. "Do you know how fast you were going, miss?" Molly hated that question. Of course she didn't know the exact speed. Obviously she had been going too fast, but the trooper didn't need to rub it in with his rhetorical question. "No, officer," she answered, deciding she had best be polite. "I clocked you at 77 miles per hour. This is a 65-mile-per-hour zone. Did you happen to notice that?" "Not really, sir," Molly said meekly. "What's your rush, then?" he asked emotionlessly. Molly finally found her registration and handed it to the trooper. "Honestly, my mind was just wandering. I didn't even notice how fast I was going. I do have to be someplace by 3 o'clock, though," she added feebly. "Oh, and where's that?" Johnston spotted the issue of Collector's Weekly on her front seat and displayed a trace amount of curiosity. His upright composure seemed to relax a fraction. Molly followed his gaze. She picked up the paper and held it out. "I work for this paper. I'm going to cover the taping of Hidden Treasures in Richmond." Officer Johnston's face lit up like a Christmas tree. "I love that show. I've been dying to bring some of my collection in for their experts to appraise." "What do you collect?" Molly asked, surprised by the man's instant change in demeanor. Would his interest in collectibles get her out of a ticket? "A bunch of things," Johnston answered proudly. "Coca-Cola advertising, Hot Wheels, Lionel trains, and tobacco tins." "Well," Molly began, thinking furiously, "I'm sure I could get you into the show." She handed him her business card. "That's my cell phone number. Give me a call, and I'll try to get someone to look at one of your collections.
I don't think you can bring everything you own, though, she added hesitantly. The appraisers prefer to examine a choice piece or two instead of a boxload of things. I'll just bring my best Hot Wheels, Johnston said, looking extremely pleased. He took his own card out of his wallet and handed it to her. Then he seemed to remember his duty. His face clouded and the sternness returned, setting his jaw and transforming him into an unmistakable authority figure. Look, he said, I've already called in your plate, so I've got to give you a ticket for something. I'll write you up for your expired inspection if you promise not to speed in my state anymore. I promise, Molly exclaimed, sinking back into the seat with a sigh of relief. She wiped her clammy palms on her pants and exhaled loudly. As she waited for Officer Johnston to fill out the paperwork in the comfort of his cruiser, she turned the radio back on. The Temptations sang "Heard It Through the Grapevine," and Molly hummed along, deciding not to share this anecdote with her mother, who would certainly berate her for almost receiving another speeding ticket. Her mother, Clara, also wanted Molly to invest in antiques. She never failed to offer her opinion when Molly purchased something Clara deemed a complete waste of money, such as an Ann Taylor sweater set or a spa pedicure. She could almost hear her mother saying, "Now, if you had gone on to be a lawyer like I thought you should be, it wouldn't take you a year to save up money for one piece of furniture." Officer Johnston returned, holding out a clipboard so that Molly could add her name to the signature line, acknowledging the receipt of her ticket. She noticed that the fine for an expired inspection was only $25. "Thanks so much," she told Johnston gratefully. "See you at the show, miss." He tipped his cap. "And don't let me catch you speeding on your way home to North Carolina," he added firmly. "No, sir." Molly started her engine in time to Van Morrison's Brown-Eyed Girl. Before pulling back onto the highway, she glanced gratefully at the folded copy of Collector's Weekly and smiled. "Thank God for Collectors," she said aloud in jubilant relief, and once again headed north for Richmond. Molly pulled up in front of a stately brick row house in the heart of Richmond's Fan District. A wooden sign reading "Traveler," with a painted silhouette of Robert E. Lee on horseback, welcomed guests to the quaint bed and breakfast. The front of the house had gleaming bay windows topped by small horizontal panes of multicolored stained glass. An orderly garden filled with English ivy, red and yellow dahlias, fuchsia coneflowers, and budding chrysanthemums was alive with the frantic hum of bees and a cluster of skittish monarch butterflies. Molly lifted the brass horseshoe door knocker and rapped twice. The door was quickly opened by a short, plump woman rubbing flour-encrusted hands on a polka-dotted apron. Her light gray hair was cut in a bob, accentuating full, pink cheeks and two dimples that sprang into place as she smiled. "Mrs. Hewell?" Molly asked. "That's me, dear," the woman drawled in a genteel Southern accent. Come in, come in. You must be Molly." "Yes," Molly replied, looking away from the friendly woman to inspect the sunny hall. Her eyes fell on a Victorian coat rack decorated with vintage hats. Nearby was a porcelain umbrella stand filled with antique wooden walking sticks. Photographs and framed prints of Lee and his famous horse, Traveler, lined the walls. "You're in luck," Mrs. Hewell bustled her forward. "I've just finished making my famous cinnamon scones. We have tea time here at the Traveler. Don't let it be said that Richmond doesn't have class. Let me show you to your room first." Mrs. Hewell led her up a curved mahogany staircase to a wide hall with 2 doors on each side and one on the end. "How many bedrooms do you have?" Molly asked. 5. Mr. Hewell and I live out back in the converted garage. That's where you can find us if you ever need anything," Mrs. Hewell chirped, opening the second door to the right. A placard on the door read, "The Flow Blue," in delicate script. "All the rooms are named after porcelain," Mrs. Hewell explained. "I've been collecting for years, and it seemed like a good theme for the guest rooms. I do like displaying my goodies for everyone to see. There's no point in having them locked up inside some china cabinet. Besides,
No guest has ever broken a single piece, and we've been running this place for 20 years. Molly stepped into her room. The first thing she noticed was a large four-poster bed covered in an off-white quilt with a cobalt and white plaid coverlet folded neatly over the bottom half of the bed. Dark blue and white toile curtains with sheer shades allowed soft light to fall upon a large and plump blue floral side chair sitting next to a cherry drop-leaf side table. Above an antique chest of drawers, 3 plate racks held Mrs. Huell's collection of flow blue dinner plates. Rimmed with deep cobalt, the plates had pink and yellow rose designs blooming in the center. Above the small mahogany writing desk was another set of plate racks holding serving platters with the same pattern. A thick indigo and cream plaid rug covered most of the hardwood floors. The flow blue in the bathroom is just a reproduction set, so don't worry about how you handle it, Mrs. Huell said. Molly loved her room. The soft light, combined with all the whites and blues, made her feel immediately cozy. It's wonderful. She turned to her hostess. What are the other rooms like? Take a look for yourself, Mrs. Huell beamed. A gentleman is staying in Wedgwood, but the guests staying in Limoges and Blue Ridge haven't checked in yet. I believe all 3 guests are appraisers on that lovely TV show about antiques. The doors are all unlocked, as I've been misting the rooms with some delightful hyacinth-scented room spray. The Majolica Suite, the big room at the end of the hall, isn't being occupied until tomorrow. Come down when you're all settled in and have some tea. Thanks, Molly smiled. She was so glad she had persuaded Swanson's secretary to spend the extra $25 a night to book Molly at the Traveler instead of the humdrum chain hotel originally chosen for her. Molly had insisted that if she stayed at quaint bed and breakfasts, she might discover material for another article. Digging her digital camera out of her suitcase, she knew that her hunch about staying at the bed and breakfast had paid off. She decided to write a short piece on Mrs. Huell's charming establishment and thought she should quickly photograph the other rooms before their occupants checked in. The room directly across from hers was the Wedgwood room. Completely forgetting that it was supposed to be occupied, Molly opened the door and was surprised to see such a room entirely different from her own. The bed was a tall sleigh bed made of deep mahogany with a scrolled headboard and footboard. The coverlet was smoky green, and a fluffy white shag blanket was folded at the base, nestled up against the footboard. All of the furniture was more ornate than the furniture in hers. Heavy, dark pieces with an abundance of decorative carving gave the room a more masculine air. Racks covered every wall, displaying Wedgwood plates and platters in pale olive greens and grayish blues. Molly peered closer at the classical figures embossed in white on the plates. Most were of cherubs or couples kissing. A Wedgwood vase on the dresser showed the procession of a group of harpists wearing togas. A thick bunch of dried lavender tied with a purple ribbon scented the room. Molly took several pictures and then looked around once more to see if she had missed anything. Beautiful, she sighed. From where I'm standing, I would agree, said a deep male voice with an English accent. Molly jumped and turned to see who had snuck up behind her. She came face to face with a man of equal height with sun-streaked hair, honey-brown eyes, and thin lips pulled aside to reveal a neat row of square white teeth. He looked to be in his mid-30s and had a healthy tan. His lean body was clad in jeans, a white button-down shirt, and a red tie patterned with a fleur-de-lis. "Inspection complete?" he asked, grinning. "Shall I do a twirl?" Heat rushed to Molly's face. She had been scrutinizing him as if he were another attractive object in the room. She dropped her eyes to the leather tote bags in his hands, noting that they were vintage Louis Vuitton and probably worth more than her car. "I'm sorry, is this your room?" she asked, still flush with embarrassment. The man put down his bags and held up a set of keys. "Righto. Mrs. Huell is setting up for tea, so I told her I'd find my own way," he said, glancing around the room quickly before his eyes settled back on Molly's face.
And you must be Miss Appleby, the talented writer for Collectors Weekly."
"How did you know that?" Molly was startled once again. Instead of answering, he smiled enigmatically and presented a strong, square hand for her to shake.
"My name is Garrett Huntington. I'm one of the researchers for Britain's Hidden Treasures. I'm here for a few weeks to observe the American version of our show," he said teasingly. "And it's a pleasure to meet such a lovely Southern belle straight away."
"It's nice to meet you as well." Molly returned his easy smile and shook his hand. Garrett held hers for a long moment. He exuded a powerful aura of sexual intensity and electricity that seemed to surge through his fingers. Eventually, Garrett dropped her hand and moved toward the bed. He tossed his bags carelessly on the coverlet. Every movement of his body spoke of confidence and effortlessness. He turned a grinning face toward the mirror and examined his reflection.
"You see, we're trying to figure out how to make ours a true road show. For the moment, we're based in the London area. We do a few episodes in Birmingham and Edinburgh to spice things up a bit, but things have turned rather stale. And, speaking of stale," he gallantly proffered his arm, "let's not allow those delicious scones to cool. Shall we go down to tea?"
The tantalizing smell of cinnamon filled the dining room as Molly poured Garrett a cup of tea. Trying to reclaim some poise after being bedazzled by the Englishman's magnetism, Molly averted her eyes from him and focused on the charming dining room. Other than a walnut sideboard, the room's only other furniture consisted of 2 gate-legged tables, each surrounded by armless, upholstered chairs. Only one table was set for tea, with a linen-colored lace tablecloth and an ivory and pink floral Limoges tea set. Delicate silver plate utensils with roses spiraling up the handles sparkled in the afternoon sun. Molly's fork parted the warm, flaky layers of her scone, and a waft of melted butter caressed her nose. She dreamily noticed the generous drizzling of cream cheese icing before delighting her salivating taste buds with a sugary bite of scone.
"Splendid," said Garrett appreciatively. "I could eat a dozen of these."
He patted his flat stomach. Molly had been thinking about helping herself to a second treat, but one look at Garrett's trim waist reminded her that not everyone in the room was in perfect shape. Instead, she poured another cup of tea and helped herself to 2 raw sugar cubes using sterling silver tongs. "Do you know the rest of the crew?" Molly paused. "Or I guess I should call them appraisers."
"Certainly. I've been to the American set lots of times before this."
Garrett took a sip of his tea, the floral teacup looking fragile in his wide hand.
"The major players are Victoria Sterling, the host, Frank, who appraises furniture, Jessica, who does jewelry, Boris is books, Alicia is the art matron, Clark is china, Lindsay is linens, and Tony is the toy man. There's also the managing director for the show, another Brit named Alexandra. Of course, there are loads of assistant appraisers, but you won't need to interview them, as they never get camera time. And don't worry about lost names. Nobody bothers with them."
Molly laughed. "There's an awful lot of alliteration in that group. Are any of those real names?"
"Just Victoria, Jessie, and Boris. Jessica and Boris are staying here too, by the way."
Molly dabbed at her mouth with a cloth napkin, trying her best to appear dainty and feminine, 2 traits she had never mastered. Determined, impatient, and strong-willed were more her line. As much as she would like to spend the remainder of the afternoon gazing at Garrett's Adonis-like features, she was scheduled to meet with Victoria Sterling at 3:30, and so she placed her napkin to the side of her plate and smiled at the Englishman. "I'd better head over to the set," Molly said as she began to stand, unaware that the hem of her long skirt was pinned under the chair leg. Trying to straighten, she ended up flouncing back into her chair with an ungraceful thud instead.
"Oh my, too much tea," joked Garrett, his manner so relaxed and casual that she had to smile.
Then he suddenly leapt from his chair with the grace of a jaguar.
"But where are my manners? Forgive me, milady."
He lifted the chair leg off of her skirt and raised her up by the hand. As they stood facing one another, Garrett gave her another deep stare and asked,
"Could I give you a lift to the set?"
Molly was feeling overwhelmed by his attention. She was unused to flirting, especially with such a bold, intense, and confident man. She was used to Matt. Sweet, shy, adorable Matt. Thinking about Matt made her feel guilty about being so attracted to Garrett, and she averted her eyes so that he couldn't see the effect his looks and demeanor were having on her.
"Thanks, but no," Molly smiled, feeling as though the room had suddenly shrunk in size. "I'm sure I'll see you there."
Garrett performed a deep bow.
"Until then," he said,
then grabbed a scone from its china platter and took an enormous bite out of it. His cheeks were completely stuffed with pastry as he gave her a closed-mouth grin. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed from a debonair gentleman into a mischievous scalawag. The man was quite a chameleon. Molly didn't know what to make of him. Hidden Treasures would be calling the Richmond Science Museum home for the next week. Formerly a railroad station, the building had turn-of-the-century architecture on the outside, complete with dated cornerstones and wide arches for entryways. Enormous red and white banners announced the museum's current exhibit, Science and Medicine of the Civil War. Inside, the cavernous halls were incredibly spacious, well-lit, and modern. Everything seemed to be made out of white plastic or chrome, a true contrast to the thousands of antiques that would soon be filing through its doors. Workmen wearing black Hidden Treasures t-shirts were busy placing signposts, which would soon be used to direct the large crowds. Doors wouldn't open to the public until Wednesday, but Molly was told by one of the producers that the crew would use Monday for setup and Tuesday to film some high-quality pieces from local antique dealers or established collectors as a security measure.
"We can't have an hour-long show filled with junk," the producer had scoffed over the phone a few weeks ago. "And believe me, you'll see plenty of that. We have to make arrangements to film a few real antiques ahead of time, just in case local Joe doesn't bring any."
Molly took out the Hidden Treasures ID badge that had been mailed to her and showed it to a man creating a queue using brass stanchions and velvet rope. When she asked for Victoria, he pointed down a long hall leading off to the right. Passing by bright cloth banners depicting Civil War medical instruments and a variety of weapons, Molly entered a large space sectioned off into a collection of screened areas. It looked like a massive beehive. In one of the white screened areas, a group of cameramen were testing the lighting. They studiously focused on the object before them, a woman in an office chair. As the woman gracefully swiveled the chair around to face the cameras, Molly recognized Victoria Sterling. On television, Victoria always looked immaculately groomed. Her ash-blonde hair was pulled back into a controlled French twist, and her subtle makeup drew attention to her cat-like green eyes. Her thin frame was always dressed in what Molly and her mother decided were the worst couture suits available, but at prices that undoubtedly left great dents in Victoria's bank account. Molly could never tell if Victoria was tall or short, as most of her television shots were close-ups. After getting the thumbs up from the cameramen, Victoria began recording a soundbite for the opening scene welcoming the viewers to Richmond. Her rose-colored suit featured a white vintage blouse whose sleeves poked out several inches beyond the suit jacket. The high neck rose in a series of pearl buttons, opened to reveal an attractive cameo brooch made into a necklace. A black and white striped scarf dangled from the suit pocket, and gold filigree drop earrings finished off the ensemble. Molly sat down off to the side and waited while Victoria repeated her lines a dozen times. Each repetition sounded exactly the same. The famous television host looked utterly bored.
"That's a wrap, Miss Sterling,"
one of the men said, and moved his camera off to a different location. Victoria barely issued him a nod before turning to Molly.
And you are? She asked coolly, her green eyes stagnant as an algae-covered pond. Molly Appleby, with Collectors Weekly. Molly extended her hand. Victoria slipped a limp, cold hand into Molly's, and then let it flop back down against her body like a dead fish. Well, I guess I'll start by introducing you to the rest of our head appraisers. Molly hustled alongside Victoria. She noticed that her host was quite tall, almost 6 feet, in fact, and strode forward with a quick, decisive walk toward the middle of the massive room. With her toneless voice and limp hands, she explained the layout to Molly. This is where the filming will take place. We'll select pieces from the Great Hall, that huge room you first walk in after entering the building, and bring the pieces, along with their owners, in here. The Great Hall is where the public will line up to meet with the regular appraisers. Only head appraisers and their crews will be back here. As they approached another curtained section, Molly saw a short, balding man with thin strips of greasy black hair combed over to form the pattern of a garden rake snap a latex glove onto his right hand. Frowning, he pulled a respirator mask over his mouth and nose and bent over to examine the back of a southern blanket chest. "This is Frank," Victoria gestured languidly, as if the effort of raising her arm was too much trouble. Everything about her spoke of boredom and lethargy. "He's head appraiser for furniture." "Hello," Molly offered a quick greeting, her eyes glued to the lovely dark brown patina of the blanket chest. "Walnut?" she asked the masked man. "Yes." Frank drew down his mask, a pleased look appearing on his pallid face. He raised the lid of the chest and pointed to the unfinished interior wood. "With southern yellow pine secondary." "Of course," Molly smiled. "Is it Virginia-made?" Frank looked at the piece thoughtfully. "This is an unusually deep blanket chest with an interior compartment for storage," he began in a nasal voice, sounding exactly as he did on television. "The compartment has a hinged lid with the original hardware. The blanket chest rests on the original bracket feet. It is generally hard to find original feet in good condition and without restoration." He paused. "I date this piece circa 1830 and give it a provenance of western North Carolina." Frank turned to Molly, as if waiting for applause. "Why the mask?" she asked, instead of gushing her approval. "Oh, I have terrible, terrible allergies. I'm allergic to so many things. Dust, pet hair, pollen, peanut butter, milk." "Please, Frank, you are not allergic to milk," Victoria interrupted crossly, finally demonstrating that she was capable of human emotion. "You just want to be allergic to everything, and you aren't happy without some new drama, so now it's milk." Frank stood over the blanket chest and put his hands on his hips defensively. "I am simply a sensitive person, unlike some people who could turn hot springs into ice." Molly quickly interrupted the pair before their argument could escalate. She introduced herself properly to Frank and asked him to remove the mask so she could photograph him with the lovely chest. Victoria made a snort of disgust and walked away toward the cafeteria. Her purposeful walk was incongruous with the rest of her mannerisms, and she couldn't seem to get away from Frank fast enough. So much for my guide, Molly thought. "This is certainly a prime piece to photograph." Frank gestured at the blanket chest, unfazed by Victoria's swift departure. "But I am going to start off my segment with a fabulous slant-front pigeonhole desk. Would you like to see it?" he asked. Molly nodded enthusiastically, and Frank peeled off his latex gloves and dropped them on the ground in repulsion, kicking them repeatedly with his feet as if they weren't dust-covered gloves but a pair of scorpions. He managed to maneuver them away from the chest. He stuck his mask in the front pocket of his brown pants. "There are far too many English reproductions here in Richmond," he said dismissively,
leading Molly out of his cubbyhole. "I hope the local viewers learn something from this show." Frank led Molly behind another curtained partition to an area cluttered with stands, bucket benches, cleaning materials, and unused spotlights. Here, a slant front desk was positioned on a raised platform covered in gray carpet. 2 men were rubbing the desk with soft cloths, pausing every now and then to reapply dabs of wax to their cloths. Molly immediately noticed how hot it was beneath the row of floodlights that the men had erected in order to perform their task.
"Randy and Chris."
Frank introduced Molly to the men.
"They're my cleat-up crew. I simply can't get near a piece until they've cleared off the dust and waxed it up. I can't tell you how many brands of wax we went through until we found one I wouldn't have a reaction to."
As Frank droned on about his allergies, Randy, a short, wiry man wearing a NASCAR t-shirt with cut-off sleeves and black tattered jeans, rolled his eyes at his partner. Chris, a smooth-faced man in his mid-20s with a sculpted body and powerful-looking hands, returned Randy's judgmental look with a shrug. Chris had shiny blonde hair and aquamarine eyes that seemed so unnaturally bright that Molly wondered if he wore colored contacts. She was having a difficult time tearing her gaze away from the rippling muscles on Chris's forearms as they carefully stroked the surface of the desk.
"Gorgeous, isn't it?"
Frank asked expectantly, watching the men work. Molly thought he was talking about Chris, and she was about to agree when she realized he was talking about the desk. Before she could answer, Frank suddenly threw his hands in the air and snapped, "Rub that evenly, Randy. It will look like garbage on camera if you don't rub along the grain. How many times do I have to tell you that?" Randy shot Frank a menacing look.
"Oh, just quit for now,"
Frank said disgustedly and shooed the 2 workers away.
"Go chew some tobacco or whatever it is you do when you're not waxing furniture so ineptly."
A flush crept up Chris's neck as he dropped his cloth and grabbed Randy's skinny arm, leading him away from Frank. Randy shot Frank a look of pure venom before Chris was able to successfully maneuver his angry coworker out of the exhibit area. Molly stared after their sweat-stained backs in sympathy. There were some real divas in the antique world, and it looked as though Hidden Treasures had its fair share. Relieved to have a distraction, Molly took a good look at the desk. The base was comprised of 4 graduated drawers with brass pulls. The center of each drawer had inlaid escutcheons made of delicate bone or ivory. Molly pulled down the slant front, which created an instant writing surface when resting on the 2 slide supports, and drew in a breath. Opening the desk had revealed a dozen shaped pigeonholes, the small caches carpenters created in order for their patrons to store letters, ledgers, quills, or other correspondence-related items. Some of these pigeonholes were simply empty spaces meant for stacking documents, and some were filled with small drawers with the same inlaid escutcheons as the outer drawers.
"And can you believe it? I have the original set of keys for the 4 drawers,"
Frank whispered reverently.
"Now, shall we talk about this unbelievable wood?"
"It really glows." Molly was impressed. "Is it cherry?"
"No, black walnut with yellow pine secondary. See? If we pull out a drawer, you can see to the back."
Frank removed 2 of the top drawers.
"The whole case is actually made of pine. Most southern slant front desks were made of walnut or mahogany, but this piece has the most gorgeous lines. All original hardware, original escutcheons, and nary a major repair in sight. It's a killer piece. Probably Williamsburg made, circa 1780.
"No major repairs?" She arched her brows at Frank. "I don't even see any minor ones. Can you show me?"
"Certainly,"
Frank preened.
"There's nothing noticeable, fortunately. Here's the first one."
He pointed at the back leg of the case.
"Looks like someone broke off the bottom and replaced it with a newer piece of wood. It's a good repair, though. and at least 100 years old, so it won't affect the value of this piece, which is significant."
Molly nodded, having no idea what Frank meant by significant. "And the second repair?"
"That's even older, I'd say,"
Frank answered, sliding out one of the supports that held up the writing surface when the desk was opened.
"There's a square patch here, too. Not very big, and it's got almost the same patina as the desk. I can't imagine what happened to damage a piece of wood that sits inside the body of the desk, but I guess we'll never know."
"Any secret compartments?" Molly asked, intrigued. Her experience at auctions had taught her that desks with pigeonholes often had drawers with removable backs or sliding walls that revealed secret hiding places. A few years ago, Molly's mother, Clara, was examining the lower drawer on a secretary desk she had purchased at auction to sell in her antique shop. Clara's elbow had accidentally jarred into a rectangular strip of wood set above a pigeonhole. The thin piece of veneer broke loose and fell to the ground. Clara reached into the empty cavity to gleefully discover a signed note by the maker of the desk, a well-documented carpenter from Georgia. In that second, the piece of furniture she had just paid $2,500 for rose in value to over $15,000.
"I haven't gone over it completely yet," Frank said. "It was just delivered here this morning, and now I'll have to wait until those two clowns are finished prepping it. I simply can't take the dust. However, I have a feeling that this piece is going to be the star of the show. Shall we take some photographs of the blanket chest in the meanwhile?"
Molly followed Frank back to the niche where they had first been introduced. She took out her digital camera and snapped a few pictures. Although the blanket chest photographed beautifully, its warm molasses-brown patina glowing beneath the multitude of overhead lights, Molly had a difficult time finding a good side to Frank. She could see that he had earned his spot as a hidden treasures appraiser through his expertise, not his looks. The opposite might have been said for the next appraiser Frank introduced her to. Tony the Toy Man was an adorable, energetic man in his late 20s with a mop of brown hair, freckled cheeks, and wide, hopeful eyes. He was just shy of 6 feet tall and was wound like a spring. He practically leapt around the table to shake Molly's hand, and as he did, a cluster of dimples sprang into his rosy cheeks. He looked like a grown-up Gerber baby. Molly spoke to Tony briefly before he excused himself to unpack the box of toys he planned to open his spot on the show with. Suddenly, she remembered that she had Officer Johnston's card in her pocket. "Tony?" she asked. "Any chance you'd be interested in seeing someone's Hot Wheels collection?"
"Depends." Tony grinned after examining the card. "Is this a get-out-of-jail-free card?"
Molly laughed guiltily, and then told the amused toy appraiser how she'd almost gotten a speeding ticket. Tony amiably agreed to call the trooper during a coffee break. Frank led Molly around another barrier of white exhibit walls to an empty space with a lectern, where a man and woman were bent in deep concentration over an open book.
"Jessica, Boris, this is Molly Appleby from Collectors Weekly."
Frank introduced them, and then turned his head away to sneeze.
"Oh,"
he moaned, digging a wad of tissues out of his pants pocket.
"That book must be filled with dust."
He turned to Molly, his eyes watering.
"I'll just leave you here. I can't handle more than a few seconds in the book area."
And with a loud honk into the tissue, Frank scurried away. Boris had a square jaw and a Roman nose, and bore a strong resemblance to a bust of Julius Caesar. He ran a hand through a thick mane of snow-white hair and shook his head quizzically.
"Barely qualifies as a man, that one. Don't know how he found himself in this business with all those allergies."
Jessica, a short, chic-looking woman with cropped, spiky gray hair, a hooked nose, and deep brown eyes, fingered the amber beads of her vintage necklace. She swatted Boris playfully on the arm.
"Boris, what will Molly think of us? Don't mind him."
Grinning at Molly, she pointed at her partner, and then at the book on the lectern.
He's just disappointed that these botanicals aren't hand-painted.
Molly leaned over to examine a book plate detailing the medicinal uses of lavender. It's still lovely, she offered. But Boris made a very Caesar-like dismissal with the flick of his wide hand and turned his dignified shoulders away to dig for another book from a pile at his feet. Jessica turned to Molly.
You have an unusual name for this day and age. Kind of old-fashioned. Is there a story behind it?
Not a good one, Molly laughed. My parents were on their way home from a camping trip in the Smoky Mountains. The car broke down in this little 2-horse town. I was conceived in a roadside hotel named the Molly Arms. This was a big surprise to my mom, who liked neither camping nor kids. My parents didn't stay together long after that night, but I guess the name stuck with her, even though my dad didn't.
Sounds like a story I can relate to, Jessica said bitterly. Your mom was probably better off raising you alone.
Molly shifted, uncomfortable with the subject of her parents' infinitesimal marriage. So are you the jewelry appraiser? She asked, hoping to turn the conversation back to matters at hand.
Sure am, Jessica said proudly. I come from a long line of Jewish jewelry experts. I'll be opening the show with a marvelous set of vintage cat's eye pieces, a ring, necklace, and earrings. A local dealer has had them on display for months with no luck getting them sold, and she's hoping that getting the set on TV will help them sell.
That's nice of you. Molly approved of antique people helping each other out. In fact, she liked both Jessica and Boris immediately. Are the rest of the appraisers around here?
No, Boris answered. They've already knocked off for dinner. We're all supposed to meet at the Mexican place down the street. Want to join us?
Sure, I love margaritas, Molly said, happy to be included as another member of the show instead of an outsider. She often felt alienated when she was interviewing the close-knit groups of dealers exhibiting at shows. Boris beamed.
Finally, a woman I can drink with. Jessica here is strictly a Perrier gal. I always feel like the poster child for AA when I eat out with her.
Not for AA. You're the poster child for crotchety old bibliophiles, Jessica teased.
Let's go.
Boris ignored Jessica's jibe, though Molly could see the pair had a comfortable camaraderie that usually only developed between two people who have been friends for a long time. As Boris bent to retrieve a book from the floor, Jessica reached down at the same time to grab her purse.
Their heads collided with a resounding thud.
Ow! Jessica cried as she rubbed her temple.
Ow yourself,
Boris smiled, touching his own forehead.
You'd better stop abusing me. You're treating me like Victoria treats Frank whenever he starts complaining about his allergies.
Those two really don't seem to get along, Molly observed. Don't get along? That's a polite way of saying they'd like to strangle one another at least once a day, said Jessica laughingly.
Someday, one of them will figure out a way to bump the other one off,
Boris jested, making a goofy slashing motion across his throat. But they're just co-workers, Molly mused. How did they grow to dislike one another so much? As someone who's survived a horrible marriage and a very nasty betrayal that led to divorce, I'll give you a simple answer, Jessica said as she opened the front door leading outside and gestured for Molly to pass through. Their dislike does not stem from the fact that they're co-workers. There's absolutely no competition between them as host and appraiser. They want to kill one another for the best reason of all. She paused, breathing in the crisp evening air. They're married. And marriage is no Disney fairy tale. Trust me, all married people fantasize about murder. Chapter 2. Above all, keep a sharp lookout for signs of attack by fungi and woodworm. Train your nose to differentiate between the dusty and the musty. The Illustrated Guide to Furniture Repair and Restoration. Once Jessica and Boris discovered that Molly was also staying at the Traveler, they insisted on driving her to Casa Rita, the Mexican restaurant where the head appraisers were gathering for a casual dinner. Boris was clearly looking forward to having a margarita partner.
"We need to take advantage of Jessica's sobriety," Boris said, holding the rental car door open for Molly. "She'll drive us both home."
"I still can't believe it," Molly was saying as Boris turned onto Broad Street and drove past one strip mall after another. He closely tailgated a Jeep Wrangler, whose upside-down bumper sticker read, "If you can read this, please turn me over." Clutching the door handle nervously, Molly looked out the window and continued, "Victoria and Frank are married? I mean, they don't exactly strike me as a well-matched pair."
"I'll explain everything to you, dear," said Jessica, settling into her storytelling mode. Victoria Sterling was formerly Vicky Jaminski. She was a waitress at this place called the Terrapin Diner and lived in a run-down apartment complex on the outskirts of Baltimore. Back then, we're talking about 10 years ago, Frank owned a successful antique shop in Baltimore and another in Alexandria, just south of D.C. He was having unbelievable success as a furniture dealer and soon developed a reputation on the East Coast for being an expert in his field. "Victoria knew nothing about antiques," Boris continued as Jessica took a swig from her water bottle. "But she knew Frank had money. He used to stop at the Terrapin because he loved their catfish platter. Vicky often waited on him and was shrewd enough to realize that Frank had the potential to provide her with a comfortable life."
"Vicky has always been a looker," Jessica regained command of the story. "With her tight skirts and long legs, it was easy for her to exert her charms on wimpy, oversensitive Frank, and, of course, he was bowled over. It didn't hurt that she was 10 years younger, either. They got married after 2 months of dating, and then he quickly began transforming his new bride. Vicky, the waitress, had her hair done, was attired in a new wardrobe of designer clothes, and was given speech and acting lessons. And just like that, she became the Miss Victoria Sterling we know and love today." "That's why her clothes are so frumpy and mismatched," Molly thought. "Victoria's never known what stylish clothes are. She just buys clothing with the highest price tags." "How did she ever get on TV?" Molly asked. Jessica snorted. "Frank knew some people on the local network who gave her a spot hosting a home makeover show. Trouble is, Victoria's attractive, but she isn't too knowledgeable about decorating or antiques. Still, she's a fast learner, can memorize her lines instantly, and has a decent sense of timing and delivery. And let's face it, she has the right look for our show, that conservative, slightly dowdy elegance that people find non-threatening and familiar." "How do you guys know all this stuff? Wouldn't Victoria want to conceal her background?" Molly asked.
"Nah," said Boris. "One night she was 2 sheets to the wind and told us the whole story. She even confided that she and Frank have separate bedrooms at home. Not that we wanted to know about that."
"I asked why she stayed married to a man she obviously didn't love," added Jessica, as they pulled into the parking lot of another strip mall, behind a white convertible with cowhide seat covers and a bumper sticker that read, "Save a cow, eat a vegetarian." "Victoria said that she liked her lifestyle and had no interest in sex, so Frank was the perfect husband." Molly mumbled, "How romantic." "Romance is a Hollywood notion," Jessica said dismissively as she turned off the ignition. Molly saw a flicker of sadness surface in Boris's eyes as he watched Jessica exit the car. Inside Casa Rita, long tables covered by vinyl cloths decorated with red chili peppers were crammed in a haphazard pattern on top of a perspiring terracotta floor. Waitresses, who all seemed to be local college students, wore tight citrus-colored T-shirts, bearing the text, "Milk stinks, got margaritas?" Festive piñatas shaped like chili peppers, donkeys, and sombreros dangled from the ceiling. Jessica was hailed by Tony the Toy Man, and the threesome moved forward to join the other head appraisers. Molly sat down at the end of a table with Jessica, Boris, and Tony. She waved to Garrett, who was seated next to a middle-aged Asian woman with glistening ebony hair and an unlined face. The woman broke off her conversation, smiled warmly in Molly's direction, and called out, "Hi, I'm Alicia. I'm Art." Alicia gestured to the man seated on her right. "This is Patrice. He's Porcelain." Patrice turned a bearded face toward Molly and smiled thinly. He had a prominent nose, sunken eyes, a long chin, and pointy ears. "My pleasure," he drawled in a French accent. Molly thought he resembled an elf. Jessica kneed Molly under the table. "That accent is totally fake," she whispered, "but it works on TV." Frank was seated at the other end of the long table, talking animatedly with a homely-looking woman in her late 50s. Her brown hair, woven with gray, was falling out of a low bun. She continuously poked at a pair of owl-like glasses as they slid down her small nose. Next to the owl lady, Victoria was taking deep drinks of margarita on the rocks and looking about the restaurant with her usual indifference. Boris and Molly ordered frozen grande margaritas, chili con queso, and sizzling chicken and steak fajitas. Jessica chose a vegetarian appetizer of bean quesadillas followed by a spinach and cheese enchilada. "Who is that lady Frank is talking to?" Molly asked Boris. "That's Lindsay. She's Lennon's. Kind of ditzy, but a real doll. Knows her stuff, too." "There's an empty chair next to Tony. Is anyone else coming?" Molly asked. "I don't know if I can remember any more people." Jessica snickered. "That chair is for Alexandra Lincoln. She'd prefer a throne, however. She appraises coins, stamps, and clocks. She'll be fashionably late and make a grand entrance, even in this setting." "But her name doesn't have the alliteration everyone else's does," Molly pointed out. "No, she refused to play along. Apparently," Jessica broke out into a haughty British accent, "she is from the Lincolns of Lincolnshire. Her father is a baron. A broke one, but still, a title is a title. Alexandra said it was insulting to have a television pseudonym," Jessica said dismissively as she bit off the corner of a blue tortilla chip. "The rest of us peasants don't mind. A paycheck is a paycheck. You can call me Penelope Pitstop as long as the money's good." Just as their margaritas were delivered, a stunning woman walked through the front door. Wearing a tailored designer suit in crisp white with an expensive Gucci bag and matching pumps, the woman tossed a shiny wave of copper-colored hair professionally streaked with glints of gold over her shoulder. As most of the men in the restaurant looked in her direction, she turned a carefully made-up face toward the appraisers. Molly noted the woman's shapely legs, the alluring sway of her hips as she walked, and the poise of her movements as she approached Tony and issued him a smile that was not reflected in her cold eyes. "Save me a seat?" she asked Tony. Unlike Garrett's, Alexandra's British accent lacked charm. It simply elevated the air of condescension about her. Alexandra turned golden eyes toward Molly and gave her a queenly nod. Molly felt instantly snubbed. Over the rim of her margarita glass, Molly watched Alexandra suddenly brighten as she spoke to Garrett. "She's had a crush on him for years," Jessica whispered. "And not a chance in hell," Boris sniggered. Garrett wasn't attracted to that gorgeous creature? Molly found herself smiling demurely in his direction. Garrett flashed her a dazzling smile in return. Molly felt a warm glow spread through her body as a result of his attention, a delicious margarita, and the restaurant's festive atmosphere. "I like you two," she said as she clinked glasses with Jessica and Boris. "I think this is going to be such a cool assignment." Suddenly, Frank clanged a fork against his water glass in order to get everyone's attention. "Listen, folks," he sniffed, clenching a tissue in his fist. "As some of you are aware, my mother passed away a few months ago, and she left me her townhouse. It's here in Richmond, on Strawberry Street, just a few minutes' walk from the museum. Mother lived in Florida most of the year,
so her place has been empty for over 6 months now." He turned his head aside to sneeze. "Are you wearing perfume?" he asked Lindsay accusingly. "Just a little," the homely woman admitted guiltily. "But it's from this morning." "Ugh, my nose is so sensitive," Frank honked into a tissue. "Anyway, I'm going to auction everything in her house, but if anyone would like to see what she's got before it gets packed away, you're welcome to join me tomorrow morning to go through her goodies. Of course, I know what the furniture is worth, but my mother had oodles of smalls, and I don't want anything priceless to go to auction." Several of the appraisers smiled appreciatively at Frank. There was nothing antique and collectibles-obsessed people enjoyed more than poking their noses around other people's houses, especially ones in which all the contents were to be sold. Molly was terrified of being excluded. "I can suggest an excellent auctioneer for the job," she shouted a bit drunkenly from her end of the table. "When are you going over?" Frank stood and made his way to her end of the table. "Tomorrow morning before filming starts. Say 9 o'clock?" he asked the group, dabbing at his raw red nose. Murmurs of assent rose from the appraisers, who were then distracted by the arrival of their food. "We'll meet you at the front door of the museum," said Jessica. "Sounds fun." "Good, fine," Frank replied as the waitress placed Molly's fajitas in front of her. As Jessica bit into her enchilada, a long string of cheese trailed from her plate to her mouth. Frank's eyes widened in panic as he stared at the cheese. Jessica giggled, but Frank dashed after the departing waitress to inquire if the burritos he had ordered contained any milk-based cheese products. From the corner of her eye, Molly watched Garrett excuse himself and head off to the men's room. As soon as he was gone, Alexandra's stiff smile melted away, and she scowled at her plate of quesadillas. "You Americans consume such rubbish," she announced. "No wonder your country is faced with an obesity epidemic." Molly was amazed that everyone ignored the barb. The other appraisers simply continued their conversations as if no one had spoken. "Look at this dump," Alexandra continued. "Bloody disgusting." "Cheer up, mate," Tony mocked her by using an exaggerated Cockney accent. "You could be eating alone at your hotel." "What, and miss a line of your witty banter? Never." Alexandra's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Do try to dress better than a country bumpkin for tomorrow's shooting, Tony. You look a mess, as usual." Tony stuffed his mouth with salsa-drenched tortillas and bowed his head. "Thank you, Your Majesty." He clearly didn't give a damn what Alexandra thought of him or his wardrobe. At that moment, Garrett returned from the restroom and headed straight for Molly. "Can I offer you a lift back to our hotel?" he asked, his eyes twinkling. Molly could feel the heat of Alexandra's angry stare burning a hole through the back of her head. "No, thanks." She smiled, feeling that everyone was listening. "I came over with Jessica and Boris, so I'll just go back with them." "It's your life," Garrett teased. "Jessica is a real New York driver. Tailgates, curses, holds up a particular finger if—" "Oh, I do not." Jessica threw her napkin at Garrett. After a dessert of fried ice cream drizzled in warm honey, Molly and her two new friends rose to leave. Molly decided to quickly introduce herself to Alexandra and get it over with. She would rather not talk to her at all, but as a head appraiser, Alexandra could hardly be avoided, royal snob or not. Alexandra deliberately picked up her water glass the moment Molly held out a hand in introduction. She muttered, "Charmed," in her belittling way, and turned her face away from Molly in order to tease Garrett over having to film another segment in the States. "She's going to be a real pleasure to interview," Molly sighed as she slid into the back seat of Boris's rental car. "She's a bitch, all right," said Boris as they drove off. "Just ignore her. We all do." "If she hates America so much, why is she here?" Molly asked.
eyeing a blue minivan stuffed with children as it eased itself into their lane. The van's bumper sticker proclaimed, "I'm embarrassing my children. It's a full-time occupation." Jessica scowled. "Does anyone use a turn signal anymore?" She adjusted the rearview mirror. Alexandra got demoted from the British version of the show. Rumor has it she used to be a very talented director, but I heard she ruined her career by sleeping with a fellow director. Problem is, he was married. "Yeah," Boris chuckled, "to the daughter of the network president. Oops." The trio laughed in wicked merriment. Back at the Traveler, they said their goodnights, and Jessica went into the Blue Ridge room as Boris entered the Limoges. Molly made a mental note that she would need to photograph their rooms for her article before the week was over. Yawning widely, she changed into a pair of green cotton pajamas covered by a pattern of pink steaming coffee cups and fell back onto a plump, soft pillow. What a great assignment this was turning out to be, she thought happily before falling asleep. The next morning, Molly heard stirrings in the hallway and realized she only had 30 minutes to get ready before meeting Frank. She had completely forgotten to set her alarm clock. Quickly showering and dressing in beige linen slacks, a light blue shirt, and a sterling necklace in the Greek key pattern, Molly decided she had just enough time to phone the office and see if there was any news about Matt. When a young female voice answered with, "Collectors Weekly, how may I direct your call?" Molly was momentarily taken aback. "Hello?" the voice asked again. "Where's Mrs. Goodby?" Molly finally stammered, asking after the crotchety elderly lady who had worked the reception desk since the paper's inception 25 years ago. "Who may I ask is calling?" the voice asked with false sweetness. "Molly Appleby. I'm a staff writer." "Oh, Miss Appleby," the girl said, placing special emphasis on the title. "I've actually met you already. It was over 2 years ago. I think you and I may have applied for the same job. You know, as a staff writer." She giggled briefly and without a trace of merriment. "Guess you landed it since you're out there writing away and I'm here answering the phones. Anyways, no hard feelings." She paused, and Molly was certain there was a plethora of hard feelings. "And about Mrs. Goodby. She quit yesterday." "What? Why?" Molly asked in surprise. "I'm afraid that's personal information," the girl replied firmly. Molly disliked her immensely. "Has Mr. Harrison called in?" Molly asked, nastily copying the girl's tone. "Oh, yes. He asked to speak to you, actually." Molly's heart skipped a beat. "And? Did he leave a message? Did you give him my number?" "No, I didn't have your number. And no, he didn't leave a message," the girl replied with evident satisfaction. "Did he leave his number?" Molly demanded testily. "Let me see here." The girl shuffled papers loud enough for Molly to hear. Then she picked up a message pad and ripped off the top sheet containing Matt's number in Ohio. Molly heard what she thought was the sound of the girl balling up the paper. "Nope, no number, sorry." Molly sensed the girl was lying. "Let me speak with Clayton, please." "Oh, he's out. My," the girl giggled. "We're not doing too well here, are we?" "What's your name?" Molly asked, trying to control her temper. "Brittany, with an I." "Well, Brittany with an I am going to leave my number again, since it must have walked away from your bulletin board, which is where I hung it yesterday." Molly recited her number and roughly placed the phone back into the cradle. Brittany sounded like a manipulative, vindictive little twerp. Molly would have to call Clayton at home to find out more about her. Before she could get any more worked up about the new receptionist, there was a knock on her door. Molly took a quick peek at her reflection in the mirror over the dresser and, satisfied with what she saw, grabbed her purse and opened her door. Garrett stood outside, looking refreshed and incredibly handsome. He wore white pants with a salmon-colored shirt and a tan suede jacket that begged to be stroked. He smelled of an earthy cologne and a hint of hazelnut coffee. Molly stared at him and tried to ignore the heat rushing through her body.
"Can I offer you a lift?" he asked brightly. "I've got to head over to the set, and I know you want to meet up with Frank and the gang to poke through his mom's digs."
Before Molly could open up her mouth to accept his offer, her stomach issued a loud growl. Trying to stifle the sound with her hands, Molly covered her soft middle in embarrassment. But Garrett only laughed and held up a small berry basket filled with an enormous blueberry muffin, a banana, and a glass of orange juice in a lidded cup.
"I thought you'd be too short on time to join us for breakfast, so I asked Mrs. Hewell to pack you a picnic basket."
"Oh, thank you." Molly inhaled the muffin's scent gratefully, amazed over Garrett's thoughtfulness.
"And I wouldn't forget your coffee."
Garrett pulled a small thermos from the basket and handed it to her, brushing her fingertips with his own over the warm metal.
"Light and sweet, right?"
"Right," Molly smiled, once again unnerved by her attraction to this man. Matt was trying to reach her, and she resolved to keep that close in mind and Garrett Huntington more at a distance. Still, it was difficult to get her mind to listen to reason when her body was longing to throw itself into his strong arms. Garrett chatted amiably over how well he expected the Civil War exhibit to impress the American home viewing audience. He enthusiastically described some of the rare artifacts while smoothly maneuvering the car around slower drivers. Molly was too busy enjoying the freshly baked muffin while trying not to get crumbs down the front of her shirt to focus on much else. As they pulled up in front of the museum in record time, it was Victoria, not Frank, who awaited the group of appraisers.
"Good morning,"
Victoria greeted Garrett and Molly flatly. She was dressed in a gray suit with a light blue blouse. A triple strand of pearls dangled from her chest, and once again a black and white handkerchief stuck out of her jacket pocket. Molly thought that Victoria was wearing one of her better outfits. At least it was an improvement over yesterday's ensemble. For a moment, Molly lost herself in a fantasy in which she was given Victoria's clothes budget. In her mind, she entered Nordstrom's and came out again seconds later wearing large sunglasses, a fabulous black dress, and carrying armloads of shopping bags. In the fantasy, Molly looked like a heavier version of Natalie Wood and turned the heads of everyone near the department store's entrance.
"Frank's getting the car,"
Victoria said, gesturing feebly toward the parking garage across the street. Molly blinked and reluctantly let go of her fantasy. At that moment, Jessica and Boris walked over from the direction of the garage, followed by Tony and Alicia. They all greeted one another with raised coffee thermoses.
"Can we play hooky all day?"
Tony asked hopefully.
"No, Frank's mother's townhouse isn't that big,"
Victoria replied flatly.
"The mother-in-law! I can't imagine what she was like. Did you guys get along?"
Tony raised his eyebrows.
"Not really. She didn't want anyone to marry Frank. Ever. No one was good enough."
Victoria hastened to change the subject.
"Look, you guys can head over, but Tony, there are no toys except for a few old dolls. Frank said the house should be easy to find because there's a cafe called Oodles of Noodles next door to the townhouse."
"Don't you know where the house is?" Boris asked in befuddlement. Victoria frowned deeply, forcing unattractive lines to spring out across her forehead and around her mouth.
"I've never been there myself. Mrs. Sterling and I weren't exactly close, and I wasn't invited. Here's Frank now."
Victoria actually looked relieved to see her husband.
"Isn't Strawberry Street within walking distance?"
Garrett asked, eyeing the car.
"Yes, it is."
Victoria seemed to be growing impatient. Indicating her husband with the slightest tilt of her head, she explained, "But Frank wants to stay out of the fresh air, and I'm not wearing my running shoes. I'm sure you'll find the place."
"What's the house number? We'll meet you there,"
Boris suggested.
416. Make your second right up at that light."
Victoria waved a languid hand at the intersection just east of the museum and got into the passenger seat of Frank's sedan.
"Have fun,"
Tony waved as the unlikely couple drove off. He turned to the rest of the appraisers.
"You guys go on. No toys, no toy man."
Tony poked Molly playfully in the arm and said,
"By the way, your trooper is meeting me inside. Hope he's got something good."
"Your trooper?" Jessica asked curiously, her brows raised. Boris put his hands on his hips expectantly, and a shadow of suspicion flitted across his face. "I'll tell you about him later," Molly said as Patrice, Alicia, and Garrett joined them. Alexandra also arrived, looking gorgeous and sophisticated in a black pantsuit with a chartreuse blouse. She gave the group a displeased once-over, mumbled something about American collectibles being junk, and sauntered inside the museum. After a short walk on the fractured sidewalks of Broad Street, the group turned south onto Strawberry Street and was instantly granted shade by a row of old live oaks. Neat row houses with small front gardens lined the street. 10 blocks into their walk, Boris spotted number 416. Frank and Victoria were waiting in their car in front of the 2-story row house with cracked stucco siding and peeling shutters painted decades ago in Williamsburg blue. High grass speckled with dandelions occupied the small garden area, and the brick stairs leading up to the wooden front door were crumbling near the edges. A black railing pocked with rust flanked the stairs. Brown leaves were scattered under the shelter of the front porch, and a pile of old newspapers in dirty blue cellophane wrappers were thrown carelessly on a pair of wicker rockers. Frank dug a set of keys out of his pocket and opened the front door. It creaked in protest. He disappeared within, and after a moment's hesitation, his wife joined him. Following Victoria inside, Molly couldn't see much in the dim light until Frank switched on the lights and moved off to the room on the left to raise the shades. Molly was immediately struck by the cold damp within the house. A layer of dust covered the floor, and a large cobweb had been erected across the chandelier hanging above their heads. The rest of the appraisers filed into the hall and waited expectantly, and Molly wondered if they were expecting to be disappointed by the home's contents. After all, the place was infused with an aura of neglect. How many treasures could be hidden in a place that had received so little attention? As the appraisers silently gazed around, Frank finally returned, his respirator mask covering his mouth and a pair of latex gloves garbing his hands. "How long did you say this house has been empty?" Molly asked, her voice echoing eerily in the high hall.
"Over 6 months," was Frank's muffled reply. "I hired a handyman service to cut the grass and tidy up in here, but I think I should ask for a refund."
Molly followed Frank around the first floor, while the others took their time investigating items in each room. Frank focused on examining the furniture, while Molly took a mental note of Mrs. Sterling's collections. The front room contained a china cabinet loaded with Hummel figurines. In the dining room, every possible surface was covered by dusty pieces of cranberry glass. The kitchen featured a collection of cheerful fiesta-ware, and the office was crammed with leather-bound books and dozens of pieces of Staffordshire. A set of very narrow stairs led to the top floor, which held 3 bedrooms and 2 baths. One of the bedrooms, decorated in yellows and blues with antique oak furniture, contained Mrs. Sterling's immense collection of Royal Doulton figurines. The second room, which had been painted sage green and furnished with heavy Victorian pieces, boasted a souvenir spoon collection displayed in cobweb-covered spoon racks.
"This was my mother's room,"
Frank said, leading Molly into an explosion of pink and white hues. The wallpaper was a riot of pink roses. The bed was pink satin with a frilly white dust ruffle, and all of the country furniture was white with pink tassels hanging from the knobs. Pink and white checked curtains hung from the windows, and pieces of pink and green depression glass covered every flat surface. A display case with 4 deep shelves featured a stunning collection of antique dolls. Each doll stood erect on her own stand, and varied in style from a group of Madame Alexander Little Women to a cluster of celluloid Kewpie dolls, to valuable bisque dolls with human hair and nodding eyes made in Germany. Molly noticed that the sensation of dampness had increased within Mrs. Sterling's bedroom. A stale, musty odor permeated the stagnant air. Peering into the bathroom, Molly saw that the skylight had leaked, leaving brown water stains all over the toilet and the tiled bathroom floor. The tub faucet was leaking in a slow but steady drip, and the basin was covered by a black, moldy stain. The same blackness had completely discolored the wallpaper, crawling vertically up the wall like an army of small roaches. The room exuded a noxious, putrid smell, reminding Molly of sun-baked garbage. "Yuck," said Victoria, who stood behind Molly. Frank appeared next to his wife's shoulder and shrieked like a little girl confronted by a spider. "Oh my God, look at all that mold!" he squealed through the mask. "I've got to get out of here. Tour's over," he shouted down the hallway, and began to usher the dumbfounded appraisers from the rooms. "What's the matter?" asked Boris crossly, as Frank gave him a firm shove onto the front porch. "I was looking at a nice first-edition Kipling in there." Patrice was the last person to be extricated from the house, and he wailed as Frank locked the door, sealing his mother's treasures away once again. "But I didn't even get upstairs," Patrice fumed, and Molly noticed he had more of a Boston accent now than a French one. "And that Royal Doulton. Frank, I must get back in there." Standing by his car, Frank inhaled deep breaths of air and dabbed at his eyes with a tissue. "I'll never be able to go in there again. What am I going to do?" Molly jumped forward. "You can still have all the contents cleaned and put up for auction," she said soothingly, her mind racing. "You don't need to go back inside. Let someone else handle that for you." "But I want to sell that stuff right away. I need to take care of this before I leave town." "I know an auctioneer who could handle everything for you," Molly suggested calmly, thinking of her friend Lex Lewis. If Lex came up to view Mrs. Sterling's estate, he would certainly bring Clara with him. If she played her cards right, Molly would have a companion to eat out with in Carytown after all. "Do you? Oh, that would be great," Frank gushed in relief. "How soon do you think he could look the place over?" "I'll call him as soon as we get back to the museum," Molly promised. "He's an excellent auctioneer and will do his best to get you top dollar for your mother's things." "Don't you want to keep any of it?" asked Jessica in surprise. "No," Frank waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not interested in her smalls, and the furniture I have at home is of a much higher caliber. I can't stand that Victorian garbage. Oak, oak, oak. Yuck. Now, I need to get back to the set. I've had enough dust and mold for one day." He turned to Molly. "Let me know when your friend can get here." While Frank and Victoria drove off, Molly walked a bit behind the rest of the group as they headed back to the museum. She excitedly dialed Lex's number, hoping he wasn't out on another call or busy appraising an estate. Luckily, he answered on the third ring. "Hey, Lex," Molly greeted him, speaking loudly over the rumbling of a passing garbage truck. "Feel like coming to Richmond?" "Molly, speak up. I can barely hear you." Molly scowled. She hated cell phones, but she explained the immediacy of the situation and succinctly described some of Mrs. Sterling's collections. By the time she had finished her account, she had reached the museum. Just as she was easing herself into a comfortable bench outside the front door, Lex agreed to drive up and take a look at Frank's mother's estate. "Any luck?" Frank suddenly appeared in front of her. Molly jumped, clutching her cell phone hard in surprise. She then shoved her phone into her purse and gave Frank an encouraging smile. "Yes, the auctioneer and his staff will be here tomorrow afternoon. Is that okay?" Frank sneezed. "I'll be a bit tired as it's the first day of the show, when I have to meet with the public, but I suppose I'll manage." "You can give me the house keys if you're too tired," Molly suggested as they walked toward the front door.
Good idea. I don't want to go back inside anyway.
Frank handed her the key ring with his thumb and forefinger as if it were a contagious disease. At that moment, Molly stumbled on a turned-up corner of the rubber doormat, and the keys clattered to the concrete floor, bouncing among 3 pairs of shoes. Molly raised her eyes to see whose bodies the feet belonged to. She recognized all 3 men immediately. Garrett was smoking a cigarette with Frank's cleanup boys, Randy and Chris. As Garrett smiled widely at her, Randy bent his thin body over to retrieve the keys. He dangled them in front of his chest, narrow eyes boring into Molly's wide gray ones. There was something cold and menacing about the intensity of his stare as he dropped the keys into her open palm. "Don't you have work to do?" Frank demanded in annoyance, and Chris immediately stumped out his cigarette and hurried inside. Randy stubbornly continued smoking, his gaze on the cloudless sky. Frank began to cough and shot Randy a look of pure revulsion. "Nauseating habit," Frank said over his shoulder as he headed into the museum. Disappointed to discover that Garrett was a smoker, Molly quickly followed in Frank's sneezing wake. Molly didn't mind the smell of pipe smoke. In fact, her grandfather had once puffed merrily away at a lovely rosewood pipe as he told her stories of undersea kingdoms and magical forests filled with tamed dragons or vindictive fairies. There was something nostalgic and romantic about the scent of a burning pipe. On the other hand, cigarette smoke reminded her more of the packed rooms of country auctions, where stale air and a floor littered with spent butts, which occasionally floated in the spittle that was the result of a discarded hunk of chewing tobacco, made a 5-hour auction a trying affair. Molly had often imagined that she was turning a shade of unattractive yellow as her contacts protested and burned, and she squinted uncomfortably at the item being sold through a circulating fog of cigarette smoke. Taking notes for an article during one such auction, Molly decided that she was simply not paid enough to endanger her health every week. But then a miniature fire pole whose tapestry had been woven by a 7-year-old girl in 1862 came up for sale, and Molly forgot all about her tobacco smoke-induced complaints. Back inside the smoke-free museum, Molly spent a pleasant morning interviewing Alicia and photographing a fabulous folk art portrait of a young girl holding a gray kitten. Next, she spent some time with Lindsay, whom she photographed with a Baltimore quilt done in reds, greens, and golds on an ivory background. Hoping to catch Jessica and Boris for lunch, Molly headed in their direction. On her way to their stalls, she dropped off her heavy bag filled with her camera, her interview notebook, and her mini recorder in the staff room. Everyone else had left purses and briefcases in there, so she figured her equipment was perfectly safe. Boris spotted her approaching their exhibit area and swiftly headed her off. "Come on, lunch is being served in the cafeteria. Jess is already down there. It's just sandwiches, but rumor has it there's homemade chicken salad." "Yum!" Molly's stomach rumbled agreeably. She joined the other appraisers at a long cafeteria table and helped herself to a chicken salad sandwich, a bag of sour cream and onion potato chips, and 2 chocolate chip cookies. Feeling guilty, she replaced her soda with bottled water. Molly was chagrined to see that Alexandra was eating only the turkey, lettuce, and tomato from her sandwich, and had neither chips nor cookies by her plate. "How was your visit to Strawberry Street Manor, proud neighbor to oodles of noodles?" Alexandra teased Garrett as he slid into the empty chair next to her. Since Frank and Victoria had yet to join the group for lunch, Molly felt free to embellish on the neglected state of the house, especially in regards to Mrs. Sterling's upstairs bathroom. She thought her lively descriptions would draw Garrett's attention away from Alexandra. "There was that much mold?" asked Lindsay, crinkling her nose. "I'm amazed Frank is still among the living." "I got a brief glimpse," Alicia added with a grimace. "Right before Frank threw us all out. It was like the bathtub had been painted black. I'm amazed that Frank didn't drive himself straight to the emergency room." At that moment, Victoria arrived and joined in the complaints about the state of the bathroom. Molly noticed that at the next table over, Randy had stopped eating and had fastened his beady eyes on Victoria's face, with a look of intense longing. Suddenly, he stood and flung his uneaten food in the trash and, without a backward glance, stomped out of the room. After a few light-hearted digs at Frank's expense, the group grew bored with his allergies and returned to swapping stories about the spectacular antiques scheduled to be filmed over the course of the day. Even Alexandra looked animated as she boasted about a collection of carriage clocks she was putting in the spotlight. "The largest is almost— let me convert this to your silly American measurements— 13 inches tall, and the smallest is about 5 inches. All are signed on the dial, and in perfect working order. Quite a lovely bunch." The group ate quickly, eager to begin filming their segments. Molly, who was an extremely fast eater, had finished her entire lunch before Jessica had even started on the second half of her pimento cheese sandwich. Jessica eyed Molly's empty plate and noted the impatient tapping of the younger woman's left foot. "Go visit with Tony." She kindly shooed Molly into motion. "He's dying to show you that cop's set of Hot Wheels, and I need to clean the pieces we'll be filming. We'll meet you back at our pens at 3. "It's a date," Molly answered. "I hope you two have something exciting to show me as well." "I've got an anatomy book the likes of which you've never seen," Boris promised smugly. "That sounds like a come-on line," Jessica teased. "Only for you, my dear." Boris winked, and Jessica smiled at him fondly. Molly could see that the pair had already forgotten about her, but she didn't mind. Those two should just get over their relationship hang-ups and admit they're crazy about each other, she thought. Molly spent over an hour with Tony as he meticulously reviewed the highlights of the Hot Wheels collection he had filmed that morning. "This is all Officer Johnston's," he exclaimed, his boyish smile lighting up his face. "This is one of the best collections I've ever seen." "Whew!" Molly wiped her forehead in mock relief and laughed. "I'm glad I didn't waste your time." "No way! These are the first ones ever released," Tony gushed. "All of the packaging is mint. And see here." He pointed to a row of yellow, green, and pink cars. "These two colors, the Vaseline and pinks, are much more rare than the other colors." "I'm surprised they even made pink for boys to play with," Molly said, taking photographs. "Exactly. That's why they're more unusual," Tony enthused. "What's this collection worth?" Tony swept his arm over the group of cars. "Close to $6,000. Officer Johnston is going to keep them for his son. I told him he'd better get them insured, and that he should store them in plastic bins. He's the nicest state trooper I've ever met, probably 'cause I wasn't behind the wheel of a speeding car." He winked at Molly. "He'll be here for the show on Friday. When I gave him 2 tickets, he mentioned something about bringing some of his Coca-Cola memorabilia." "That's great, Tony." After photographing all the Hot Wheels, Molly got some coffee from the vending machine downstairs and wrote up an outline for her article. She decided to write a side story on what people ended up doing with their items once they'd been assigned estimated values by the appraisers of hidden treasures. She could follow up this line by conducting an interview with Trooper Johnston. Her readers would love to discover that members of law enforcement were collectors as well. Molly checked her watch. She still had a half hour of free time before she met with Jessica and then Boris, so she decided to check out the exhibit on Civil War antiques. As Molly walked through the Great Hall, she felt a bit lost among the bustling mass of activity. Curators and staff members from the Richmond Confederacy Museum were frantically putting the finishing touches on the exhibit they had loaned out specifically for the filming of Hidden Treasures. Molly paused next to a formidable statue of Stonewall Jackson on horseback. The top of Jackson's hat was 20 feet off the ground, and the enormous haunches of his mount could easily hold 4 regular-sized riders. Molly admired the sculpted muscles of the horse's forelegs and the wrinkles meticulously carved into lifelike creases on Jackson's pants. Just as she reached out a hand to touch the tiny lines forming the horse's marble mane, the lights went out. The windowless hall was completely enveloped in darkness. And in the sudden silence, a woman began to scream. Chapter 3. With their crushing inferiority complex about English furniture, the early American cabinet makers called cherry American mahogany, and usually stained it to look like mahogany. This is something like gilding a lily with mud. George Grotz, the furniture doctor. Molly stood with one hand on the horse's marble mane, and her body pressed against Stonewall Jackson's cold but reassuringly solid leg. The woman's panicked screaming was close enough to force goosebumps to erupt up and down Molly's arms. She felt vulnerable and frightened as the screams echoed in the rafters of the high ceilings. "Stop it, Ellen!" A man's voice suddenly yelled, and the shrill shrieks abruptly stopped. "For Christ's sake, it's just a power failure." "But I hate the dark," the woman wailed and began to sob like a child refused its nightlight. "I'm scared of the dark." "Anyone have a flashlight?" Another voice called out timidly, and Molly allowed herself to breathe. "Just sit still," the first authoritative voice yelled again. "These things never last long." People in the exhibit space began whispering animatedly. Her back resting against the horse's hind leg, Molly slid down until her fingers felt the shape of a marble hoof. Sitting on the ground in the protective gap underneath Stonewall's mount, she calmed herself. For some reason, the blackout had seemed particularly ominous, as if the lights were going to snap back on only to reveal a bloody corpse. "Been reading too many mysteries," Molly mumbled to herself. She was amazed that she could see absolutely nothing from where she sat, but then she remembered that the exhibit hall had no windows. She strained her ears for any unusual sounds, but only the nervous whisperings of the people around her could be heard. Suddenly, she thought she saw a pinprick of light coming from the direction of the display cases against the wall. It bobbed up and down once, then again, and then disappeared. Molly blinked. Had she really seen anything, or were her eyes playing tricks on her in the dark? 5 minutes passed, but it seemed more like 20 when the lights were finally restored. Weak cheers arose from the people grouped in the Civil War exhibit. Molly quickly looked around to make sure that her strange hunch about bleeding cadavers was incorrect, and then pulled herself off the ground using Jackson's boot for leverage. No bodies hung from the track lighting, or lay sprawled at the feet of the imposing Robert E. Lee statue nearby, so Molly released a deep breath and her hold on Stonewall's foot. As the museum workers returned to their tasks and a feeling of normalcy resumed, Molly decided to take a peek at the nearest display case before heading to her meeting with Jessica and Boris. After all, by the time the show started, the exhibit was likely to be filled by members of the public, and it would be impossible to study any of the artifacts at length. The first of 3 large display cases contained a selection of letters, diaries, and daguerreotypes. Molly carefully studied the black and white images of the young Confederate soldiers. Some of them were mere boys, beardless and skinny, their eyes beaming with pride and innocence. Their uniforms were clean and pressed, still unsoiled by the grit and blood of a real battle. It was difficult to turn away from their young, determined faces, and Molly couldn't help but wonder how many of them had survived and grown old enough to remember their first, glory-studded days as soldiers. The next case held musket balls, decks of playing cards, domino boxes, and currency. There were several types of Confederate bills displayed on rectangular pieces of black velvet, along with an array of coins. A special case boasted a series of rare gold coins that had been found on the unidentified body of a Confederate officer. The coins had a greenish-gold luster and the face of Lady Liberty on one side, with a crown of laurel leaves on the reverse. Molly read the exhibit notes with a mixture of horror and fascination. The soldier had received 2 shots to the face, erasing his identity forever. No letters or personal documents were found on his body, just a scorched locket with the remnants of a woman's portrait and these 6 gold coins. According to the labels affixed below the coin display, each coin was a $3 gold piece minted in Dahlonega, Georgia, in 1854. To date, only a handful of them were known to exist. The soldier wouldn't have been using the coins for currency, and since they were hidden away inside his pocket Bible, holes had been cut through the pages in order to hide the coins. He may have carried them for luck, but they were otherwise a mystery. Didn't prove very lucky, Molly said to herself. Guess not, agreed an elderly man with a white mustache, gold spectacles, and a blue seersucker suit leaning on a wooden walking stick. He smiled, and his face creased in every direction, his pale blue eyes sparkling with intelligence. Each one of those coins is worth at least $80,000. They're all A.U. Dahlonega coins with unusually high eye appeal. Only 1,120 were minted, and 100 are known to still exist. And these 3 are in unbelievable condition, despite the young man's unfortunate fate. "Are you a numismatist?" Molly asked, trying to sort out the jumble of coin terminology. Used to be. I gave my entire collection to my grandson, so now I just admire the ones I see in passing. Molly returned her glance to the coins. What does AU mean? About uncirculated. Circulated coins have received wear. Mint coins are perfect with no wear. AU coins exist in the realm between extremely fine and mint. The man chuckled. But I certainly could never afford that level of coin. One of those beauties sold in New York last year for $100,000. Wow. So there's almost $500,000 worth of coins here? Shouldn't a team of armed security guards be watching them? The old man pointed with his cane to an empty chair across the aisle. That's where the guard's supposed to be, but I imagine he went to check on that power failure. Plus, we're all here working and watching. No strangers walking through the halls just yet. He gave her a playful wink. Speaking of work, guess I'd better get back to supervising my interns. Enjoy the exhibit. Molly cast one more appreciative look at the coins and the photographs of battlegrounds. Civil War displays always made her feel depressed, and she hated to see the tragic evidence of what had happened to the men and women of a divided nation, so she hastened along to find Boris and Jessica. As she passed by Frank's screened niche, he hailed her over with a wave. The slant front desk is ready to be photographed, he told her, and I thought you might like to be present when I check for hidden compartments. After all, I owe you a favor for finding me an auctioneer so quickly. Molly couldn't resist the possibility of discovering some treasure of unspeakable rarity within the desk, so she ran over to Boris's exhibit area to tell him that she would be late, but the camera crew was already filming him with a large, leather-bound anatomy book. Victoria was standing by to film the segue between the segment on the anatomy books and the next commercial break. "Can you tell him that I'm with Frank, and I'll be back in a little while?" Molly asked Victoria, who issued a bored nod in response. The slant front desk had been expertly polished and waxed. Its red patina radiated age and beauty as Frank ran his hands tenderly over its surface. "No gloves?" Molly teased. "Not on camera," Frank answered shrilly, oblivious to her jesting. "Take some pictures, then we'll dig around inside." "Hasn't the owner already searched for secret areas?" "I doubt it. The owner's an 84-year-old lady who has had this piece in her family for years. She just wants the appraisal for insurance purposes, as she's going to leave it to her daughter in her will. Said she just kept a bunch of letters in it, and it was kept closed most of the time. That's why the inside has a deeper red than the outside. It was exposed to less sunlight over time." After shooting several photos, Molly took a seat in a chair next to Frank as he switched on a pen light and began working his fingers inside each pigeonhole. Watching him, Molly could sense his deep appreciation of the workmanship it required to craft the desk's nooks and drawers, careful dovetails, and detailed inlay. Frank closed his eyes as if in a trance, letting his hands search and pry as he tried to get a sense about an extra-large hollow space or a thinning of an area of wood. As Molly leaned closer, she detected a faint, musty odor beneath the heavy smell of furniture wax. It was oddly familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. The interior of the desk had a small central cupboard surrounded by pigeonholes and drawers. Frank was carefully examining one of the pillar-like pieces of wood that created a fluted border between the cupboard and the pigeonholes. "Here," Frank breathed, pulling one of the pillar-like pieces away from the body of the desk. It slid out, revealing a small vertical space in which documents or other thin objects could be stored. Mesmerized, Molly waited while Frank put his pale face against the opening and flashed his tiny beam of light into the cavity. He began to frown. "What is it?" Molly asked. "Someone forced this," Frank replied angrily. "And recently, too. See these scratches?" Frank handed her the piece of wood that had formed the fake pillar front, and then shone the light beam on similar scratches within the cavity. "Those are made with a screwdriver, and there's fresh wood dust in the opening, if there was something in here." He broke off as a powerful coughing fit racked his body. Swallowing great gulps of air, he searched his pocket for tissues. After loudly blowing his nose, he frowned and whispered, "It's gone now." "What do you think happened?" Molly asked. Frank looked at the desk angrily. "Some moron in the owner's family must have rifled through this piece in case there was anything of value inside. Damn amateurs." Molly sat with him as he searched the rest of the pigeonholes, but no more secret compartments were discovered. She felt sorry for Frank, odd as he was, for missing out on the desk's treasures. She was disappointed, too. After all, it would make a great article if she had been an eyewitness to the finding of some rare document or precious gem. Handing the fake drawer front back to Frank, she noticed black smudges on her palm. Frank's hands were also dusted with black smudges, and a long streak of pale black darkened the tip of his nose and upper lip. His eyes had begun watering, and just as Molly was about to tell him about the marks on his face, he jumped up, rubbing vigorously at his eyes, and said, "I've got to get my nasal spray. Excuse me." Molly watched him scurry off down the wide aisle dividing the exhibit areas. Then she picked up the discarded pen light and directed the beam around the pigeonholes. Black smudges were everywhere, but without direct light on them, they could barely be seen. Molly wondered why Randy and Chris had not done a better job cleaning the desk's interior. Putting down the pen, she went off to the restroom to wash her hands. Just as she was drying them off, Jessica entered and headed for the sink. "We're all eating Italian tonight," she said, rubbing her hands vigorously under the tap. "Garrett's found us a place in Carytown that is supposed to have delicious, authentic Northern Italian cuisine." Molly examined her curvy figure in the mirror, and after tugging her blouse over her hips, frowned. "I could do without all those heavy sauces," she answered. Jessica appeared next to her at the mirror and deftly applied lipstick in a brownish rose shade. She ran thin hands through her cropped hair and asked, "Got a boyfriend?" "There's someone from work I'm interested in. We've been out on a few dates, but our schedules seem to be keeping us apart." "Take it from me, honey." Jessica spritzed on some light perfume with a fruity bouquet. "My husband got too busy for me. Too busy with another woman, that is. That's why we're divorced. You don't want a man like that." Molly opened her mouth to defend Matt, but instead asked, "What's the deal with you and Boris?" Jessica immediately began to fumble in the depths of her hemp purse. "We're just friends." "I think he'd like it to be more than that," Molly suggested gently. "Well, I'm not going down that road again." Jessica quickly changed the subject. "Oh, listen to this. Just before I came in here, I overheard one of the security guards saying that the power failure was intentional." "Someone hit the switch, so to speak?" "Yes. I wonder why. Nothing's missing or anything. It was probably Tony playing a prank. He set off a fire alarm in Sacramento last year. Claimed it was an accident, but no one believed him," Jessica said, rubbing a fragrant herbal lotion on her hands and forearms.
Come on, let's go eat.
Molly thought about the pinprick of light she had seen. It had been right near the display cases housing the rare coins and the daguerreotypes. A shiver ran down her spine, but she pushed thoughts of the blackout away. Someone had a penlight, and nothing was missing. That was all. What was there to worry about when good food and Garrett's handsome face awaited her? The head appraisers were all gathered just inside the museum's front doors. Garrett was handing out sheets of directions to Ristorante Amici.
"Everyone set?" he asked.
"I'm not coming,"
moaned Frank, who was sitting in a chair with his head propped back against the wall. He looked even paler than usual and sounded completely congested. Beads of sweat had sprung out on his forehead, and a damp ring was forming around the neck of his shirt. His eyes watered and his shoulders were slumped with fatigue.
"I'm going to the hotel to lie down,"
he whined, as he rose gingerly and walked off slowly in the direction of the parking garage. The other appraisers watched him silently.
"He looks awful,"
said Alicia sympathetically, her kind, wide face turning toward the group.
"He might really be sick this time."
"Nonsense," replied Victoria dully. "Let's go."
"I'll ride over with you."
Alexandra sidled up to Garrett and grasped his arm possessively. Molly stared enviously at Alexandra's trim figure. She looked sophisticated and cool in a bisque-colored linen pantsuit with a chocolate-brown silk blouse. Her hair shimmered beneath the track lighting, and her makeup accentuated her high cheekbones and smooth lips. Molly again carpooled with Jessica and Boris, while the other appraisers divided themselves amiably between the two other rental cars.
"Take Monument Avenue so we can show Molly the sights,"
Boris suggested to Jessica.
"The architecture of the historic houses on this street is stunning," Jessica said, turning left onto Monument. "Many of these are million-dollar homes."
Molly's eye was immediately drawn to a statue of a Civil War soldier on horseback. It looked just like the statue she had hid beneath during the blackout, but in a much larger scale.
"Is that Stonewall Jackson?" she asked.
"Indeed it is,"
Boris said.
"The statues on Monument are all dedicated to Civil War heroes, except for the most recent edition of Arthur Ashe. All great men, I would say, but many Richmonders are upset over the latest edition. I've got a friend who lives here, and he thinks the Civil War theme should have been left uninterrupted, but I think it's a wonderful addition."
Molly gazed in awe at the enormous mansions lining both sides of the city street. Wrought iron gates surrounded the small yards of 4,000-square-foot, three-story homes that sat on wide haunches behind tree-lined sidewalks. Even though the rows of large houses seemed uniform, Molly noticed that, upon closer scrutiny, the architectural styles were actually quite varied. A colonial was neighbor to a Spanish villa, which bordered a traditional Georgian. Ancient magnolias and oaks stretched their arms out over the neat lawns or front gardens, and well-dressed pedestrians walked dogs and exchanged friendly greetings.
"Up next is the Monument to Jefferson Davis."
Boris continued his role as tour guide. Molly craned her neck in order to view a pillared arch with an obelisk rising from its center. She was more interested in watching the homes pass by, but Boris pointed out Lee sitting astride Traveler, and finally, another general on his mount, Jeb Stuart.
"Are you a Civil War buff, Boris?" Molly asked.
"Not really. I just picked this stuff up by default. Hazards of the occupation, so to speak."
"You mean becoming a tour guide is your occupational hazard?" Jessica teased.
"No, being smarter than everyone around me is."
The women laughed as Jessica pulled into a parking space on Main Street, right in front of one of the many Carytown antique stores. Molly noticed a long row of boutiques, specialty shops, and eateries lining both sides of the quaint downtown street. The whole area had a lively, colorful atmosphere. No wonder Clayton loves this part of town, Molly thought. The restaurant featured a narrow downstairs room, seating couples only, and a cozy upstairs with larger tables crammed next to one another in the style of traditional European cafes. After their party was seated and had ordered a tantalizing selection of entrees, Molly dipped a thick slice of warm Italian bread into olive oil seasoned with Parmesan cheese and sipped a glass of smooth red wine. Once again, she felt extremely comfortable in the company of the appraisers. While they feasted on penne and vodka sauce or veal marsala, Jessica, Boris, and Tony entertained their fellow diners with stories of the most ridiculous objects the public had brought them to be appraised.
A box of used Playboy magazines. And I mean used, Boris was saying.
"Huh, what about that beehive wig someone brought me in San Francisco?" Lindsay burst in on his story. "That thing was full of bugs."
Molly enjoyed her homemade gnocchi and creamy pesto sauce and the delightful chatter of the head appraisers. Over frothy cups of cappuccino, she also remembered that Lex and her mother would arrive tomorrow. All she needed was Matt by her side, and all would be right with the world. Sensing that Jessica and Boris were going to linger over a second cup of decaf, a fatigued Molly joined Victoria and Alexandra in Garrett's car.
"3 lovely ladies in my car. How lucky I am," Garrett said, as he drove toward Victoria and Alexandra's pricey hotel located near the museum. At the front door, Victoria bid them a brief good night, while Alexandra hesitated, seemingly trying to think of some way to keep Garrett near her a little while longer. Shooting Molly a nasty look, she asked Garrett to pick her up in the morning. "Can't put up with a quick ride with Frank and Victoria?" Garrett teased.
Molly watched Alexandra's stiff face force itself into a grin.
"It's just nice not to be surrounded by sneezes and tissues for a spell." "Righto. See you in the morning."
During the brief car ride back to the bed and breakfast, Molly asked Garrett to compare the British and American versions of hidden treasures. He pointed out that most of the objects brought to the British show were far older than the ones he saw in America. He mentioned several items, from Portuguese side tables to Delft tiles, and before Molly knew it, they had reached the bed and breakfast and had climbed the stairs to their rooms. She looked at her watch and was amazed to see that it was after midnight. If she'd been at home, she would have been in bed by 10, curled up with a book and her 2 cats, Merlin and Griffin. Turning the key in her door, she was even more surprised when Garrett laid a restraining hand on her arm.
"Nightcap?" he asked. "I've got some lovely brandy in my room."
Brandy, Molly thought. Who drinks that? Having a nightcap in America only meant one thing: sex. Molly wondered if it meant the same thing in Britain, too, but when she raised her bent head to tell him she was too tired, his face was suddenly inches from her own. Molly could feel the warmth of his body as he leaned in against her. She felt frozen in place. She was very attracted to this man, but yet, did she really want to kiss him? What about Matt? With Garrett's lips approaching hers, Molly knew that her indecision was about to lead to a kiss, and she resigned herself to being swept away by the moment. However, her lips remained untouched as another one of the guest room doors creaked open, and Garrett immediately leapt back to a respectable distance. Boris stepped out of his room still wearing his suit jacket. He and Jessica must have returned just minutes before Molly and Garrett. Looking at them in concern, he said,
"Listen, I've got Victoria on the phone. Frank never returned to their room. You didn't see him on your way home, did you?"
"No," Garrett answered, while Molly tried to discern the gravity of the situation. "Has he ever stayed out all night before?" she asked curiously, thinking about what Jessica had told her about Frank and Victoria having different bedrooms at home.
"No,"
Boris answered.
"Okay, I'll have to tell her we have no news. He may have gone back into the museum for some reason." "Could he have gotten locked in?" Garrett asked. Boris looked thoughtful. "Don't think so. All the night guards would identify him by his hidden treasures badge. He could get in or out if he really needed to. Well, let me get back to Victoria. Good night."
"Good night," said Molly to both men, rushing into the safety of her room. Adrenaline was surging through her veins as she pictured Garrett's face moving closer and closer to her own. Garrett had almost kissed her, and she had actually been prepared to let him. Molly averted her own eyes as she stood before the bathroom mirror brushing her teeth. She was too disgusted to look at herself, so instead she considered the possibility that Frank was truly missing. He had looked absolutely awful as the group left for dinner. Perhaps he really was sick. Maybe he drove himself to the hospital instead of going back to the hotel. Wondering briefly if she should suggest this possibility to Boris, Molly decided she'd look foolish if she called his room with such a theory. After all, Boris knew Frank much better than she did. Frank would probably be in the exhibit area in the morning as usual, blowing his nose and barking at Randy and Chris. Sliding under the rosewater-scented covers, Molly was sure Frank was absolutely fine. However, she couldn't have been more mistaken. Chapter 4. When a tree is cut down, its life support system comes to a halt. Even the parenchyma sapwood cells gradually die as the wood is dried. In no sense can wood be said to breathe after it is dead. The Art of Making Furniture. The next morning was an exciting one. Molly arrived at the museum happily satiated by a 3-cheese omelet, crisp bacon, and 2 slices of raisin toast, homemade by Mrs. Hewell. She was amazed to see the throng of people lined up for the opening of Hidden Treasures. The show had pre-sold over 3,000 tickets, with 1,000 people arriving per day. Those lucky few in possession of rare or extremely valuable objects would be invited back for further filming on Saturday morning. Once the show wrapped, it would take the road crew another 2 days to disassemble the show and pack the hundreds of tables and chairs, lighting fixtures, booth structures, and the show's signage into an 18-wheeler before heading to the next city. Jessica had previously mentioned to Molly that the appraisers were looking forward to a week off before opening the next show in D.C. After working in Tampa, Charlotte, and Atlanta with no break, everyone was ready to go home, however briefly. For Jessica, home was Charlotte, North Carolina. Boris lived in Wrightsville Beach, and Tony was from Baltimore. Hidden Treasures made its headquarters in Washington, D.C., and most of the appraisers lived south of the Mason-Dixon line. Victoria and Frank were closest to D.C. They lived in a historic home in Alexandria, where Frank's successful antique store thrived on tourists visiting the charming waterfront.
I could have worked for Sotheby's, but there's no good sweet tea in New York,
he had stated the other night at Casa Rita. Most Southerners would agree with Frank that strong, sweet tea was an important part of any Southerner's diet. Molly longed to see what items the public had chosen to bring for appraisal and wanted to slowly walk along the line of ticket holders, but Garrett pushed her forward. Once inside, they flashed their ID badges to the security guards and, after being eyed curiously by those waiting in the front of the line to be called by an appraiser, headed for the Great Hall. Before they could reach the Civil War exhibit, Victoria intercepted them with a frantic wave. She quickly spoke to a group of cameramen and then approached Molly and Garrett in long, rapid strides. Victoria's face looked drawn and haggard. Even a careful application of makeup didn't disguise the bluish, swollen bags beneath her eyes.
"Frank never came back last night,"
she exclaimed with an uncharacteristic display of emotion.
"We can't spare any of the other appraisers looking for him."
She tapped her watch face.
"The show starts in 5 minutes. Can you two help?"
"Of course," Garrett assured her in soothing tones.
"But where do we start?"
He lowered his voice discreetly.
"Did he ever return to the hotel last night?"
"No." Victoria eyed the front door nervously. Hidden Treasures crew members wearing black T-shirts were lining up in order to show the public which queue to go into upon entering the museum.
"I even checked with the front desk. No one saw him. And you know Frank, with all his sniffing and coughing, he's, well, hard to ignore."
"Where's his car?" Molly asked. "We dropped you off last night, so he had the car, right? Was it in the hotel parking lot?" A spark ignited in Victoria's eyes.
"No. At least I didn't see it. I last saw him when all of you did. He could be anywhere."
"When we all last saw Frank, he was heading for the car," Molly said calmly. though inside she was growing excited about the possibility of finding the missing appraiser and winning the undying admiration of all the other appraisers. She conjured up a rosy fantasy of them toasting her around a dinner table while Garrett beamed at her adoringly. Taking a firm hold of Garrett's arm, she announced, "We'll check the parking garage first and go from there. Don't worry, Victoria. We're going to find him." At that moment, the front doors were unlocked, and people carrying a myriad of different objects began flooding into the entrance hall. "I've got to get going." Victoria turned away. "Thank you," she shouted over her shoulder as she hustled off. Garrett turned to Molly. "Sherlock, shall we?" "Carry on, Watson," Molly replied, then flushed guiltily, for she remembered having called Matt her Watson just a few months ago when she had tried to unravel the mysterious death of a pottery collector. Following Garrett out of the entrance, past a middle-aged woman holding a large Delft platter, a young man carrying a tiny Tunbridge box, and a pair of white-bearded twins, each bearing a lamp with Tiffany poinsettia shades, Molly's heart began to race at the sight of hundreds of intriguing objects flowing into one building. Itching to take photographs and meander among the mass of collectors, Molly was torn between looking for treasure and searching for Frank. After a moment's hesitation, in which the pull of the objects almost turned her from her task, Molly squared her shoulders resolutely and quickened her pace toward the garage. She tried to remember if the boat-like sedan she had seen Frank drive was dark blue or black. Unfortunately, the garage was packed with cars. Not a single spot was empty. Even the handicapped spaces were all taken. "Why don't you take the top floor and I'll start on the bottom?" Molly suggested. "We can meet somewhere in the middle."
"A woman who takes charge. Very sexy."
Garrett smiled roguishly and headed for the elevator. Molly walked slowly up the first row of cars, marveling at the number of minivans and SUVs squashed in the narrow parking spaces like bloated cows stuffed into corrals meant for sheep. Of course, it was impossible to be a collector without owning some kind of vehicle with what Molly's mother called schlepping ability. Because these types of cars were elevated far off the ground, Molly couldn't see over to the next row, so she had to walk up and down every aisle. Finally, having investigated the entire area, she headed for the next floor. On this deck, half of the cars were under cover and half were exposed to the elements. She decided to begin with the row of cars baking beneath the powerful September sun and get it over with. Frank's dark blue sedan occupied the last spot of the long row. Molly hastened over to the driver's side and stopped dead in her tracks. Frank was inside. Hunched over the steering wheel, his face was completely hidden. Molly rapped timidly on the window, afraid of startling Frank awake. She was close enough to see the dandruff flakes clinging to the few thin strands spread over his pasty scalp. Molly began to sweat. Why didn't Frank move? Was he drunk? Had he passed out from the heat? She knocked again, harder this time. "Frank," she called, wiping sweat off her brow. Then she noticed his hands. Clutching the bottom half of the steering wheel, Frank's two hands were bloated to twice the normal size, and their color was completely alien in appearance. No traces of pink skin or thin rivers of blue veins created contrast on those colorless canvases. They were stark, pale white, like two large hunks of Havarti cheese. "Did you find him?" Garrett yelled from 3 rows away, startling Molly. Molly turned and stared at Garrett blankly, her mind not registering that someone was calling to her. She turned back to Frank's hands, unable to take her eyes away from them, unable to take in their grotesque shape and color. "Molly!" Garrett began sprinting toward her. The heat surged through Molly's clothes and robbed her lungs of air. She sagged against the side of Frank's car and stared up into the cloudless sky. Garrett gave her a little shake, and she could hear him speaking as if from far away, but none of the words made any sense. Darkness began creeping in at the edges of her vision. "He's dead," Molly muttered to the heavy air, and then she fainted. Chapter 5. All day long the machine waits. Brooms, stain, carpets, furniture, people. Those people who stand at the open windows like objects, waiting to topple. And Sexton, the house. When Molly came to, she heard the sound of Garrett's voice from a great distance, as if she had sunk underwater in her hotel room's deep clawfoot bathtub. She slowly became aware that her head was nestled in Garrett's lap, and that she had been moved into the shade. As her senses returned, she could smell the earthy scent of his cologne and feel the rise and fall of his chest as he spoke. Pebbles from the concrete lot dug into her thighs, and her first thoughts were irrational, focusing on the wrinkles that must be forming on her linen pants and whether or not her mouth had been hanging open during her faint, as it so often did during sleep.
"Hang on a tick. She's coming round," Garrett said softly into his cell phone and looked down at her with a concerned smile. "Feeling better?"
Molly tried to sit up, but felt immediately dizzy, so she sank gratefully back into Garrett's lap.
"Don't get up just yet," Garrett cautioned. "I'm on hold with the police. You just stay where you are for the moment. I've got you."
He placed a cool hand on her forehead and gently stroked her damp hair until her entire body relaxed under his touch. For a few heavenly seconds, she could pretend that the combination of heat and an incredible shock hadn't caused her to make a fool of herself.
"Right. We'll be waiting in the car park,"
Garrett said confidently into the phone, and then stuffed it into his shirt pocket.
"Awful fright."
He spoke to Molly tenderly.
"That the first corpse you've seen?"
Molly eased herself into a sitting position. Suddenly feeling awkward and shy, she looked around, taking in the fact that they were both seated in an empty parking space just under the cover of the deck. "No, it's actually not the first time I've seen a dead man," she answered, staring fixedly at a chipped toenail on her left foot. "In the beginning of the summer, I saw a well-known pottery collector collapse at a kiln opening. Turns out he had died on the spot. Later, I discovered his wife's body in their mansion. She'd been shot in the chest. Sometimes I see that awful image in my mind before I go to sleep." Molly shivered, despite the intense humidity. She wanted to change the subject, having no desire to rehash those dramatic events with a relative stranger.
"You don't say."
Garrett couldn't prevent the curiosity from stealing into his placating tone.
"So you've actually seen 2 dead bodies?"
"I'd rather not go into details, if you don't mind. In fact, I'm feeling much better now." She smiled weakly and stood up slowly, dusting off her pants, which were now both dirty and wrinkled. "I don't know what happened. I think I just forgot to breathe. Trust me, I am not the swooning type."
"No,"
Garrett agreed as he sprang lightly to his feet.
"I don't imagine many of you American girls are."
Molly realized they were suddenly acting rather callous, considering the body of a celebrity appraiser was baking away in a nearby car. She reasoned that shock had allowed them to momentarily neglect the dead man. But the image of Frank's bloated hands was firmly imprinted in Molly's psyche. That unnatural shade of white belonged to a lump of unbaked bread dough, not to a human. "Poor Frank," she exclaimed as the wail of approaching sirens burst through the thick and stagnant air of the parking garage. "I wonder what happened to him." A mournful look appeared in Garrett's eyes.
"He wasn't feeling well yesterday, remember? He may have had some kind of heat stroke."
"He could have been in that car all night. What a pathetic place to pass away," Molly whispered, her eyes glued to the back of Frank's sedan. Her voice sounded much calmer than she felt. "He didn't come with us to dinner, and he never made it back to his hotel. Poor man. To die alone like that? How awful." Unexpectedly, tears sprung into her eyes. Suddenly, Garrett's arms were around her.
"It'll be all right," he soothed.
Molly felt safe and comforted in his arms, breathing in his woody, masculine scent. Just then, the sirens grew piercingly loud as 2 police cars and an ambulance drove up the curve of the parking deck and came to a stop in front of them. Their embrace ended abruptly. Garrett immediately took charge. He introduced himself and Molly, then led the officers over to Frank's car. Molly followed the group of men, watching in fascination as one of the policemen easily forced a long metal bar inside Frank's window and unlocked the driver's side door. A putrid smell, like rotten cheese mixed with sun-baked garbage, immediately burst from within the car, and Molly quickly covered her nose with the sleeve of her blouse. Garrett pulled a handkerchief from his pants, clapped it over his mouth and nose, and backed away. Curiosity quickly overcame repulsion, however, and Molly found herself moving closer to the car in order to watch the police at work. A tall man wearing a navy t-shirt with the word coroner printed on the back bent over Frank's body. He tried to carefully ease Frank's head off the steering wheel, but rigor mortis was making the task difficult. Finally, with the help of a burly-looking policeman with a shock of red hair, the two men managed to extract Frank's hunched body out of the car and onto a gurney. Molly was thankful Frank's eyes were shut. It was bad enough to look upon his impossibly white and waxen face without having his sightless eyes staring back at her. "Was it heat stroke?" she asked the man wearing the coroner t-shirt. He eyed her cautiously before answering, "Are you his wife?" "No, I was working with him," Molly stammered, suddenly thinking that Victoria was inside greeting the public and had no idea that her husband's corpse had just been loaded into an ambulance. "Well, we'll need to do a complete examination before we can state the cause of death. You'll have to talk to the officer there if you have any other questions," the man explained hastily as he shut the rear doors to the ambulance. Matters were clearly in the hands of the police from here on out. The robust redhead took a second peek inside Frank's car and then approached Molly and Garrett. He introduced himself as Officer Combs and then led them away from the car back into the shade. After shaking both their hands with a crushing grip, he politely thanked Garrett for reporting the incident, and then flipped open a small black notebook and began scribbling in what looked to be indecipherable shorthand. Finally, he looked up and asked them to explain how they'd come to discover the body. Molly gave her statement first, describing how Victoria had asked them to search for her husband, as he'd never returned to the hotel the night before. She also gave Officer Combs the details of Frank's illness and explained how he was constantly plagued by allergy attacks. Blushing with embarrassment, she mumbled her way through the part of her account in which she'd spied Frank's bloated hands, felt the oppressive heat of the sun robbing her lungs of oxygen, and, to her utter mortification, fainted. Grabbing Molly's hand, Garrett quickly took over the narrative. He relayed that he saw Molly crumple to the ground, so he carried her into the shade and used his cell phone to call 911. "I tried the door on Frank's car before I called," Garrett added. "I didn't think he was alive, but I gave it a go anyway." "So his wife, Victoria Sterling, is inside the Science Museum right now?" Officer Combs asked. "Will you take me to her?" "Certainly," Garrett nodded. "However, I think it would be prudent if I fetched her and brought her into one of the staff offices so she can hear the news in private." "Of course," Combs agreed pleasantly, and then turned to his men. "Finish going over the car and I'll be right back." Molly watched the other officers as they began to examine the interior of the car. "You do think it was an accident, right?" she asked Officer Combs. He glanced at her briefly, his hazel eyes intelligent and calculating. "I'm sure there's a reasonable medical explanation, but we're just covering the bases. We always examine the scene around every suspicious death, and I only use that term because we don't know the cause yet." "Do you think whatever killed him happened swiftly?" Molly asked as they headed for the museum. "What makes you ask that?" Combs asked as one eyebrow rose in a tawny arc. Molly glanced at him in surprise. "Because he didn't even have the energy to take his hands off the steering wheel." The noise inside the museum was deafening. Hundreds of excited collectors talked to their neighbors in line as they clutched plastic bags or carefully balanced treasure-laden cardboard boxes in their arms. Walking past groups of impatient people, Molly's eye spotted bright flashes of hooked rugs, brass lamps, shimmering crystal, and the warm glow of pottery as she and Garrett led Officer Combs deeper into the museum to where the head appraiser's niches were located.
"I'm going to need names and permanent addresses for the whole crew," Officer Combs said to Garrett as they arrived at one of the museum's staff offices, which had been emptied for the use of hidden treasures. "I'd better fetch Guy. He's the producer."
Garrett turned to Molly.
"You'll have to bring Victoria here. She'll be filming now, so think of something to get her away without alarming her in front of the others."
"What should I say?" Molly asked, panicking. How could she be expected to make up some silly excuse to pull Victoria away from filming when the woman's husband was dead?
"You'll think of something," Garrett said kindly, and rushed off.
Combs was no help either. He simply shrugged and disappeared into the office to wait. "Lord help me," Molly mumbled as she headed down the lane of screened booths. She found Victoria in the midst of filming an introduction for Patrice, a round woman in her 50s whose proud face beamed into the camera, sat next to Patrice behind a small velvet-covered card table. Their attention was fixed upon a jade-green lalique vase with 2 macaw heads jutting out of each side. Victoria introduced the owner as Mrs. Claudia Zimmerman, and then gestured gracefully toward the iridescent object on the table. The camera moved away from her face and zoomed in on the vase.
"This is a rare vase,"
Patrice intoned nasally in his fake but convincing French accent.
"See the beautiful plumage, no? Only 99 pieces were made in each color. This vase is a limited edition and is in absolutely perfect condition."
He turned to the beaming owner.
"What do you think this is worth?"
"Oh!" The woman's eyelashes fluttered theatrically for the camera. "I have no earthly idea."
"The current market is very, very good for this piece right now, and I see you have the original box. Bien. What do you think of this vase being worth, say, how about a little guess?"
$2,000? The woman flushed. Patrice puffed out his bony chest and stroked his elfin chin thoughtfully.
"No,"
he shouted dramatically as the woman jumped in her seat.
"How about $11,000?
"Oh, my stars!" the woman cooed, hugging Patrice as if he had just saved her life. The camera turned its eye back to Victoria, who promised another fabulous find awaiting the viewers after the following commercial messages. Molly touched Victoria on the sleeve as the cameraman headed farther up the aisle. "Excuse me, Victoria. Can I speak to you for a moment?" "Did you find Frank?" Her face showed genuine concern. Molly began to walk up the aisle away from Patrice's booth. Can you come with me to the staff office for a second? Garrett needs to see you." Victoria followed her into the next booth, and then stopped. She stared intently at Molly and refused to budge. "You did find him. What's wrong? Tell me." Molly quickly looked away, her cheeks growing warm with discomfort. What could she say? "Please, just come with me and you'll hear everything. This isn't a good place for—" Victoria grabbed Molly's arm. "He's dead, isn't he?" she asked in a whisper. "I can see it in your face." To her frustration, Molly's eyes grew watery with tears. She covered Victoria's hand with her own. "I'm so sorry." Outwardly, Victoria remained composed. Only her eyes betrayed that she was trying to digest the news that her husband was dead. "How?" she finally asked in a very soft voice. Molly took her by the arm and began to steer her toward the office. "I honestly don't know. There's a policeman waiting who will explain everything to you." Molly opened the office door, and Combs jumped to his feet. Molly turned to Victoria. "Can I get you anything?" Victoria shook her head, and Molly closed the door quietly. Wandering toward the cafeteria, Molly decided she would have a long coffee break and collect herself before interviewing members of the public.
She was too shaken to talk about family heirlooms or any other antique in the face of Frank's demise. The cafeteria was crowded and noisy. The multitude of loud voices, combined with the clattering of flatware, was too much, and Molly realized she was desperately in need of some quiet. After paying for her selections, she made her way to a bench outside the museum entrance, where she watched the line of anxious collectors shuffle forward in agonizing slowness. After taking a few sips of creamy coffee and a healthy bite of a chocolate almond bear claw, Molly felt herself beginning to relax. Just as she was brushing crumbs from her lap, Garrett walked out the front door and joined her on the bench. "How are you feeling?" he asked, looking at her in a way that made her feel like she was the only person around. "Better, thanks. How's Victoria?" "Not so great. She feels guilty about not phoning the police last night, but she didn't suspect anything was that wrong." Garrett's eyes rested on the throng of people baking beneath the late morning sun. "It's no secret that theirs was not a love match, but they had a comfortable, if somewhat unconventional partnership. I think she's a bit overwhelmed over facing the future without him." Molly stood, dropped her coffee cup in the trash bin, and callously thought that Victoria would probably marry again as soon as possible. Women like her needed a man in order to define themselves. "What will happen with the show?" "Oh, the show will go on. Guy and Victoria decided not to inform the crew until today's segment has been wrapped. Victoria's gone with Officer Combs to give the police a formal statement, but she says she'll be fine to carry on as host for the rest of the show. Bet she can do it, too. The old girl's tough," Garrett said with sudden admiration. "What will you do with the rest of your day?" "Interview some of these dedicated collectors," Molly replied. "Then I meet my friend Lex, the auctioneer, and my mother over at the townhouse." Molly abruptly stopped. "Do you think I should still go ahead with the auction arrangements?" "Absolutely," Garrett nodded. "Victoria won't care for any of that stuff. She'd rather have the cash, I'm sure. And it's what Frank wanted." Molly couldn't help prying further. "Did Officer Combs say when the authorities would know the cause of death?" Garrett looked at her closely. "By tonight or tomorrow morning. Why?" "Just wondering," Molly said as a memory flooded her mind. She excused herself and quickly made her way over to Frank's booth. Frank had been healthy until he'd examined that desk. Not long after that, he had become congested, weak, and pale. What if that material they had found on the desk was to blame? It wouldn't affect her because Molly had no allergies. She could roll in a field of ragweed, cat dander, and dust and remain impervious to all of the above, but Frank was ultra-sensitive to allergens. Pulling aside one of the white screens, Molly gazed at the slant-front desk as it sat in the dark, its warm colors dulled by shadow, and its pigeonholes gaping like black teeth from inside its empty room. She pulled a small flashlight from her bag and aimed the beam into the pigeonholes. There were no traces of the black powdery material both she and Frank had touched the day before. Even the piece of false drawer front had been completely cleaned. The desk smelled strongly of fresh furniture wax. Molly switched off her flashlight and backed nervously out of the booth, making sure that no one was watching her leave. She proceeded with her interviews with only a portion of her consciousness. Normally, her full attention would have been devoted to a pencil drawing signed by Picasso, or a walking stick carved with skulls that held a hidden but fully functional miniature pistol within its wooden handle. Jotting down names and captions for her photographs, Molly kept seeing an image of the black powder smeared on Frank's face. Later, as she walked over to Strawberry Street to meet Lex and Clara at the townhouse, her mind focused on one thought that buzzed inside her head like a fly caught between the window screen and the glass. The black powder was purposely put there, and then just as intentionally removed, she mused. That newly polished desk exhibited all the signs of destroyed evidence. It had been polished before Frank and Molly examined it, so why polish it again?
There was only one explanation. The person who cleaned it needed to make certain that not a trace of black powder was left behind. And that person was a murderer. Fredericksburg, Virginia, 1778. "We've got the French! We've got the French!" Thomas's young apprentice, William, screamed. "It's all over town. They're our allies now." "That is fortunate indeed," answered a mellifluous voice from Thomas's doorway. A tall young woman with blonde hair and intelligent blue eyes stepped into the shop. A maid trailed behind her, giggling nervously. Thomas recognized the pretty young woman immediately. "Miss Tarling." Thomas bowed low and hid his stained hands behind his back. "I remember you. I saw you in your father's carriage outside Samuel Chauncey's shop in Williamsburg." "I remember that well." The blue eyes flashed coquettishly, and Thomas felt his neck grow warm. "I am here on an errand from my father. He wishes to commission a new dining table and chairs. He does a great deal of entertaining, and our current table has proved insufficient in size, as our house in Williamsburg was much smaller. Will you come out and measure the room?" "Certainly. Right now, if you should desire it, miss." Miss Tarling issued a grateful curtsy and waited for Thomas outside. They walked several blocks in comfortable silence before the young lady glanced sideways at Thomas and began to speak. "My name is Elizabeth, but most people call me Elspeth. I don't know anyone here. We only just arrived last week. My father says that the Rappahannock River will make trading easier and allow him to get—" she lowered her voice to a conspiring whisper— "essential messages to our commanders in the north." Thomas almost tripped in surprise. Perhaps old Samuel Chauncey had been right. Men could fight the war for freedom in different ways. Luckily, his lack of grace went unnoticed by Elspeth. She paused before the wrought iron gate surrounding a large brick house and waited while Thomas swung it open for her. Inside the front hallway, Thomas admired the scrolling carving on the stairway banisters and marveled at the size of the dining room. It would take a large table indeed to fill such an impressive space. Thomas caught Elspeth watching him in one of the room's enormous gilt mirrors and quickly looked away. "I made your father's desk," he murmured, uncomfortable beneath her frank gaze. "I hope he has found it satisfactory." "Truly? You are the maker?" Her face lit up with interest and a trace of mischief. "Well, then, let me show you how it has fared." Elspeth led Thomas to a masculine room filled with books and maps. His eyes fell on the slant front desk, and he longed to open the lid and see how Captain Tarling had utilized the drawers and pigeonholes Thomas had so meticulously crafted. The dark walnut glowed warmly in the afternoon sun, and Thomas was pleased to see how dignified his piece looked among the fine objects the captain had collected by means of his wealth and trade connections. "So I guess you know all about the secret panels, since you built them." Thomas met Elspeth's unapologetic gaze for the first time. "Yes, miss, I know where they are." And then he boldly asked, "Do you?" Elspeth pulled out the two slide supports located on the sides of the top drawer and placed the lid gently upon the supports. This created the writing surface of the desk and revealed the pigeonholes. Ignoring the documents neatly arranged in the pigeonholes, Elspeth quickly showed her knowledge of the secret compartments within. "They're always empty, though. What good is such wonderful craftsmanship if you have nothing to put inside? No love letters? No treasured portraits or silhouettes, or locks of hair? And no details of where the redcoats will attack next?" She laughed lightly, and then quickly sobered. "I guess with my mother gone, my father's life has become all business." Elspeth suddenly looked so forlorn that Thomas longed to make her smile again. Against his better judgment, he whispered, "You've missed one. There is another hiding place." "Where?" she asked breathlessly. "Please do show me. My father is in Washington, so we need not fear his wrath." She drew herself up proudly, but with a trace of self-mockery. "I am mistress of the manor today." Thomas hesitated, but the pleading blue eyes of his hostess broke down his resistance, and he gingerly closed the lid and began to pull out the slide support on which the writing surface rested. "Behind there?" Elspeth peered into the narrow opening. Thomas shook his head with a smile. "The secret is in this piece of wood." He pulled at the hidden end of the support, and a piece of wood measuring a mere 4 inches came off in his hand. "But no one could have known that was there. There are no marks, no lines," Elspeth exclaimed. "I see a tiny groove now, but you made it along the grain, so it is impossible to see." Elspeth took the piece of wood from his hand. "Look! There's a piece of paper hidden within." For some unknown reason, Thomas felt a wave of dread pass over him as Elspeth unfolded the paper. Minute handwriting covered the page, and as Elspeth read, her face grew alarmingly pale, and her breathing slowed almost to a standstill. "Miss, are you ill?" Thomas looked around for the maid. Before he could move to aid her, Elspeth crumbled onto the ground, the paper clutched in her hand. Beads of sweat lined her ashen forehead, and wisps of honey-colored hair clung to her damp cheeks. "Miss, shall I get help?" Thomas asked pleadingly. "Help?" Elspeth whispered. "Only God can help me now. My father is a traitor." She thrust the paper toward Thomas. "A traitor!" "I cannot read," Thomas answered softly, ashamed. "I shall tell you who has written it, then," Elspeth hissed vehemently. "These are orders from His Majesty's humble servant, General Henry Clinton." "Clinton?" Thomas exclaimed. "Word tells that he plans to march on Philadelphia. He is a great enemy to our cause." "Yes, he is a great enemy." Elspeth held the letter aloft, and her blue eyes blazed with the anger of betrayal. "But at least we knew him as such, unlike my father, who has pretended to help us when all this time—" She trailed off, her overwhelming emotions prohibiting her from speech. Thomas leaned on the desk, remembering the day he had applied the final coat of polish to the smooth and sculpted wood. How proud he had been when it had been loaded onto Captain Tarling's coach, and several townsfolk had stopped to admire its dignified beauty. It had been betrayed as well. It was Virginian black walnut and pine, the nails made from the local blacksmith, glue from animals living in the forest. Every piece of it, from its case to its drawer pulls, was made in the colonies. The desk's very lines marked it as an American. There were no flourishes or ornate feet, as with pieces from the continent. It should have graced the home of an honorable, industrious gentleman. Instead, it had become the property of a dangerous and loathsome scoundrel who placed the direst of secrets within its innocent nook. Chapter 6. But the trouble with pine is twofold. First, it doesn't have the strength to stand up under use in thin members and chairs. Second, the wood is so soft that it is easily dented. George Grotz, the furniture doctor. Clara stepped down from Lex's cargo van with a deep scowl. She quickly embraced her daughter and whispered in her ear, "Lex has been on the phone with Kitty for 2 of the 2.5 hours it took to get here. I've never heard so many darlings or honeys in my life. I nearly suffocated myself with a plastic bag." Lex and his wife Kitty were known for their outward displays of affection. Even though they worked together at the auction company and therefore spent every waking moment with each other, the pair didn't like to be parted for long. Molly found their mutual tenderness endearing, but Clara was far more cynical when it came to marriage. Molly and Kitty had once taught together at the same private school. One day, Molly had invited Kitty to work Lex's Saturday sale as a bid spotter. It was love at first sight between Lex and Kitty, and they were married a year later. Kitty quit her job as the school's art teacher to help manage her husband's auction company. Clara had once owned her own antique shop, but the burden of holding regular store hours, combined with the hassle of dealing with unreasonable customers, forced her to close for good. When Lex approached her with an offer to join his staff as floor manager, she jumped at the opportunity. Now, as Lex dug around inside the van for his briefcase, Molly shook her head in mock sympathy and asked softly, "What do they talk about for 2 hours?" "Nothing." Clara rolled her gray eyes and put her hands onto her crown of short, thick brown hair. As she was several inches taller than her daughter, she had to lean forward to ask rhetorically, "How many times can you ask someone, 'How are you, dear?' or 'Do you miss me?' when you've just seen them?" "They're in love. It's really kind of sweet," Molly said as she tried to ignore the typical stab of jealousy she experienced whenever she thought about the couple's happy marriage. "That's how people who love each other act." "Love?" Clara snorted. "Love is a 20-pound apricot tabby named Tiny Purr who will sit on your lap all night while you watch the Discovery Channel and make biscuits on you in the morning when it's time to get up, or—" She trailed off as Lex came around to their side of the van and looked at Molly expectantly. "Hey, Moll." He smiled and held out his hand. "Got the keys?" "Right here," Molly said, handing over the key ring. As soon as the trio entered the house, Lex sprinted ahead to turn on lights and open blinds. Molly followed closely on her mother's heels as Clara inspected the contents of the downstairs rooms. "Not bad," Clara said as she examined the collection of Staffordshire in the office. "I just love a pair of Staffordshire poodles, don't you?" "I need to talk to you," Molly began. "In a minute, Cupcake." Clara replaced the poodle on its shelf and headed upstairs. "You know I can't concentrate on anything when there's a house waiting to be rooted through." Lex was busy in one of the front rooms, examining an oil-on canvas of 2 women in Victorian gowns gazing at a caged canary. Once upstairs, Molly followed her mother around one of the guest bedrooms and practically fell on top of her when Clara stopped abruptly to examine a piece of carnival glass from the 1936 World's Fair held in Cleveland. Irritated, Clara swung around and squawked, "Stop hovering! You're acting like a man in the mall. What is with you, anyway?" Feeling admonished, Molly took a step back and whispered, "I'm just impatient to talk to you. You see, there's been a murder. One of the appraisers." Clara's eyes flew open wide. "What? Oh, I hope it was that intensely annoying, overly pompous Frenchman who drools over the worst pieces of porcelain." "It wasn't him." Molly put her finger to her lips in an effort to keep her mother's voice down. "And he's not really French. It was Frank, the furniture appraiser." "No!" Clara was shocked. "He had such wonderful taste. Think of all those pieces of Southern furniture he highlighted on the show. The man did wonders for the furniture of our region. Oh, now that is a shame." "Ma," Molly was exasperated. "Never mind his loyalty for Southern furniture. Did you not hear the part where I mentioned that he was murdered? And I'm the one who found his body." Clara's interest was now divided between examining the last room left in the house and listening to the details of her daughter's story. Hesitating, her attention was captured by the more present mysteries awaiting her in the master bedroom. Once inside, she headed straight for the display case of dolls. "Hold that thought until I finish this room," she told her fidgety daughter. "Then we can go back to your hotel and you can tell me everything over a cocktail. I cannot focus without Crown Royal." Clara wrinkled her nose. "This house smells worse than most." "Fine," Molly sighed in resignation, knowing her mother was immovable when faced with a house loaded with collectibles. She found herself gravitating toward the biology experiment growing in the master bathroom. As she pushed open the bathroom door, she stared in renewed horror at the extent of mold growth on the walls and tub. For the first time, she looked down at the pink carpet and saw that black splotches of mold surrounded the base of the tub and gave the appearance that the carpet had been burned. The smell that hung about the house only hinted at the powerful musty odor that filled every nook and cranny of the bathroom. It was so strong that it distracted Clara as she peered beneath the petticoat of a bisque doll in search of the name of its maker. "Good Lord, what is that stench?" she asked, putting the doll gently back into its stand. Her lip curled in disgust as she came to stand beside Molly. "That is one serious mold problem." "I think it's more than a problem," Molly said, looking down at the black dust on her fingertips that had come off on her skin when she'd touched the bathroom door. "I think it's the murder weapon." Molly had asked Mrs. Hewell if she and Clara could take their tea upstairs in her room. The cheerful proprietress had readily agreed, and arrived moments later with a tray laden with tea service and a plate of fresh lemon squares. Molly was vigorously scrubbing her hands with soap and scalding water for the second time when the plump proprietress came bustling in. "What a lovely establishment!" Clara praised Mrs. Hewell as she gazed appreciatively at the Limoges tea set. "Are all of your rooms occupied?" "Not any more, dear. The couple who booked the Majolica suite had to cancel, poor things. The young wife got her heel caught in a sidewalk grate and twisted her knee. They won't be rafting on the James this week, that's for sure." "That's why I only wear sensible shoes," Clara said smugly. "Could I have that suite, then?" She turned to Molly and whispered out of the side of her mouth, "After all, Lex is paying." "Of course you can, dear." Mrs. Hewell's smile grew even more magnanimous. "Enjoy your tea, and I'll give you the key when I come back to fetch the tray." Clara picked up a lemon square and took a bite. Powdered sugar drifted like snow onto her navy t-shirt. "Delightful woman," she said, brushing off her shirt. "I thought I'd stay here while we pack up Mrs. Sterling's house. Lex can stay at one of those chain hotels, but I need a good breakfast in the morning, and I have a feeling I won't be disappointed at the Traveler." "Is Lex still taking inventory at Mrs. Sterling's?" Molly asked. "Yes, but he's almost done. We have a clear enough picture of the estate's value to draw up a simple contract. I hope you're right about Victoria being willing to go through with the auction. Otherwise, this trip will be a mighty waste of time and money." "I'm positive she'll want to sell everything. There isn't a sentimental bone in her body." Molly poured 2 cups of steaming tea. Setting her cup on a side table, she sank into an overstuffed chair with a lemon square in hand. "Now, tell me what's going on," Clara said as she sipped her tea. "It's not a cocktail, but it'll have to do." Molly polished off a lemon square in record time and loaded a second onto her plate. "Do you remember the day we went to the Valley of the Kings?" Clara's eyes lit up. "Do I? Our whole trip was like a dream. The cruise up the Nile, the pyramids, our gorgeous guide." "Focus, Ma." "Do you remember what our gorgeous guide told us, what he believed to be the real cause of Lord Carnarvon's death?" "Instead of the mummy's curse? Let me think." Clara stared at her teacup, wishing she could instantly transform it into a Waterford tumbler containing a nice cocktail, as she recalled their visit into Tutankhamun's tomb. "Are you referring to the theory that the fungus trapped within the tomb caused the death of Carnarvon, and possibly others as well?" "Yes, and I think that black mold we saw at Frank's mother's house might have caused his death. You see, it was deliberately put on a piece of furniture where he was sure to come in contact with it." Molly described Frank's allergic sensitivities and how he had displayed flu-like symptoms the last time she had seen him alive. She went on to explain how she and Garrett had found Frank's body. Then Molly told her mother how she had returned to re-examine the slant front desk, only to find that the mold had been completely cleaned off, destroying all evidence of foul play. "So you're the only one who believes there's been a murder?" Clara asked coyly. "I must say I'm much more interested in this Garrett fellow you've mentioned. Visiting from London? Knowledgeable about antiques? But the real question," Clara leaned forward with a mischievous gleam in her eye, "is whether or not he's single." Molly rolled her eyes toward the ceiling. Her mother was relentless in her pursuit of a suitable husband for her only daughter. "No sign of foul play will surface until the autopsy is complete. As far as Garrett goes, Molly's decision to praise her new friend was cut short by a burst of staccato knocking on her hotel room door. She opened it wide.
"Thank goodness you're back," Garrett said breathlessly, and nearly tripped into the room. "You won't believe."
"Oh." He stopped as he spotted Clara sitting regally in one of the room's wing chairs.
"Forgive me, I'm interrupting."
"Nonsense." Clara beckoned toward the chair Molly had occupied. "Join us for tea. I'm Clara Appleby, Molly's mother."
"Charmed."
Garrett boldly kissed Clara on the cheek.
"You two could surely be mistaken for sisters."
Clara glowed. Molly sighed in annoyance. She often heard that statement from men trying to get on Clara's good side. "What's going on?" she demanded of Garrett. He turned his honey-brown eyes toward her, and instantly his face became grave.
"Victoria's been picked up for questioning. The police are holding her as the primary suspect in Frank's murder case. It's absurd, of course," he explained to Clara. "That woman is no killer. However, I'm afraid we've all been summoned to the station in order to give statements. That includes you as well, Molly. I came to offer you a ride. It's bound to be an unpleasant experience, so I thought we might at least muddle through it together."
Garrett threw another winning smile at Clara, who clucked in sympathy, and then loaded Garrett's plate with the 2 remaining lemon squares. "How awful!" Clara exclaimed. "What on earth will you 2 do for dinner?"
"I, for one, plan to take both of you lovely ladies out for a first-class meal. Just as soon as we're done, I'll come collect you, fair Clara. Until then—"
Garrett bowed. Molly rolled her eyes again. Garrett was going a bit over the top, though her mother didn't seem to mind. "Let's get this over with," she mumbled ungraciously, and headed out of her room without waiting to see whether Garrett was behind her or not. Detective Robeson was, without a doubt, a giant of a man. His 6'5" frame was made up of 260 pounds of bulky muscle and dense bone, covered by espresso-colored skin, dressed in a tight black t-shirt tucked into gray pants. Molly couldn't tear her eyes away from his massive biceps. This man could crush another person's head by simply raising his wrist to his shoulder. When he spoke, his voice carried a surprisingly gentle and very deep bass to her ears.
"Now, Miss Appleby, let's start with your arrival at the museum and go from there."
As Molly gave her statement, she felt herself growing excited about being given the opportunity to provide an invaluable clue toward solving the murder case. She had deliberately avoided telling Garrett anything about the mold, reasoning that if anyone was going to get credit for assisting the police, it was going to be her. She'd spent the entire car ride thinking of the article she could write for Collectors Weekly featuring herself as the heroine.
"So what makes you think this mold on the desk was the same as the mold in the bathroom?"
The deep voice broke through her reverie. "It had that black, powdery look and that same musty odor."
"And there were no traces on the desk when you returned to examine it?"
Robeson leaned his massive frame an inch closer to hers. Molly wasn't sure, but she felt as though her starring role in solving the crime was not taking the direction she had hoped it would. "No, sir." He eased forward another inch, his wide nose flaring slightly and his dark eyes boring into hers.
"And you didn't mention the sudden disappearance of the mold to Officer Combs at the time?"
"Well, I didn't know it was mold then, and, well, I had to go meet my mother and was kind of concentrating on not being late. Once I was back inside Mrs. Sterling's house, I recognized the smell first, and then when I went into the master bedroom, I saw the stain again. That's when I realized that the black powder on the desk was actually mold." Robeson raised a thick pointer finger in the air. The officer, unobtrusively taking notes in the corner of the room, immediately put down his pen and jumped to attention.
"Clarkson,"
Robeson said without looking away from Molly.
"Get a team over to Strawberry Street. Pick up the desk Sterling was working on as well. If there's a trace of mold on that desk, I want it found." Right away." Clarkson scurried from the room. Orders given. Robeson settled his wide shoulders against the back of his chair and examined the lines on his palm for what seemed like an eternity. Do you mind me asking the cause of death?" Molly inquired quietly. Robeson flicked his eyes at her and then studied his short, clean fingernails. He seemed to be weighing whether or not he planned to answer the question. Finally, after inspecting each nail, he sighed and said, "He basically had a severe asthma attack that triggered both a massive heart attack and stroke at the same time. In short, the guy couldn't breathe, and then his body just shut down. It wasn't a pleasant way to go." "Can mold cause a reaction like that?" Molly asked bravely. "Sure, if you're really allergic to it," Robeson shrugged. "The question is, was Miss Sterling aware of what that mold could do to her husband?" As Robeson relapsed into his silent mode, Molly pondered his question. Why would Victoria kill Frank? She couldn't think of a single reason. Locking eyes with Robeson, Molly plucked up her courage and responded, "I highly doubt she did, in fact. Look, I know I don't know this group that well, but I can't think of any obvious motive on Victoria's part. Frank gave her what she wanted most. Why kill him?" "In these kinds of cases, 9 times out of 10, the spouse has done the deed. Either it's money or it's jealousy that spurs them on. Miss Sterling has no concrete alibi. She was alone in her hotel room, and she gets all his money upon his death. That doesn't look too good." Molly shrugged. She had his money already. They seemed like a contented, if not enthusiastically happy, married couple. The other appraisers seemed to believe that even though Frank and Victoria seemed mismatched, they had an amiable relationship most of the time. And I can't imagine Victoria had anything to be jealous of where Frank was concerned. Have you seen a photo of him? Robeson slowly stood. "That's what Miss Sterling said, too. Just so you know, she hasn't been charged with anything, yet. That'll be all for now. If you can think of anything else, here's my card." He dismissed her by opening the door to his office. Molly struggled to think of something useful to say, for some poignant question to ask, but she could think of nothing. "Thanks," she said meekly, and tucked the card into her purse. So much for her dreams of assisting the police. But if Victoria was innocent, and Molly firmly believed that she was, since she was simply too indifferent to be a killer, there was still a murderer out there. That murderer had made one mistake already. He or she had not counted on Molly being with Frank when he searched the slant front desk for hidden compartments. All she had to do now was subtly pry into the private lives of the other appraisers to see who had something to gain from Frank's death. She also had to find out who had access to the mold growing in the bathroom of Mrs. Sterling's Strawberry Street house. Feeling reassured that her destiny as a crime-solving reporter was firmly revived, Molly took Garrett's proffered arm and headed out into the balmy evening. Chapter 7. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Chinese proverb. The phone rang with a shrill determination that pierced Molly's sleep, but not enough to make her remember that she was in a strange bed and breakfast in Richmond, and not curled up in her own bed with her 2 cats, Merlin and Griffin, asleep near her feet. Confused and groggy, Molly expected the phone call to be from Matt in Ohio. Without opening her eyes, she croaked out a "hello" and waited for Matt to begin speaking. "Madam, are you up?" Clara's voice burst into Molly's ear. "Ma, what's going on?" Molly fumbled for her watch. "Look, Lex and I have a lot to do today, and we realize that we can't get started without the wife, what's her name, signing off on our contract. I mean, what if we pack up that house and bring it back to Hillsborough for auction, and she suddenly changes her mind, or doesn't like the terms of our commission, or—" Okay, I get the picture," Molly rasped. She took a sip from the water glass on her nightstand and washed some of the night's dryness from her throat. "So we need to visit Victoria at her hotel and get her signature."
"Exactly!" Clara trilled. "Now get up and let me in. I have coffee for you." "Bless you, I think." Molly hung up the phone and stumbled to the door. At Victoria's hotel, the desk clerk looked as though she had been deprived of a good night's sleep. Reluctantly, she noted that neither Molly nor her mother carried bags, and were therefore not paying guests intending to check in, but two women bent on giving her more work to do. "We'd like to know what room Victoria Sterling is staying in, please," Molly asked sweetly. Happy to be able to deny Molly's request, the clerk shook her head until her wispy bangs shot back and forth across her forehead and issued a thin, false smile. "Oh, we can't provide that kind of information. You may speak to her using our house phone, but I'll have to dial it for you." "Fine," Clara said curtly. "Dial away." The clerk gave Clara a dirty look, then punched in the numbers using long purple nails airbrushed with silver flowers. Molly found herself mesmerized by the flash of the woman's fingertips. "No answer," the clerk informed them triumphantly. "I'm sorry." Molly dug out Detective Robeson's card and quickly formulated a lie. "I need to see Miss Sterling this morning. I am assisting this detective with a case and have important interviews at the museum in another hour for which I cannot be late," she added, with what she hoped sounded like the authoritative tone of a very busy, important person. "Please dial the room until someone answers." The desk clerk eyed the card carefully, and then seemed to be sufficiently impressed by Robeson's credentials and Molly's snappish manner. "Let me just try again." "Thank you," Molly smiled smugly. Victoria answered the phone on the first ring, and the desk clerk handed the receiver to Molly. Molly quickly explained the nature of her visit. "Come on up to my room," Victoria said blandly. "No, wait, I'll come get you. Give me 5 minutes to get dressed first." "Sure, we'll grab some coffee in the lobby," Molly said and hung up. As the two women sat at a square wooden table sipping cups of burnt, lukewarm coffee in the small lobby, Clara dug a multigrain cereal bar out of her purse and held it out to Molly. "Hungry?" "No, thanks." Molly drummed her fingers impatiently on the table. Finally, Victoria appeared looking tired and fragile. Wearing wrinkled slacks and a plain cotton t-shirt, she looked much more vulnerable than usual. Without her designer clothes and makeup, Victoria seemed to have shrunk overnight. All the glamour and poise she usually exhibited were gone. "I'm surprised to see you," Victoria said after Molly had introduced her to Clara, and all three women headed for the Sterling's room. The double beds were both made, and the couple's clothes were hanging neatly in the closet. 2 suitcases sat side by side on the floor, and the nightstand held a copy of Antiques magazine and a romance novel. Victoria gestured for Molly and Clara to sit down on the 2 side chairs while she sank onto the nearest bed. "I admire your composure," Clara told Victoria with the utmost sincerity. "And if you feel up to it, I'd like to review the terms of our contract." She pulled a sheaf of papers from her purse. Victoria listened half-heartedly to Clara's request for a signature, signed the contract without reading a line of it, and then turned her weary green eyes to Molly. "I want you to know that I didn't kill my husband, but I don't have much time to talk about it right now. My lawyer drove down yesterday and will be picking me up in half an hour to accompany me to the station. They've got nothing on me except that I don't have a rock-solid alibi, but they plan to question me all over again today. I'm not looking forward to getting grilled. I still feel numb about the whole thing." "I'm glad you'll have your lawyer present. You shouldn't be alone right now," Molly offered by way of comfort. "And of course I don't think you murdered your husband." "Well, that's nice," Victoria replied dryly. "But in the meantime, someone else will be doing my job until this gets straightened out." She brushed a few locks of tangled hair off her forehead. "I wonder what gave Frank that attack. True, he got on my nerves on a regular basis, but I never wanted him dead." "The police didn't tell you what killed him?" Molly was surprised. She decided there was no harm in filling Victoria in about the mold.
Who would do that? Victoria was clearly flabbergasted. I know Frank was annoying with his constant health problems, but I'm the one who lived with his persnickety habits. Someone else must have had a reason to hate your husband, Molly pointed out. Can you think of a likely suspect? Victoria shook her head. If he offended someone that much, I don't know about it. He was extremely fair over the prices of the items in his shop, and he never insulted people who brought him bad pieces of furniture to appraise, even if they were complete fakes. He had too much respect for his role as the great educator to be rude to anyone who brought him a piece of furniture to examine. She sighed. I just don't get it. Did anyone else go inside Mrs. Sterling's house except for those of us that came with you? Molly asked. Not that I know of. Frank told me he gave you the keys. Molly started. That's right. Well, that narrows the group down to Jessica, Boris, Alicia, and Garrett. Besides myself, they were the only ones who knew about the mold. Victoria waved her hand in dismissal. No motive there. That crowd gets along with everyone. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Mrs. Sterling, a deep voice called. Are you ready? That's my lawyer. Victoria stood up. Come in, she called, and the door was opened by a portly man wearing an exquisitely tailored business suit. One moment, Mr. Fielding, Victoria told the lawyer before turning back to Molly. I'll see you at the appraiser's dinner tonight. I sure could use a good meal, she added with an attempt at levity, but Molly thought her eyes looked heavy with worry. Molly said goodbye to Victoria, exited the room with Clara, and closed the door. In the lobby, she linked arms with her mother. I'll drop you off at Mrs. Sterling's house. I've got a lot to do today at the museum. I need to photograph antiques, get a few more interviews, and somehow find out who had it in for Frank. And tomorrow is the last day of the show, right? Clara asked. That's right. I'm running out of time. Just be careful, Clara warned. Maybe you should take that handsome Garrett along when you start doing your snooping. But he was in the house, Molly argued as she got in her car. He could be a suspect. So no one mentioned the mold afterward? Clara asked. Oh, Molly slapped her forehead with her palm. It was mentioned. In the cafeteria, in fact. Everyone was listening to me talk about how nasty the bathroom was. I went on and on about how it had taken over the entire room. Half of the cast and crew were sitting right there as I described everything in detail. Oh, now I'll never find out who did it. You will, because someone needed those house keys. Find out who took them and you'll have your man, or woman, Clara added. Did you have the keys on you the whole time? No, I put my bag in the staff office while I had lunch. I have no valuables in there except for my digital camera, and I didn't think anyone would mess with it. Well, Clara pulled down the sun visor, checked her reflection in the mirror, and added a coat of rose-colored gloss to her lips. Try to think who wasn't in the lunchroom with you. That person took the keys from your bag, got into the house, and brought the mold back to the museum while you were eating. Think of who was missing. Molly pulled up in front of Mrs. Sterling's row house, only to find Lex pacing on the front lawn like a dog on a short leash. He was talking animatedly into his cell phone. He wore a vexed look that instantly evaporated when he spied Clara. She waved the signed contract out of the car window like a victory flag. Thanks, Ma, Molly said, patting her mother's free hand. You've given me a place to start. Sure thing. Clara slid out of the car and then leaned in the open window. But like I said, be careful while you're snooping. Guilty people are most unpredictable. It was after opening time when Molly finally arrived at the museum. The people who'd lined up early had already begun to filter their way inside, leaving the rest of the crowd to dart quick glances at the sky with justifiably anxious expressions. An ominous tier of thunderclouds had begun to gather above them, and a hint of a breeze began to tickle strands of hair here and pluck at a scarf there. A breeze in Richmond in September meant that a storm was about to arrive,
and the waiting members of the crowd were wondering whether their foresight in bringing umbrellas would be enough to prevent any rain from splashing on their precious possessions. Those without umbrellas were looking desperately ahead, clearly willing the line to move faster. Molly decided to interview members of the group who had already made it inside. They would be much more relaxed than the sky-watching throng outside. She was immediately drawn to a young African-American woman in her early 20s who held the hand of the most beautiful little boy Molly had ever seen. The boy had creamy brown skin, the color of a rich latte, huge blue-green eyes winking with excitement, and a mop of unruly, frizzy hair that bobbed up and down as he danced a merry jig around his mother's legs. "I'm sure you hear this all the time, but your son is so cute," Molly said, staring at the little boy. She then introduced herself to the mother and asked if she could conduct a short on-the-spot interview. The woman seemed a bit uncomfortable. She was Molly's height, almost 5'9", but while Molly was all curves, this woman was bone-thin and had the long, languid legs of a flamingo. Her bright brown eyes looked downcast, and she put a protective arm around her son, stilling his movements. "I really don't know anything about this stuff. My late husband left me a coin, and I've never thought of selling it till now, but I need the money. He said it was in his family since before the Civil War, and if I ever needed cash to go sell it. Otherwise, he wanted Eric here to get it." Molly gazed into Eric's twinkling eyes. "Well, you definitely need to find out how much it's worth before you try selling it. It was smart of you to come here." Molly complimented the nervous woman, and she seemed to relax. "I'm Jasmine," she finally said. "Jasmine Jones. Yeah, it was a good idea, but Eric's getting awfully antsy, and I've got to get to work. Here's the coin." Jasmine unwrapped a small, dingy bandana. Molly picked up the treasure and examined it. She was no coin expert, but she recognized the bust of Lady Liberty. Stars surrounded her head, and below her shoulders the year it was minted was represented by a stamped 1836. Turning it over, Molly saw an eagle grasping an olive branch in the left talon, and a bunch of arrows in the right. A shield covered the feathers of his breast. The text read, "United States of America, 50 cents. The coin was shiny and looked as if it were newly minted. "I can't believe what good shape this is in," Molly said as she returned the coin. "I know the woman who does the coin appraisals. She won't mind if I let you skip this line. I think it would be the best thing for you to get her opinion of what it's worth and where you should sell it. Just follow me." Jasmine's grateful smile rendered her instantly beautiful. "Thanks." Molly led Jasmine and Eric through the complicated stanchion maze until they reached the next room, where the head appraisers were meeting with members of the public or waiting for a camera crew to arrive. When Molly and her companions reached Alexandra's area, she was surprised to find Garrett seated at her table instead. He was peering intently at a coin with the aid of a jeweler's loupe. Garrett straightened and returned the coin to its owner, an attractive middle-aged man wearing a neatly tailored light blue suit.
"I'll take it, Jared. I'll drop by your shop later this afternoon to see what else you've got. Put this aside for me, will you?"
The older man nodded as he and Garrett shook hands. "Friend of yours?" Molly asked.
"He's a coin dealer. Operates a small shop in a place the locals call the Bottom. I hate to even ask what that stands for. I see you've picked up some locals of your own. Keeping busy, are you?"
Garrett smiled kindly down at Eric. "Actually, I'm looking for Alexandra. This young lady has a coin that needs to be appraised."
"Then look no further."
Garrett puffed out his chest.
"I am here to save the day. Let's have a peek, shall we?"
"You?" Molly gaped.
"Sorry to shock you, but Alexandra has taken over Victoria's hosting duties, and as I told you a few days ago, coins are one of the things I collect."
Garrett faced Jasmine.
"If I can't give you a proper value, I shall send you to Mr. Freeman, the dealer who just left. He is a fair and honest chap, to be sure."
Jasmine, won over by Garrett's easy manner, handed him her red bandana. Garrett examined the coin carefully using his jeweler's loupe, and though Molly studied his expression closely, she couldn't tell what he made of the coin's value just by watching his face. Suddenly, Molly heard her name being called from farther down the aisle. Alicia was beckoning her excitedly. "Excuse me a minute," Molly told Jasmine and hustled toward Alicia's area. Propped on an easel was the most detailed and colorful painting Molly had ever seen. The scene was of New York City, complete with billboards, taxis, and hundreds of tiny pedestrians walking the sidewalks. In the distance, a folksy Statue of Liberty held a bright light bulb aloft, as glossy tugboats surrounded her in the harbor. Every inch of the painting was covered in bright, shiny paints, down to the tiny skyscraper windows and the waves in the water. "This is wonderful," Molly exclaimed. "Folk art, right?" "Yes, a contemporary piece by a North Carolina artist named Benny Carter. This is one of his early works. I thought it would make a nice addition to your story. Mrs. Wilbur here only paid $200 for it over 10 years ago, and I'm about to tell her that she should insure this piece today for $5,000. "Oh, my!" Mrs. Wilbur exclaimed as Molly dug out her camera and began to take pictures. As she was writing down how Mrs. Wilbur had bought the painting from the artist's house for $200 plus a six-pack of his favorite beer, Molly looked up and caught Alicia smiling at her. Was Alicia at lunch when the house keys were taken? Molly tried to remember. Yes, she had been there. Molly remembered that Alicia had sat across from her, flanked by Lindsay on one side and Patrice on the other. Garrett and Alexandra had been there, too. Boris and Jessica hadn't arrived until after Molly had already started her lunch. Had either of them had enough time to get to Mrs. Sterling's house and back? Returning Alicia's smile, Molly thanked her and then headed back toward Garrett to see what conclusions he'd drawn about Jasmine's coin. Before Molly reached his table, she could see him counting out a pile of 20s and slipping them into Jasmine's hand. Jasmine hugged him quickly and then stuffed the money into her purse. "Thanks again," she said as she scooped up her son and turned toward the exit. "I've got to go. Bye." "Well, that looks like a happy customer," Molly remarked as she moved to Garrett's side. She watched Jasmine hastily maneuver through the crowd. Was the coin worth anything? I hope so, because she really seemed to need the money. Garrett looked grave.
"I know. She told me that, too. Unfortunately, her coin was a fake. A good one, but still a fake. I didn't have the heart to tell her that, though, poor mite. So I just told her it was of small value, but that I could sell it to a friend of mine."
"So you paid her for it even though it was a fake?" Molly was astonished.
"What's a bloke to do?"
Garrett blushed and looked away. A warm feeling rushed through Molly, and before she knew what she was doing, she threw her arms around Garrett's neck and planted a warm, grateful kiss on his lips. When he remained rigid, Molly was mortified at her forwardness and immediately detached her arms and crossed them over her chest in embarrassment.
"Well, I say," said Garrett teasingly. "I'm going to get involved in all sorts of good works, if that's the result it produces."
"That was so sweet of you, Garrett." Molly gave him a shy smile and settled for squeezing his hand as a means of illustrating her admiration. "Why did Jasmine rush away in such a hurry?"
"Had to push off for work. She's got a shift at the hospital starting in an hour. Nice of you to hustle her through the queue like that. I should be kissing you for being the picture of kindness." Garrett took her hand. At that moment, Molly longed to confide in Garrett, to tell him all about the mold on the desk and ask him to help her find Frank's killer, but for some reason she kept silent. She released his hand in order to grab her notebook from her bag. "I'd better get back to work. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Victoria says she's going to rest after being grilled this afternoon, but will join us for dinner. That means the police haven't charged her with anything. Isn't that good news?" "Topping," Garrett agreed brightly. "I didn't think they had any hard evidence on the gal. Where are you off to next?"
Molly thought about Jessica and Boris and their tardiness at yesterday's lunch. "I think I'll check out what's going on in the book and jewelry area. See you tonight." At the furniture area, a local dealer and one of the staff appraisers were filling in for Frank. Molly stopped to watch them as they looked over a stunning tilt-top table. She felt a sudden sadness come over her that Frank, with his incredible devotion to antique furniture, was absent. She also missed the warm beauty of the slant front desk. Was it sitting in some dark room down at the police station? Did its owner know that their antique had been an accessory in a murder? Off to the side, partially hidden from view by a curtain, Randy and Chris sat at a table playing cards. Molly assumed the men were kept nearby in case a piece of furniture needed to be lifted or polished for the benefit of the camera's eye. She stood watching Randy. Apparently he had just lost his hand, for he threw down his cards with a slap as his lip curled in frustration. "Now there's a man with some anger," Molly murmured as she turned her back on him. Randy had no love for Frank. Maybe he just meant to play a nasty trick on his employer, a trick that had ended up killing him. Molly needed to know more about this hot-tempered assistant. She decided to pay a visit to the producer, Guy, who had set up his temporary office as far away from the clambering crowd as possible. Lucky for her, Guy was on the phone when she arrived, bellowing into the mouthpiece. "A replacement for Frank has to be in D.C. for the next show. I don't care whether he's under contract or not. Just get him." Guy was an all-around average guy. Nothing about his height, weight, or looks made him stand out in any way. He wore square reading glasses that he was constantly placing on a head of dull brown hair while he squinted through flat blue eyes at the world. "Who are you?" he asked impatiently. "Molly Appleby from Collectors Weekly. We spoke on the phone last week." "Ah, yes." Guy nodded, his voice thawing notably. "Thank you so much for letting me visit the show. This is going to make a great piece. In fact, I have so much to write about that I think I'll do a whole series." All producers love publicity, and this one was no exception. Guy was words away from eating out of her hand. "I'd love to do a side article on the crew, a behind-the-scenes kind of thing. Being that the show is wrapping up tomorrow, I'm not sure if I'll have time to get backgrounds on all of the crew members. Do you have anything like that with you?" Guy frowned. "Nah. Personnel files are back in New York. We'd have to fax stuff to you." That was a disappointment. "Well, can you tell me what you know about Frank's crew? For example, who will be replacing him?" Guy looked at her suspiciously. "I'm trying to get a dealer from Atlanta on board. He's a greedy bastard, though, and wants more money than we're willing to pay. You're not writing a piece on Frank, are you? You know that was an accident," he added with a growl. An accident? Molly ignored her instinct to laugh at such an outrageous statement. "Of course I'm not writing about Frank," she lied. "Now, how about his assistants, Randy and Chris?" "Don't know." Guy was obviously bored with the direction of their conversation. "Frank handpicked those guys." Molly gave up. She wasn't going to find out anything from this man. He didn't know a thing about the people who actually made his show work. She stood up to leave when she had a sudden flash of inspiration. "Just one more thing. With all of these Hidden Treasures crew members working here, where do they all find places to park?" "Oh, we're borrowing Krispy Kreme's lot for the week. They're closed for renovations." At the name Krispy Kreme, Molly's stomach issued a loud gurgle, reminding her that she had not eaten anything for breakfast. A fresh jelly donut would certainly hit the spot. Too bad the shop was closed. Frank didn't park there, though, she wondered aloud, quickly trying to cover up the sounds of her protesting stomach. "Frank said that there might be traces of asbestos in the air from the donut place's renovations. He refused to park there." Guy sighed and stood to leave. He'd have parked in the handicapped spot if he thought he could get away with it. "Now, I need to make a call, and my cell phone doesn't work well in here, so if you'll excuse me, I'm going to head outside." "Of course, thank you for your time," Molly said politely, noting that the shape of the object in Guy's hand looked much more like a pack of cigarettes than a cell phone. Fortunately, Guy's need to indulge his habit would leave her alone in his office. Once he was out of sight, Molly moved as quickly as she could and grabbed the portable file case behind his desk. Rifling through the papers, she discovered a list of employee cars and plate numbers. Gotcha! She smiled, stuffing the paper into her purse. She then headed for the nearest exit. She had spied a barbecue restaurant next door to the Krispy Kreme, and she wasn't going to go one step further into her investigation without a nice order of baby back ribs with a side of baked beans and a warm, butter-drenched biscuit. Molly had no idea what she expected to find by walking around the lot where the crew of Hidden Treasures parked. While most of the head appraisers were given the use of rental cars in each city, the crew members were expected to drive their own vehicles to every show. Apparently, there were less perks involved in being a member of the crew. They certainly didn't stay at the same quality hotels as the appraisers, and even if she tracked down Randy's hotel, Molly had little expectation of being able to break into his hotel room if his car gave her no indication of whether or not he was a murderer. Scanning over the list, she read that Randy drove a black Ford F-150 with Alabama plates, reading N2 Bass. And it didn't take her long to locate his truck. The front grille was outfitted to hold at least 6 fishing poles, and the rear bumper was completely covered by fishing bumper stickers. Women love me, fish fear me. The question of fishing is not a matter of life or death, it's bigger than that. Carpe diem does not mean fish of the day, and save the bass, shoot a land developer. The back window was covered with fishing stickers and catch-and-release badges. A silver wide-mouth bass dangled from the rearview mirror. "So this is your passion," Molly said. She peered through the tinted passenger window into the cab and grimaced at the mass of fast food cartons, balled-up napkins, and empty soda cans that littered the floor. The front seat was completely obscured by maps, fishing magazines, and what looked like a well-read issue of Playboy featuring a sexy pro wrestler on the cover. A fat drop of rain splashed down onto Molly's hand as she pressed her nose against the glass. "Great," she complained to the dirty truck. "What was I thinking I would find? A written confession propped up on the dashboard?" Sighing in self-disgust, she decided to take a quick look through the small cab window at the back seat bench. It, too, was littered with old food containers and yellowed magazines. But just as Molly was about to give up and seek shelter from the rain, which had begun to dot the surface of the truck with more regularity, she spied a balled-up rag soiled with what looked like black stains on the driver's side of the bench seat. Hoping against hope that the stains were not created by furniture polish, Molly dashed over to the other side of the truck and peered down at the rag. Her heart began drumming faster as she stared at the powdery-looking black stains. It was the mold. It had to be. "I knew it," Molly declared, and pulled out both her cell phone and Detective Robeson's card from her purse. She punched in his number excitedly and almost jumped for joy when he answered on the third ring.
"Robeson speaking."
The deep voice rumbled through the earpiece. Molly quickly explained her discovery and described exactly where Randy's truck was parked in the Krispy Kreme lot.
"This had better be the real thing," Robeson mumbled.
In the parking lot, the rain had picked up its tempo, so Molly headed for shelter beneath an overhang on the back side of the Krispy Kreme building. Thick clouds blotted out the weak daylight and hung closely to the ground, creating the effect of an early twilight. Goosebumps erupted on Molly's arms as she listened to the growling thunder. Suddenly, a fork of lightning flashed across the sky, and as Molly turned to look at it in nervous fascination, the lanky, wet figure of Randy appeared like a ghost from around the corner of the donut shop. Before she could even react, he had taken 3 impossibly quick strides and now stood before her, water streaming from his ratty hair. His thin arms were covered with cobra tattoos that crawled up his arms like black vines as he reached up to wipe moisture from his face.
"What you doing poking around my ride, girlie?"
he asked, leaning in toward Molly's face. She could smell beer and cigarettes on his breath. Molly shrank back against the concrete wall. Just admiring your bumper stickers." She tried to relax and act casual, but her body would not cooperate. Her shoulders hunched defensively and her muscles tensed. I, think fishing is a great hobby.
You do ya?
Randy dropped his soaked cigarette on the ground and placed his hand on the wall next to Molly's head.
So you're looking for some action from a real man, not that English punk I've seen you hanging all over.
Molly twisted her face away from his breath and the hungry look in his eyes. She tried to laugh, but the sound came out like a strangled whimper. No, nothing like that. Actually, I have a boyfriend back in North Carolina. A very protective boyfriend. Randy touched a strand of Molly's hair.
Sure you do, sweet thing.
A wave of anger surged through Molly's blood. Why was she just standing there? This puny man wasn't about to take advantage of her. Listen to me. She stood up and pushed his hand off the wall. You'd better back off. Randy rocked on his heels while a look of amusement played across his pinched face. He narrowed his weasel eyes even further and said,
I think I'd like a taste of those nice lips. You don't have to play those games with me, girl.
And he grabbed Molly's shoulders with both hands as he tried to kiss her. Molly jerked her knee into what she thought was his crotch, but ended up being a bony thigh. Luckily, she applied enough force to unbalance him. She shoved him roughly aside as she freed herself from his hands. Surprised by Molly's resistance, Randy fell on the ground and sat stunned for a moment before his face reddened with rage and he took off after her fleeing figure. Molly was not a fast runner, but terror increased her speed until she was flying through the rain back toward the museum, the sound of her pursuer's indignant yells egging her desperately onward. As she dashed from behind a large delivery truck parked in the barbecue restaurant's lot, she ran headlong into an immovable human wall. It was Detective Robeson. "Oh, thank God!" Molly wailed and held on to Robeson's massive arms. "He's after me!" Robeson issued the briefest of nods to the two officers standing next to him, and within seconds, Randy was handcuffed and shoved, screaming obscenities, into the back of a patrol car. Robeson held an umbrella over Molly's head and looked her over from head to toe.
You all right?
He asked gently. Yes, she said as tears mingled with the rain on her face. She brushed them away in irritation. I thought he was going to, She looked down at the ground.
But you got away.
Robeson handed her a napkin. Yeah, she said, wiping her face. I was pretty glad to see you, though. Robeson cracked a small smile.
Can you show me that truck?
Molly nodded. Robeson gestured to one of the officers sitting with Randy. The man ran over to Robeson, sprinted back to the patrol car, and returned with the keys to Randy's truck. Praying that the rag was really covered with the black mold, Molly led Robeson to the F-150. She pointed at the rag through the window, and Robeson carefully retrieved it and plopped it into an evidence bag.
Get this to the lab, and tell them to put a rush on it,
Robeson told his officer. He turned back to Molly and said,
I'll need you to come down to the station and make another statement.
She nodded wearily. Can I stop at my hotel and get some dry clothes first?
Of course. Take your time, he said,
again speaking quite gently.
We'll be busy with that fish for a while anyway.
He smiled and gestured toward Randy's bucking figure in the patrol car. He then walked Molly back to the museum. Without bothering to go inside, Molly headed straight for her car and then for the bed and breakfast. She was hoping she could get Mrs. Huell to give her some tea a little earlier than usual. A lemon square or two would certainly hit the spot about now as well. I deserve a treat, she told her sodden reflection in the rearview mirror, as the fright began to be replaced by a powerful sense of triumph. After all, I just caught a killer. Chapter 8. Since the days of King Arthur, a table, and particularly a dining table, has been synonymous with royalty. Often to dine with a man is to make him your friend. Paul Burroughs, Southern Antiques. When Molly opened the traveler's front door, she was greeted by the rich sound of her mother's laughter, mingling with the familiar voices of a man and another woman. As she quietly approached the dining room, Molly lingered in the hall in order to allow the cheerful melodies of storytelling, teasing, and giggling to wash over her and drain some of the tension from her knotted shoulders. Jessica and Boris were being regaled with one of Clara's favorite tales of woe from her days as an antique store proprietor. Molly had heard the story dozens of times, but as she dropped her dripping purse on the dark green wool rug that ran the length of the hall, she still couldn't help but smile. This old coot, TJ, would hang around my shop for hours bragging about how he had been around when people still built furniture with cut nails. He said he could tell if a piece was right just by looking at it, blah, blah, blah. So one day, a customer came in and was very interested in my best piece of furniture, a gorgeous corner cupboard from Pennsylvania. I had picked it up for nothing at auction and was going to make a big enough profit on it to pay the bills for the next 3 months. You can imagine my excitement. What happened? Jessica asked. TJ came into the shop, and I knew I was in trouble. Even though I lowered my voice, TJ had superhuman hearing, and when I told the customer that the piece came from a family in central Pennsylvania, which it did, TJ started clearing his throat. Before I could reach him to shut him up, he drawled, "Well, I don't know about that being a Pennsylvania piece. Looks more like a southern piece to me." Boris frowned. "But didn't the woods indicate where the piece was made?" "Of course they did!" Clara nearly shouted. "That corner cupboard was made of maple with birch secondary. No way was it southern. But my customer was new to antiques, and all she saw was an old man who looked like he'd been around since the piece was made, somewhere around 1820, and I lost the sale." Clara took a gulp of tea. She was really worked up now. "I could have killed that man. Every time he came in, I stood to lose a sale, but I couldn't toss him out because he knew everyone in the business and wouldn't hesitate to blacken my name if I treated him rudely." Molly finally stepped into the room and sank into the nearest chair. "Hello, madam. Where did you come from?" Clara smiled at her fondly. She always called Molly madam when she was in a good mood. "Hi." Molly poured herself some tea. "Telling war stories?" Boris passed her a plate of heart-shaped Linzer cookies. "These little tidbits are baked with Mrs. Huell's homemade blackberry jam. Out of this world. They simply melt in your mouth." "You've got powdered sugar all over your shirt, Boris," Jessica pointed at him, laughing. Boris smiled in return, and then turned his attention back to Clara. "So you're glad to be out of the shop business? I was dreaming of getting into it. This traveling is wearing me down." Jessica looked worried. "I'll tell you another shop owner's tale of misery and wretchedness from my days as a proprietor. I had these 2 lawyers across the street from my place who decided to redecorate their offices with antique pieces. They repeatedly came into the shop, dithering over what they would like to put in their waiting room." Molly sank her teeth into the buttery, sugary heaven of a blackberry Linzer tort and watched her mother and her 2 friends with pleasure. She felt safe and enveloped in the warmth of the room and the coziness of good food and even better company. She felt as if she could officially put Frank's murder behind her. "You see the size of me, right?" Jessica held out her thin arms. "I'm no Hercules. But those men used to ask me to help carry chairs and desks and tables across the street to their office. Then I'd have to stand there and watch as they rearranged the stuff. Meanwhile, my shop stood unattended." "Did they end up buying a lot?" Clara giggled. "That's the thing. After all of that muscle work, they decided the look wasn't right, and I had to help carry it all back. In the end, I think they bought 1 chair and 1 stand from me. All the heavy stuff got carried back to my store. Ugh." Jessica held her clenched fists in the air. "I could have strangled those men with their own ties." Boris was staring at Molly's blanched face and unfocused eyes. "Maybe we should change the subject, ladies. Molly here looks a little wiped out." Clara took her first good look at her daughter. "What is it, sweetheart?" Molly thought she was completely recovered from her afternoon scare, but she felt her eyes suddenly grow moist. She took a deep breath and told them all about her encounter with Randy. When she was finished, her mother's arms were around her, and Jessica was fussing over her empty teacup.
"I'll teach that boy a thing or two when he gets out of jail,"
Boris threatened, his voice coming out in a low growl. Molly smiled weakly. The concern and sympathy shown by her mother and her two new friends restored her spirits enormously. "Thank you, Boris. Thanks to all of you, but I don't think any brute force will be necessary. I think Randy's going to be in jail for quite a while." The skinny pencil lines forming Jessica's dark eyebrows rose up on her forehead. "Why do you say that?" Molly filled her rapt listeners in on the details of the black mold and her discovery of the rag in the back of Randy's truck. "Is Randy's motive strong enough?" Clara seemed dubious. "He disliked his employer, but so do thousands of workers." Molly shrugged. "Maybe Randy just meant to make Frank really miserable. Maybe he didn't know how severely that mold would affect his boss. But there was another factor, I think. When we were all at lunch the day Frank was killed, Randy was staring fixedly at Victoria." Molly broke off another piece of cookie and held it between her fingers. His eyes were really boring into her, but with desire, not malice. Kind of how I'd look at this cookie before taking a bite out of it. She popped the piece in her mouth. "But if he had feelings for Victoria, would he let her go to jail for a crime he committed?" Jessica asked doubtfully. Molly frowned. "That would be pretty cold, wouldn't it? The good news is Randy's now in jail, and Victoria's being released. The police have no reason to hold her anymore. Apparently they've gotten hold of her phone records from the hotel. She made several calls to New York from her room during the hours Frank most likely died, and she was never alone long enough that afternoon to put the mold on the slant front desk. So she's in the clear. She said she'd be at the group dinner tonight."
"Where are we eating?" Boris asked Jessica. "Or should I say, where are you driving me tonight, dear?" he added teasingly.
"A place called Elmo's. It's all the way out in the next county, but they're supposed to have these fabulous steaks covered with bordelaise sauce and melted blue cheese crumbles." Jessica smacked at Boris with her napkin. "What would you do without me as your chauffeur?"
"Be miserable,"
he answered softly, with tender honesty. Suddenly, the room was filled with the tumult of the unspoken feelings between the two appraisers. Jessica flushed right up to the roots of her spiky hair, and then quickly reached over and grabbed Clara's hand.
"Come with us tonight. You and Lex. It'll be fun."
Clara squeezed Jessica's hand. "Of course we will. Who in their right mind would say no to a good steak?" After tea, the group headed up to their respective rooms for a little rest. Molly had difficulty focusing on the quaint Scottish village mystery she had brought. As she lay on her bed, her thoughts kept straying to her last date with Matt. She pictured his warm smile as he held her hand under the table and told her about his dreams of becoming a doctor one day. Now he was somewhere in Ohio, and he hadn't even tried to reach her. Garrett's face also appeared in her mind, and Molly thought back to the moment she had kissed the dashing Englishman. For all his charm, there was still something missing in Garrett's personality. Molly felt that she really hadn't seen the real Garrett, while Matt was instantly and utterly sincere. Every emotion played across his sweet face like an open book. Resolved to get in touch with Matt, Molly sat up on her bed, grabbed the phone, and punched in the numbers to Clayton's direct line.
"Mr. Fabulous speaking,"
Clayton answered. Molly chuckled. "Now that's an interesting way to answer the phone."
"Why beat around the bush?"
Clayton drawled. "If it's that stud from the Greensboro Times calling, I want him to know exactly who he's dealing with. I've gotten quite a few hot dates answering the phone that way. People automatically ask me why I'm Mr. Fabulous, and of course I have to elaborate about my skills." "Okay, you don't have to tell me," Molly hurriedly interrupted, as Clayton could go on for hours about his superior qualities. "I know that you're a fine vintage."
"Ew, that makes me sound old, darling. I'm more like a bottle of 1990 Dom Perignon. rosy-colored and very expensive.
Clayton, are there any updates on Matt?
None that I know of, honey. Did you ask the new receptionist?
That little twerp? I already can't stand her, Molly complained as she recalled the strained conversation she had had with Brittany.
Tell me about it. She's a cute little thing, but those clothes. Dresses like she's standing on a street corner looking for her next client. Ugh, I think she wore pants made out of pink lycra yesterday. I nearly spit out my cafe Americano.
Molly smiled over Clayton's love of the theatrical. Can you see if Swanson knows anything I don't know? I'm getting worried about Matt. He always checks in, and this time he didn't even leave a number. Here's my number at the hotel, by the way.
Hold your horses, girl. Clayton doesn't keep a pen behind his ear, you know. Might mess up my perfectly coiffed hair.
As Clayton wrote down Molly's information, the undeniable grumbling of their boss, Carl Swanson, could be heard in the distance. It seemed to be coming closer and closer to Clayton's desk. The next thing she knew, Molly was suddenly speaking to Swanson instead of Clayton.
Appleby, that you? He grumbled.
Yes, Carl, Molly answered quickly. How are you?
Who gives a damn how I am? He howled into the mouthpiece. I've been trying to reach you on your cell phone for hours. All I've been getting is your damned voicemail, which you apparently never check. You've got a dead appraiser up there, and I have no article about it. What the hell is going on? Are you a reporter or not?
Molly knew Swanson would track her down over this subject sooner or later. The death of someone well known in the antiques world always skyrocketed the paper's circulation, and a questionable death really sent subscriptions through the roof. Carl, Molly tried to soothe her boss, the facts of the case haven't been made clear yet. I mean, the cause of death is known, but the current suspect is— You get me a 500-word teaser as of 5 minutes ago. I mean it. I am holding the presses on the front page until I get an email from you. Now get off the phone and start writing. And the next time someone falls over dead around you, I want to be the first to know. You got that? Molly held the receiver away from her ear as his torrent of words assaulted her. She could then hear grunts and an "Unhand that phone, you brute," from Clayton. Breathlessly, Clayton's voice reappeared on the line. Lord help us. If that man doesn't start smoking again, I will simply die. If I didn't hate the smell so much, I'd cover my clothes in eau de Marlborough just to tempt him back to the land of tobacco addiction. Molly snickered. He's worse than ever. I guess I'd better type something up. Clayton, please call me if there's any word from Matt. I will, sugar. Are you behaving yourself up there? He asked, and Molly felt a guilty flush rising up her cheeks as she thought about kissing Garrett. Mostly, she said before hanging up. She booted up her laptop and got to work on a short piece concerning Frank's death. As she typed up the few facts she felt safe revealing to the public, she couldn't help but think about the slant front desk. She knew she would have to email Swanson a photo of the piece to go along with the article, but she hated to have it viewed as a negative object. The desk might be seen as a thing of evil, as it had basically been used as a pallet for the murderer's weapon. Where was the desk now? Was it sitting in some dark room in the police station? Did anyone there appreciate the piece's superb craftsmanship, or recognize the loving toil that the carpenter had put into making it so many years ago? Molly pushed thoughts of the desk out of her head and quickly finished her article. She emailed the teaser, along with a photo of Frank leaning over the slant front desk, and shut her laptop down with a satisfying thud. She never considered that she'd spent more time grieving over an inanimate piece of furniture than for the dead man who was the real subject of her article. Jessica and Boris led a small caravan of cars west on I-64 toward Charlottesville. Molly, Clara, and Lex followed in Molly's Jeep, while Alexandra, Patrice, Lindsay, Alicia, and Tony were packed into a rented minivan. Garrett offered to pick up Victoria from her hotel, but she'd needed a few extra minutes to change and collect herself, so Garrett let Molly know that they would be at Elmo's about 20 minutes late.
"Save me a seat," he had said with the pleading tone of an elementary school student.
For the first time, Molly noticed that Jessica's rental car bore the bumper sticker, "Eve was framed." Jessica and her car seemed well matched, Molly thought. I bet she put that sticker on there herself. After a 15-minute drive, the caravan got off at the first exit in Goochland County and drove into the parking lot of a strip mall. "This town is loaded with strip malls," Molly complained.
"Most towns are," Lex said. "But you're only seeing one side of Richmond. After all, we're still on Broad Street, the same street that the museum is on."
"That's true," Clara agreed. "Think of how charming the downtown area is, especially near Monument Avenue. I simply love all those stately old houses lining that road." "Maybe I'll stay an extra day and really explore the city," Molly suggested, more to herself than anyone else. Lex held the restaurant's glass door open for Clara and Molly, and they were led into a private room by the hostess. The room was painted a warm mustard hue above the wainscoting and a cranberry red below. Oversized paintings of rearing horses were hung in the center of each wall. Rotund marigolds and fern leaves filled the small vases on their table, and tea lights flickered in welcome on top of a perfectly pressed white tablecloth. I never expected this kind of elegance tucked away in a strip mall, Molly thought. After the group had taken their seats, bottles of wine seemed to magically appear on the table. Clara ordered her usual Crown Royal and club soda. "No ice, please," she added, and gave the waitress a stern look that translated to, "My drink better not be weak or you will hear about it." When it arrived, alongside Molly's screwdriver and Lex's Jack and Coke, Clara took a sip and beamed at the waitress. "Perfect!" She then took a bite of Elmo's fresh bread, covered by a sun-dried tomato spread, and moaned in delight. Before leaving their bed and breakfast, Molly had silently predicted that the group would be subdued after Frank's death, but she was wrong. The news of Randy's arrest, coupled with the flowing wine and delicious appetizers, appeared to put every appraiser in the best of moods. Clara was enjoying herself immensely. She stabbed a piece of her portobello mushroom appetizer, cooked in a balsamic vinegar sauce, and covered in 4 different cheeses, while telling Boris about a set of medical encyclopedias she had at home. Boris's eyes were alight with interest as he speared a shrimp cooked with butter, white wine, and garlic. Lex and Tony were laughing over the silliness of toy commercials over the years as they shared a plate of fried calamari. When they broke into song with the Slinky jingle, a few of the other appraisers joined them. Alexandra rolled her eyes in disgust and turned to Patrice for a bit of sophisticated conversation.
"I know you only pretend to be French, but at least that shows you might be able to hold your wine without singing jingles from the telly. I might need to host tomorrow, and I don't think that—"
"Not to worry, Alexandra dear," said a voice from behind Alexandra's chair. She swiveled her aristocratic chin, and with a swing of gloriously shiny hair, allowed her eyes to fall upon the figure of Victoria. Looking refreshed in a white suit with a black and white polka-dotted blouse, Victoria gave an expressionless perusal of Alexandra's outfit, which included a form-fitting, immaculately pressed silk cobalt blouse and a vintage Hermès scarf with an equestrian design tied into a perfect knot around her graceful neck.
"Nice scarf,"
Victoria said in her toneless manner before taking her seat at the head of the table.
"Too bad you won't be wearing it to host the show tomorrow."
Tony grabbed his wineglass and raised it in Victoria's honor.
"Welcome back. We knew you were innocent. Cheers to Victoria for holding up so well after a day of hardcore questioning."
Others joined in the toast, and Victoria was given a round of applause. Garrett took a seat next to Molly, while Victoria tugged on her pearls and smiled. While the group waited for the main courses to arrive, Alicia described a portrait she had appraised earlier in the day. "It was of Ulysses Grant. Just a black and white drawing, actually. I saw it on my way out this afternoon. This woman was loading it in her car. It wasn't even signed, but there was something about it that just spoke to me. Grant was sitting at a campaign desk and was leaning his head against one hand, like the weight of all that he was facing was just too much. "Did you give the woman an appraisal?" Lindsay asked. "Just a ballpark. Actually, I referred her to a Civil War expert I know." Alicia took a sip of wine. "I see so much art every week that it takes something special to make me stop and really be struck by a piece. I haven't felt that pop in a long time." "I know what you mean," Lindsay agreed. "I see hundreds of examples of linens and quilts and every kind of embroidery imaginable, but then someone walks in with a piece that just makes my heart stop. That's why I do this job, I guess." As sizzling steaks loaded with melted blue cheese arrived at the table, Boris began to tell the group about an interesting set of books he had appraised that day.
"Lee's biography in a 4-volume set," he said, describing the books. "They're not that rare. Dated 1937. Good shape. I've seen a bunch of them. But these were the first set I've seen signed and dated by the author, a guy named Douglas Freeman. He also wrote an inscription in each volume, a quote from Lee."
"Which one?" Lex asked with interest.
"I love that kind of stuff. I've watched that Ken Burns series on the Civil War at least 20 times.
Boris nodded.
The quote was, "A true man of honor feels humbled himself when he cannot help humbling others."
The group fell silent, digesting the powerful line along with their food.
"What is it with you Americans and this war?" Alexandra said, and looked to Garrett for support. "Do you understand it? And this General Lee," she snorted. "You'd think he was some kind of demigod. There are monuments and shops named after him all over this city."
"He's much like your Lord Nelson," Clara said calmly, though Molly could see annoyance in the way her mother's lips had drawn into a thin line. "He was a great commander and a good man."
"Yes, but Nelson won," Alexandra sneered. "I agree with you, Alex." Patrice shook his head. "That war needs to be forgotten down here, and Lee along with it." "Lee is a hero," Lex said, his voice thick with emotion. "He was honorable, courageous, and like the quote said, humble. He was just a man protecting his home. I was raised in Virginia, and I'll tell you one thing. If an army tried to invade her today, I would stand, my feet planted firmly on her soil, and fight them off." "Well said," exclaimed Boris, and clanked his beer mug against Lex's wine glass.
"Did any of you look at those daguerreotypes from the exhibit?" Lindsay asked, a hand futilely trying to replace stray hairs back into her bun. "Some of those boys. It's painful to look at them and wonder if they made it through the war." The group exchanged animated murmurs about the exhibit until Alexandra raised her voice once more. This time her face was aglow with triumph. "I'll tell you what's painful," she began. "What's that, dear?" Lindsay leaned forward, her owl-like face waiting expectantly.
"Painful is how obvious those fake Dahlonega coins are," Alexandra pronounced, and Jessica's hand abruptly jerked sideways, knocking an untouched goblet filled with red wine into her lap.
"Oh!" she yelped, and jumped up as a ruby stain bled over her pink floral skirt.
"I left a message for the curator of the museum to call me at my hotel first thing in the morning," Alexandra continued as if nothing had happened. "It's insulting to be part of an exhibit with such blatant fakes. Someone is bound to notice."
Garrett sat staring at Alexandra, his mouth ajar in astonishment. The other appraisers looked just as shocked.
"Are you sure?" Boris asked. "You haven't actually handled them, right?"
"No," Alexandra said flippantly as she beckoned the waitress.
I'll have a decaf with non-fat milk. If you don't have non-fat, I'll settle for 2%. Anyone else having coffee or dessert?" She turned her cold, lovely face to Molly. "Molly, I'm sure you're having dessert." Molly struggled to contain the anger that surged through her body. What a bitch! "How can you be so certain that they're fakes just by looking at them?" Garrett rephrased Boris's question. Molly sank back in her chair, relieved that the focus was quickly taken off of her. "Simple, darling," Alexandra cooed at Garrett. "The reverse should have a letter D for Dahlonega, but someone put a P there instead. Or it's a D with a tail. Either way, it's a major mistake that isn't some minting error. Once the curator really takes a look, he'll see that I'm right." "Why do you know so much about American coins?" Lex asked, obviously deciding to play devil's advocate. "It doesn't sound like there's much you like about our country." "I like coins." Alexandra sipped delicately on her decaf. "I like them regardless of what country minted them, and I know my coins well." "That you do," Victoria said quietly. "So it's a good thing you can get back to your regular job tomorrow as the show's coin appraiser, then, isn't it?" Alexandra shot daggers at Victoria while Garrett busily calculated everyone's share of the bill. The other appraisers were yawning as they handed Garrett money. Jessica was still blotting hopelessly at her skirt with a napkin dipped in ice water. Molly looked over at her mother. "Score one for Victoria," Clara whispered. Out loud, she said, "Madam, you must taste my flan. It's just as creamy and smooth as your beautiful skin." The Science Museum was quiet at night. The clamor that filled its enormous halls during the day died away by 6 o'clock in the evening. Except for the 2 security guards making their usual rounds past the dark exhibits, no footsteps echoed down the wide corridors. To save money, the museum administration had decided to keep lights on only in the entranceway, so the guards were forced to use powerful maglite flashlights as they toured the vast building. Just before midnight, the guards moved off to the small break room near the front door. The middle-aged guard named Chuck poured 2 cups of coffee and emptied a packet of sugar into each cup. The second guard, a young man named Bruce, shuffled cards with the quick, practiced motion of someone who has played many rounds of poker. "What'll it be first?" Bruce asked his partner. "Let's warm up with gin," Chuck said, placing the coffee cups on the table as Bruce dealt their hands. "What did your wife fix you tonight?" Bruce asked as he examined his hand. Chuck peeled back the aluminum foil covering his sandwich and moaned, "Bologna and peanut butter again." Bruce laughed. "I've got salami, ham, and Swiss. Ah, the life of a bachelor." "At least I've got the good chips this time," Chuck said, ripping open a bag of sour cream and onion ruffles. Over the noise of the crackling bag, the guards heard a pounding resound through the front hall. "What the?" Bruce began, but Chuck was already on his feet, his flashlight raised, though not yet switched on. "There's someone at the front door," Chuck said, pointing toward a waiting figure. As Bruce approached, the figure held up a Hidden Treasures identification badge and pressed it against the glass for inspection. "Ah, just one of those nutty appraisers," Bruce grumbled. "Some time of night to be working." He wrestled with a large bunch of jiggling keys until he had succeeded in unlocking the door's formidable deadbolt. "Evening, ma'am." Chuck smiled at the woman. She blinded him with a brilliant smile, and her beautiful face immediately captivated both men. "So sorry to trouble you both," she purred, holding open the heavy glass door. "But I suddenly recalled a mistake I must correct before the show opens tomorrow. I'll only be back there for an hour or so." At that moment, the woman dropped her trendy rectangular purse, and several items spilled out and rolled hither and thither across the marble floor. Bruce bent to retrieve a lipstick case and a pair of sunglasses, while Chuck picked up an expensive fountain pen and a roll of breath mints.
"Oh, how clumsy of me," the woman cooed, taking advantage of the distracted guards to quickly stick a piece of duct tape firmly over the door latch so that the knob could not automatically lock when closed. She released the door and watched with satisfaction as it closed but did not issue the soft click indicating that it was locked. "Thank you ever so much," the woman said as Bruce returned her purse with the gawkiness of a teenage boy. He watched the woman's mottled-thin figure as she walked with elegant grace in the direction of the great hall. She paused outside of the door leading to the ladies' room. "Ma'am," he called after her, "you need a flashlight?" "No, thank you," she called back over her shoulder. "I've got my own torch." As the woman's figure melted into the blackness, Bruce looked inquiringly at Chuck. "What's a torch?" he asked his partner. Chuck returned to the office and took a healthy bite from his sandwich. "Means flashlight," he said, and chewed. "She's English. They have different names for things over there." After crunching on a handful of chips, he re-examined his cards. "Come on now, let's get this game going." "What mistake do you think she's fixing?" asked Bruce as he fanned out his cards. After a moment's thought, he placed an ace of spades in the discard pile. "Who knows?" Chuck replied, studying the ace with carefully concealed interest. "Whatever it is, she can't get into too much trouble back there." Bruce nodded. "Yeah, that's true. We're in for another long, quiet night. And if you're lucky enough to win this hand, I'll give you half of my banana moon pie." That being said, Chuck examined his cards, forgetting all about the Englishwoman. Chapter 9. The basis of any cabinet, sideboard, wardrobe, cupboard, or bookcase is a carcass. Kenneth Davis and Tom Henvey, Restoring Furniture. Chuck and Bruce were relieved at 7 by the next shift. Their replacements, a stocky Italian from New Jersey by the name of Paolo and an African-American woman in her mid-40s named Crystal, arrived with steaming cups of coffee and a dozen donuts from the local grocery store. Paolo grumbled about Krispy Kreme's unavailability, but helped himself to a chocolate donut and bit into it with gusto. Bruce helped himself to a glazed donut as he related the details of their late-night visitor. "When did she finally leave?" Paolo asked as he slicked a strand of slippery black hair back into place behind his ear. Chuck shrugged as he collected his belongings. "Dunno. We did rounds about an hour after we'd let her in, and she was gone, as far as we could tell. Course, we had the alarms turned off just in case she decided to let herself out. Good thing we did, too." "Strange time of night to come to work," Crystal said after taking a deep gulp of coffee. "I heard these antique people were kind of crazy. Now I know it's the truth." Paolo, who was a closet collector of Marvel comic books, looked at the floor sheepishly and confessed, "I watched that show, Hidden Treasures." As he met the raised eyebrows of his 3 co-workers, he squared his shoulders and added in a whispered bravado, "Ever seen the host? She's a hottie." "Me, I'm hoping to get a glimpse of those long legs in person today." "Yeah, too bad she's been in jail for your other 2 shifts, Romeo," Crystal teased. "Ah, I heard all that on the TV, but I never thought she did it. Now, I wouldn't put it past that French guy, what's his name?" "Got me," Crystal said and gave him a playful nudge in the shoulder. "You're the one who watches the old ladies' antique show, not us. Plus, why you always gotta go dissing the French guy? You remember last year when you swore off French dressing and French wine on account of that French girl who dumped you? That what got you so hung up on the poor French, huh?" Paolo stroked his stubbly chin. "Jacqueline. Now, she was a beauty, mamma mia." Chuck and Bruce clapped Paolo on the back on their way out and smiled warmly at Crystal. "You two enjoy your shift, you hear?" Chuck said, opening the front door for Bruce. "Bachelors before old married men." He bowed to his partner. "You're just angling for your own salami and cheese tonight," Bruce said as he exited. "Got that right," Chuck replied as he released the door.
Crystal waited in the hall so that she could listen to the front doors automatically click shut, indicating that they were still locked. Paolo began whistling as he moved down the hallway, switching on the seemingly endless rows of overhead lights as he strolled along. Assuming that she couldn't hear the lock click into place over Paolo's frenzied whistling rendition of Stayin' Alive, Crystal settled down in the break room to enjoy her breakfast before she took her post at the front door. From her uncomfortable plastic chair, she would check the ID badges of everyone who tried to enter the building. No badge, no entry until the museum was officially open at 9. Crystal had 6 children, and she had heard every fib known to man. She was impervious to tears and unrelenting when it came to abiding by and enforcing the rules, whether she was at home or at work. So when Molly arrived at the front door just after 8, Crystal stood up from her stiff gray chair and opened the door just wide enough to ask, "ID, please?" "Oh, sure." Molly immediately began shuffling through her bag, as Crystal looked on with the same patient, bemused expression she wore while waiting for one of her 4 daughters to finish getting dressed for church. "I think I left it in the car," Molly said, unsure if this was indeed the case. "Can't let you in without it, ma'am," Crystal explained, using her pleasant but official tone. Molly took one look at Crystal and knew that trying to get in without a proper badge would prove impossible. When the badge wasn't anywhere in her car, Molly suddenly had a vision of it sitting on top of her nightstand back at the Traveler. "This is what happens when I only have 1 cup of coffee," Molly grumbled crossly, and then headed back to the bed and breakfast to retrieve her badge. On the way upstairs, she heard Jessica and Boris speaking in hushed tones in the hallway outside of their rooms. There was no sign of Garrett. Clara was already at the Strawberry Street house, supervising the loading crew who would be packing up all of Mrs. Sterling's possessions over the next few hours. Unable to control her nosiness, Molly slowed her ascent and listened to her 2 friends. "You know we could make it work," Boris was insisting. Jessica sighed heavily in exasperation. "How? Are we going to sign a contract? Exchange drops of blood? What? There's no guarantee." "Look, I'm just telling you that I want out of this whole greedy business." "Oh, Boris," Jessica said gently. "Money does matter. You've got to be more realistic about that." At that moment, Molly shifted her weight, and one of the wooden stairs groaned loudly. She quickly ran to the bottom, opened and shut the front door, and then began her ascent once more, this time making the appropriate amount of casual noise. "Hi there," Jessica said as they passed on the stairs. "Forgot my badge," Molly smiled. Jessica's face looked drawn. Behind Jessica's tiny figure, Boris looked slightly defeated, but still held his body with the rigidity of a determined general. "See you down there," he mumbled. Molly watched them leave, grabbed her badge from her room, and then returned to her car. She was perplexed by the odd conversation she had just overheard. Were Jessica and Boris discussing a personal relationship or a business matter? Molly couldn't tell. When she arrived back at the museum, the line that had begun to form outside the front door instantly distracted her. It looked like several hundred of the 1,000 ticket holders had already staked out their places. Eager faces with hands or arms grasping treasures waited to discover whether or not their valuables belonged in a museum or in their next yard sale. "Have fun." Molly smiled at the first few men and women in line and raised her ID badge for Crystal's examination. "Come on in," Crystal said cheerfully. "I don't think you missed anything exciting." Having finished switching all the lights on, Paolo should have returned to his station guarding the Civil War exhibit, but he could not resist the urge to speak with Tony the Toy Man about his comics, so he lingered on the fringes of Tony's booth, peering around the corner of the white screen in order to see what Tony was up to. "Are you spying on me?" Tony asked kindly, without looking up from the tin toy price guide he was reading.
No."
Paolo edged closer to the booth.
"Expecting a big crowd today?"
"Yep, there's a guy outside right now with a suitcase full of Popeye tin toys.
Thought I'd better check my references before I see him."
Tony raised his merry eyes to Paolo's.
"You collect anything?" he asked.
Paolo nodded enthusiastically.
"Marvel Comics." "Oh yeah? Which ones?"
Paolo stood up as straight and tall as his stocky body would allow.
"I've got the #1 X-Men from 1963. Never read. I've got it in a plastic cover. Thing's beautiful, man. Not a crease or a wrinkle in sight." "That's a keeper," Tony agreed. "I saw one go on eBay for just under $1,000 last week."
Paolo's face radiated pride, and he squared his shoulders as he shouted happily at Tony,
"So I've got something good." "You certainly do, my friend," Tony said, clapping Paolo on his broad back. "Now, if you'll excuse me." "Oh, sure."
Paolo retreated out of the booth and began whistling once again. By the time he had made his way back toward the Civil War exhibit, members of the public were already streaming inside and arranging themselves around the velvet stanchions. Paolo was just about to turn the corner and head for his appointed gray chair when he spotted Victoria Sterling greeting several members of the crew. She wore a form-fitting pantsuit in sage green with a white blouse, her triple strand of pearls, and a black and white striped handkerchief. Her hair was puffed and sprayed in place, and her makeup was far too heavy and dramatic for daytime wear. But Paolo thought Victoria looked absolutely stunning. He smiled at her widely as she passed by him in a fog of cloying floral perfume. Dumbstruck, he watched her pass, fantasizing that she would suddenly stop, turn, and see him as the man of her dreams. But the sound that pierced his stupor was not a sexual invitation from Victoria Sterling's sensuous painted lips. The sharp sound was out of place among the echoed murmurs of the museum patrons. Someone was shouting. A man. No, not shouting. He was screaming, "Help, help," at the top of his voice. Paolo's body finally jolted into action. He broke into a run as several other people ran past him in the opposite direction, clutching valuables and screaming. Was there a fire? Paolo's mind raced. Where were the alarms? "Help!" the man bellowed again, a plea then taken up by a woman who began screaming it over and over in a hysterical tirade. When Paolo finally got to the source of the screams, he immediately reached out toward the man and woman in order to try to calm them down. He briefly noticed shards of some kind of pottery scattered across the floor. The man shoved him roughly aside and pointed at something above and behind Paolo's back. The woman stooped, sobbing, and began to mindlessly retrieve the yellow-brown shards of pottery. Paolo swiveled his broad shoulders, utterly confused. "My God," he whispered as his eyes registered the terrible sight before them. A larger-than-life statue of Robert E. Lee stood against a wall painted with the state flag of Virginia. Lee held a sword in one hand and his army cap in the other. Above his meticulously detailed beard, his mouth looked grim, his jaw locked in earnest determination. Only the eyes, nestled beneath shaggy brows, betrayed a look of proud gentility mixed with a trace of deep sorrow. His uniform was obscured, not by a piece of marble sash or by the mane of his horse, but by the long, thin body of a dead woman. Hanging from Lee's neck, to which she was tied with her own Hermes scarf, the dead woman's head drooped at a severe downward angle, and her expensive leather pumps had fallen off and lay useless at the base of the statue. Black tracks from where the heels had scraped across the marble crisscrossed Lee's thighs like fresh wounds, but he didn't seem to notice. Alexandra looked like a statue herself. She was white and cold and utterly still. Chapter 10. Most broken legs can be repaired, the simpler ones even replaced. But if you come across an elaborately curved leg with a compound fracture, involving splits down the grain and loss of timber, remember that you will not be able to mend or replace it yourself unless your skills resemble those of the original maker. The Illustrated Guide to Furniture Repair and Restoration. Molly watched people whisk by as they raced for the exit in a complete panic, clutching their valuables to their chests as they shoved one another aside. Murmurs that there was a dead body in the Civil War exhibit flooded through the front hall like a swift wind. Shooting a nervous glance at Crystal, who was listening to Paolo's frantic garbling over the walkie-talkie as she edged toward the phone in the break room, Molly pointed toward the front doors. "Should I lock them?" she mouthed to Crystal as she twisted her hand in a pantomimed locking motion. The female security guard rapidly nodded while reaching for the phone. "No one is allowed in," Molly shouted at the curious group of people pushing forward, their intent on entering the building obvious. "There has been an incident inside. Please back away from the doors." She turned the deadbolt and took her stand by the door, shooing away determined members of the public who banged on the door or shouted to be let in, waving their tickets indignantly. Several members of the Hidden Treasures crew quickly took up Molly's cue and began ushering the people waiting in line within the front hall outside, making sure that no nosy Nellies slipped through the doors while this mass exodus was taking place. "Thanks, I got it from here," Crystal said, suddenly appearing at Molly's side. "The cops are coming." "I'd better make sure no one else slipped by," Molly offered helpfully as she hustled off toward the Civil War exhibit. Her motivation to see if the rumor about a dead body was true should have come from a professional desire to investigate the scene as a first-rate reporter. But Molly didn't give a moment's thought to her job, as she wondered what had happened deeper inside the museum. Pure and simple curiosity propelled her toward the dark-haired security guard, who stood staring up at the dead body of a woman strung up on a statue of the city's most beloved general. "Alexandra," Molly whispered, and stopped short at the sight of the limp figure and the stream of copper hair that covered the dead woman's face like an inert curtain. Molly put her hand over her mouth as if to contain any sound that might bubble up uncontrollably through her throat as she looked from Alexandra's drooping head to Paolo's gaping mouth to a woman sitting cross-legged on the floor fondling a pile of yellow, brown, and black pottery shards nestled in her lap. The woman's long skirt had formed a soft bowl for the pieces to sit in, and the woman fingered them repeatedly as she glanced up at Alexandra's body. As Molly bent over her, asking if she was all right in a soft whisper, the woman cried, "My rookwood floor vase!" She held up 2 shards with traces of floral decoration for Molly to see. "Ruined! And it was signed, too. I saw, and it just slipped from my hands. Oh, Lord." "It's going to be all right," Molly said gently, touching the sobbing woman on the shoulder. She then marched over and grabbed Paolo roughly by the arm. "Snap out of it, man," she ordered. "Can't you see this woman is in shock? Get her to the cafeteria and give her something to drink. Crystal's called the police. They're on their way." Paolo finally blinked as he looked away from Alexandra and turned his wide brown eyes toward Molly. "Who are you?" he asked, reality slowly setting in. "I'm with the show," Molly snapped, brandishing her badge. "Now get her out of here." She pointed at the woman on the floor. "Nasturtiums," the woman was sobbing as she swayed from side to side. "Van Briggle lost my beautiful nasturtiums." Paolo tenderly removed the shards from the woman's lap and placed them in the overturned cardboard box near her feet. The woman watched Paolo as he moved each piece of pottery as if he were transferring a baby bird to a new nest. She seemed immensely comforted by his delicacy. Finally, she allowed him to help her stand. She gathered the box in her arms and let herself be steered away from the exhibit. "I'll make sure no one else gets in," Molly assured Paolo as she marveled at her own nerve. Who was she to be giving orders to the security guard? Still, she believed he wasn't quite the man of action one needed during an emergency. Molly made a full circle of the room, but could see no traces of evidence indicating how Alexandra had been hung from Lee's statue. Aside from the presence of a dead body and Alexandra's discarded shoes and Gucci purse, which was lodged between Lee's marble boots, nothing seemed out of place around the exhibit. There were simply no telltale traces of the violent act that had been committed in this space. As Molly double-checked the display case filled with coins, documents, and daguerreotypes, Jessica and Boris entered the exhibit area. Jessica immediately shrieked and covered her eyes with her hands. Boris turned toward Molly with a completely astonished expression before enfolding Jessica in his arms. The other appraisers came running into the room en masse. Yelps and shouts of surprise and dismay filled the air, but everyone remained a careful distance from the corpse. Time moved in a slow-motion crawl as Molly stared at the other appraisers. A shiver ran down her spine as she realized that there was no chance that Randy had killed Alexandra. Was someone else in this group a murderer? She scanned the faces of Lindsay, Alicia, Tony, Victoria, Patrice, Garrett, Jessica, and Boris, but they all registered only horror mixed with pity over their co-worker's gruesome ending. Everyone seemed to be waiting for someone else to break the trance. As the minutes ticked by, a heavy feeling of unspoken accusations and nervousness descended on the silent group. Finally, Tony cleared his throat and said, "Guess she talked shit about the wrong general last night." He tried to laugh, but the sound came out as a strangled squeak, and as the others glared at him in disgust, he squatted down on the floor and put his head down in his arms. "What is happening in this goddamn museum?" he asked in a muffled plea. Alicia softly touched his mop of brown hair, and he leaned against her leg like a small child. "Who could have done this to her?" Lindsay asked, pulling a tissue out of her cavernous needlepoint handbag. "I wish we could get her down. She looks awful up there." "I'm going to be sick." Jessica clamped her hand over her mouth and ran off in the direction of the ladies' room. Boris turned to follow, hesitated, and then looked in silent appeal at Molly. She simply nodded and headed after Jessica, relieved to be in motion and heading away from Alexandra's corpse. As she headed for the restroom, a team of policemen jogged down the hallway. Molly recognized the burly, red-headed figure of Officer Combs. "You again?" he asked, none too kindly. "I don't like how bodies seem to pop up when you're around. Where are you rushing off to?" "Look," Molly's eyes narrowed. "I didn't find this body, and I'm going to the bathroom to check on a friend of mine. I think she's sick." "Well, get her and go straight to the cafeteria. We'll be questioning all of you antique freaks from there." Combs signaled at one of his officers. "Make sure they go straight downstairs." He uttered a tired sigh as he continued down the hallway. "Robeson's not going to like this mess." Molly threw Combs a look of malice, but he was already on his way toward the Civil War exhibit and the group of stunned appraisers. Quietly opening the bathroom door, Molly found Jessica leaning over one of the sinks, splashing cold water on her face and into her mouth. Tracks of black mascara ran down her cheeks, and her face was covered with red blotches. She glanced at Molly in the mirror but didn't speak. "You okay?" Molly asked in a whisper. She felt that there was something extremely fragile about Jessica in this moment. Jessica mechanically patted her face dry with a paper towel and then pressed her hands against her temples. "No," she replied so softly that if Molly had not seen her lips move in the mirror, she would not have known that the other woman had spoken at all. Jessica's fingers were trembling, and she pressed them deeply into the paper towel. "The police are here," Molly faltered. She was never good at comforting people and could never seem to find the right words to say. "They'll make this right. There's a really good guy in charge of this tragedy. He won't let it go unpunished." Jessica turned away from the mirror and looked at Molly. Her eyes were filled with despair. "You don't understand. I may have had something to do with Alexandra's death." Molly froze. "What do you mean?" Jessica reached for another paper towel and blew her nose into it. "I can't talk about it. Not yet." She gazed at her disheveled reflection in the mirror. "What will Boris think? Oh, God." Molly moved closer to her friend until she stood beside her. In the mirror, Her own reflection looked wide-eyed and pale. "Jessica, the police are here. If you know anything at all, you'd better tell them. This Detective Robeson isn't one to jerk around. If you've got something to hide, he's going to find out." Jessica shook her head from side to side. I know. Damn it," she shouted, her voice banging off the tiles like a cannon shot. "He'll never forgive me. He'll never understand." "Who, Boris?" Molly asked. Then she grabbed Jessica by the shoulders until the older woman looked up and faced herself again in the mirror. "Listen, Boris loves you. If you love him, then tell the truth." I will, Jessica promised. "But to him first, before the police." Molly hesitated. She dropped her hands from her friend's shoulders and moved off to the side. "Do you want to try it out on me first?" she asked as gently as she knew how. Jessica threw her wad of paper towels in the trash and ran her hands through her cropped white hair. "No, thanks. I will tell Boris, though, as soon as we go. I promise you." That would have to be enough, Molly thought. She noticed that half of Jessica's damp paper towels had missed the trash bin. Automatically reaching down to gather them up, she spied a small square of white paper lying on the ground. Picking it up, she unfolded it and saw a note that could only have been scrawled to Alexandra. A. Meet me at the Civil War exhibit just after midnight. I must see you. I have wanted you, but I had to wait. All will be made clear tonight. Jessica sucked in a sharp breath as she looked at the note. I got one of those too. Same handwriting. Did yours say to show up here last night? Molly asked. Jessica stared at the paper, her dark eyes opened wide in disbelief. No, I got mine weeks ago. It's from the same person, though. I see that writing in my sleep. Who is it, Jessica? Tell me. When her friend didn't answer, Molly's voice turned harsh and demanding. People are dying, Jessica. Who is it? I don't know exactly, Jessica yelled frantically. I don't. Mine wasn't signed either. What did it say? I have to tell Boris first. Jessica abruptly turned toward the door. After that, it doesn't matter who knows. And she went out, her shoulders slumped in despair. Molly put the note inside a paper towel and folded the towel in half. She approached the policeman who'd been waiting outside the restroom for her. She watched Jessica's small figure move down the hall and wondered what on earth was happening to the appraiser. This was in the bathroom. Molly handed the cop the paper towel. There's a note inside. I believe it might be a piece of evidence. Did you touch this? The officer asked. Yes, I picked it up and read it. I didn't know it was important at the time. Okay, the officer said. I'll give this to Detective Robeson. Let's get you to the cafeteria now. And you'd better get some coffee, he suggested kindly. It's going to be a long day. Fredericksburg, Virginia, 1778. They call themselves the Hazard Club after the dice game, but it seems clear that their name has a more dire meaning, Elspeth said, and stood up, leaning heavily against the slant front desk for support. I will burn this letter, and then no one will know of the club's wicked assignment or of my shame. No. Thomas grabbed Elspeth's hand as she reached out to release the parchment into the blazing hearth. Elspeth's blue eyes grew round with surprise as she watched Thomas's dirt-smudged hand close upon her own white-laced sleeve. Pardon me, miss, but if you burn that letter, the others in the Hazard Club will not be revealed. We must let them believe their secret place is yet undiscovered, and then catch them in the act of, what is it they have planned? They plan to destroy the munitions factory, Elspeth said, folding the parchment neatly into a small square once again. In 2 nights, on the full moon. Elspeth passed the document to Thomas, and he replaced it within the hollow niche in the slide support, and then pulled the writing lid back down. His hand lingered on the smooth, simple finish of the black walnut, and he was instantly comforted by its reliable strength and durability. My father is just like this piece you made, Mr. Fleming, full of secrets. And my own brother, my dear Charles, he has marched north to join with General Washington, and my father betrays him even now, as Charles faces battle for the first time. Why, he's barely more than a child, but he ran off and enlisted before my father had a chance to talk sense into him. Now I know why father was so upset when he found out." She spoke the word father as if it tasted foul to her tongue. He wasn't concerned for his son's welfare, but that his own child had chosen the wrong side.
"I'm sorry, miss." Thomas searched for something to say. "You can help your brother by protecting our weapons. I know a few men who can be trusted through thick and thin. We shall stop the plans of the Hazard Club, never fear."
"And what shall I do?" Elspeth asked angrily. "Serve my father tea and cakes as if nothing has happened?"
"He must not know you have discovered his secret. Your life could be in danger, miss."
"Elspeth, please. You and I are in this together now." Elspeth managed an almost indiscernible smile.
"Thomas Fleming, at your service," he said with an awkward bow. His game leg had long since robbed him of any hope of grandiose gestures, but Elspeth was moved by his composure, and felt assured that he was the type of man who was exactly as he appeared, simple, loyal, and honorable. "We shall form our own society, Thomas. You and I will bring down the Hazard Club with a single blow. If there are any complications, then I shall come to your shop and warn you. Now, I shall give you all the details of the planned attack against the munitions factory so that you can share them with our fellow patriots. In return, I want to see my father arrested, but not harmed. Agreed?" Thomas nodded his assent, feeling a growing respect for this young woman's pluck. Elspeth related the details of the short letter. Once she had finished, she removed a ribbon the shade of cornflowers from her hair. "Give me your hair tie," she demanded. "We shall trade to show our allegiance to each other." "It matches your eyes," Thomas stated shyly, holding the delicate piece of silk in his large palm. Elspeth smiled a bittersweet smile, taking the piece of leather Thomas held out to her.
"At least I have made a friend today. It eases the pain a trifle."
"Aye, that you have. If any trouble should arise for you, Elspeth, seek me out, and I shall protect you."
"My thanks, but you had better go now. My maid is half-witted, but not so half-witted that she would believe it would take this long for you to measure our dining room. Good luck, and go with care."
"You as well. I shall see you again once all the traitors are under lock and key." Thomas moved to the front door. "You are a brave young lady. The patriots are fortunate to have you on their side."
"You as well, Thomas Fleming. I shall see you in 3 days," Elspeth said as she shut the door.
Outside, Thomas glanced down at the blue ribbon in his hand. He brought it to his face and smelled a hint of jasmine. Clutching the ribbon gently in his fist, Thomas rushed back to the workshop, where he began to plan the fall of the Hazard Club. Chapter 11. Pray, for what do we move ever, but to get rid of our furniture, our exuviae, at last to go from this world to another newly furnished, and leave this to be burned? The writings of Henry David Thoreau. The cafeteria was filled with anxious appraisers and Hidden Treasures crew members in their black T-shirts. The subdued whispering, coupled with all of the black clothing, created a funereal atmosphere. Molly's eyes darted about in search of Jessica, but at that moment Detective Robeson and a host of other burly, stone-faced policemen entered the room.
"Mon Dieu,"
mumbled Patrice.
"the Titans have arrived."
"Who?" Alicia asked nervously.
"You know, Greek mythology. The Titans were enormous beings who once ruled the earth. They were taller than the mountains and could shake the ground when they walked. This group looks just as alarming."
"That's their intimidation factor," Alicia replied, twisting a clump of her shiny black hair into a knot. "And it's working."
"All right, people," Officer Combs called for quiet. The room was instantaneously still. We're calling you in for questioning one at a time. You will follow me to the staff lounge, be fingerprinted, questioned, and then taken to another room. No one leaves this building until we say so. Do not talk about this case. Get food or drink as you need, and if you must use the facilities, ask an officer for permission, and you will be escorted to the restrooms. Only one person at a time in the restroom. Is this clear?"
Several heads nodded.
"Now, we've got about 40 people to question, so we have decided to proceed alphabetically. We will begin with Adams, Christopher Adams."
Most of the women in the room couldn't help but follow Chris's progress to the front of the room with appreciative stares. Molly was again struck by the surreal color of his aquamarine eyes as he turned to smile at someone who'd whispered, "Good luck." His tight black T-shirt stretched across his muscular back as he quickly but confidently approached Officer Combs.
"To the lion's den I go."
He tried to sound nonchalant, but his clenched fists and white knuckles revealed his nervousness. "It'll be over in no time," Molly offered, feeling sorry for the handsome young man. She was rewarded with a shy grin before Combs grabbed Chris by the arm and led him away as if he were already deemed guilty. 10 minutes later, Combs returned, list in hand.
"Appleby, Molly,"
he yelled, even though Molly was seated front and center. She felt as though she were heading for the electric chair as all eyes in the room fastened on her. Garrett, who was seated beside her, patted her hand and gave her a ridiculously comic wink. She hoped her butt didn't look big in her stretch khaki pants as she trotted off next to Combs and self-consciously tugged her blouse down over her hips. Molly was fingerprinted in less than a minute, and then given a moist towelette to futilely attempt the removal of black ink from her fingers. Scrubbing at her right thumb, she was led before Detective Robeson and asked to sit in a rock-hard wooden chair in front of him. Only a Spartan metal table separated them. Robeson turned his legal pad to a fresh page and began talking.
"So let's start with last night, Miss Appleby."
He began in a no-nonsense tone. Not a single trace of yesterday's gentleness lingered.
"Tell me about what you did since I saw you last. Where did you eat dinner, for example? Leave no detail out, please. You never know what could be important."
Molly stared at Robeson's massive hand as he gripped his pencil like a vice. She gulped and began to recite every nuance of last night's meal at Elmo's, from the seating arrangement to what everyone ate to Victoria's dramatic entrance. When she reached the part about Alexandra declaring the Dahlonega coins a fake, Robeson's eyes finally left his paper and came to rest on Molly's face.
Hold on. Tell me more about these coins."
Molly repeated what she had learned from the gentleman curator in the seersucker suit. She explained what he had told her about the rarity of the coins and their incredible monetary value.
"So this local curator quoted you a value of close to $500,000?
Robeson asked, a spark of interest appearing in his molasses-brown eyes. "Yes, sir," Molly said, relaxing. Once again she felt that she could be of help to the intimidating detective. She could already envision the headline of the next issue of Collectors Weekly. It would read, "CW reporter aids Richmond police solve 2 homicides."
"Now there's a motive,"
Combs mumbled, and Robeson shot him an aggravated glance.
"Please continue."
Robeson raised his pencil and held it poised over the legal pad. "A motive and a means," Molly added smugly to what Combs suggested.
"What means? Explain."
Robeson lifted one eyebrow like an expectant schoolteacher. "There was a blackout on Tuesday. It only lasted about 5 minutes, but that would have been long enough to steal the Dahlonega coins and replace them with fakes." Molly remembered the pinprick of light she had seen near the display cabinet containing the coins. "I didn't think anything of it at the time," she continued excitedly. "But someone could have been back there swapping the coins. I saw a light, like one cast by a penlight." Again Molly's mind drifted off, focusing on bold newspaper headlines and a stack of fan mail piled on her desk. Surely all of the South's major papers would want to run such a sensational story. She'd be famous. And if she ended up on television, she was going to need a new outfit, and perhaps a trim, too.
Robeson took a few notes. Let's get back to the dinner now. Disappointed in Robeson's lack of fervor over her testimony thus far, Molly went on to describe Jessica knocking over the wineglass and Alexandra's denouncement of General Lee. She finished by repeating who went home in which car. So you, Boris, Jessica, and your mother returned to the Traveler just before 10 o'clock. Is that right?
Molly nodded. The others are staying at a place a few miles west of here. I don't remember the name, but it's a chain hotel. Garrett took Victoria to the hotel in his car because the minivan was full, but he's staying with us at the Traveler. I don't know when he got back. I'm a pretty heavy sleeper.
And what about this morning? What did you do?
Robeson scribbled on his pad. Not too much to tell there. I got up at about 7, had breakfast, came here, forgot my ID badge, went back to my hotel for it, returned to the museum, and saw the body. Molly examined her stained fingers unhappily. Will I be able to wash my hands after this?
Yes,
Robeson said distractedly.
Did you see anyone else at your hotel before coming here?
Molly remembered returning to the Traveler in order to retrieve her ID badge. She hesitated, but then described the short conversation she had overheard between Jessica and Boris. Robeson was bound to find out anyway.
What do you think that was about? Combs demanded.
I have no idea, Molly shrugged innocently. I just met these people a few days ago.
Combs.
Robeson pointed at the door without looking up.
Go get the next person for questioning.
Combs sulked, but did as he was told. Now that she was alone with Robeson, Molly's hands began to grow clammy. Robeson stared at his pad, unblinking and silent, while Molly wondered what he was thinking. I don't think they're the ones, Molly offered quietly. Boris and Jessica, I mean. That note, she struggled to put her thoughts into words. It implies some kind of intimate meeting. At least that's the way I interpret it. Boris and Jessica are in love with each other, even though she won't admit it, so neither of them would be involved with Alexandra.
So,
Robeson cupped his large chin with his hand and rubbed his stubble.
Who do you like for it, then?
Molly hesitated, not comprehending this cop-talk phrase, but then she translated the question. Who is the killer? Randy's in the clear for this murder. He's still in jail, right? Molly asked. Robeson nodded in agreement. Someone didn't want Alexandra talking to that local curator this morning. She had to be killed before she spoke to him. No one else knows coins, except for Garrett, so unless he or the curator examined them and raised the alarm, no one would believe for certain they were fakes. If no one examined them, then whoever stole the original coins could get away with robbery. Today is the show's last day. Tomorrow the crew packs up. He or she would have been scot-free within 24 hours. Robeson said nothing. The clock on the wall circulated its red second hand forward with a persistent hum.
Any holes to this theory?
Robeson finally asked. Molly sighed. Yeah, plenty. Why kill Alexandra when her death only draws attention to the fake coins? And why kill her in the museum? It's like the killer wanted to make a big statement, but now the whole world will be looking for him. Robeson stood.
I'll take your statement into serious consideration. If you think of anything else, let me know.
He strode past her and opened the door.
And Miss Appleby,
he said as he looked down at her benevolently.
Good work finding that note.
Molly smiled. Thanks. She paused in the doorway. Will you want to talk to my mother? Robeson shook his head.
Not at the moment. You're free to go as well. Just don't return to the cafeteria.
Yes, sir. Molly avoided eye contact with Combs as he led a terrified crew member toward the fingerprinting station.
Do I need a lawyer?
The man asked, his hands violently trembling over the ink pads.
Not unless you've got something to hide,
Combs stated wickedly.
And where do you think you're going? he asked Molly sharply. "Detective Robeson said I could leave," she retorted. "So I'm leaving." And then, unable to think of some caustic remark to sting him with, Molly stuck her tongue out at the stunned policeman. The first thing Molly did upon arriving at the Traveler was take off her pointy shoes, which had been mashing her toes together until they formed a warped triangle. After kicking them aside, she resolved to trade in style for comfort where her feet were concerned, and then flopped onto the comfortable bed with a sigh of relief. She wanted to spend a few minutes trying to digest all that had happened in the last few days. Randy had killed Frank, and now Alexandra had been murdered. Was there a connection between the two murders, or was someone else simply inspired by Randy's act of violence? Molly could only assume that Randy had killed Frank out of pent-up rage. So Frank's was a murder ignited by hatred mixed with a little insanity. Someone else must have killed Alexandra to prevent her from meeting with the curator and firmly establishing that the valuable Dahlonega coins were actually fakes. That crime was motivated by fear, but also by hatred. Stringing Alexandra up so that she would hang from Lee's marble neck was a deliberate and possibly vengeful act. But who would do such a thing? As Molly began thinking back on all the conversations from last night's dinner, she began to grow sleepy. "I'll just close my eyes for a second," she thought. Within minutes, she was fast asleep. 2 hours later, Molly awoke with a very full bladder. The 4 cups of coffee she'd consumed that morning had filled her close to the bursting point. She was hungry, too. After taking care of her more immediate needs, Molly pulled out a large bag of fat-free pretzels, a spiral notebook, and a pen from her bag. Sitting at the mahogany writing desk, she tore open the bag of pretzels and began to create a list of all those present at last night's dinner. It was time to figure out the killer's identity. Molly knew that she could eliminate Lex, Clara, and herself as possible murderers. That left Garrett, Victoria, Jessica, Boris, Tony, Patrice, Lindsay, and Alicia. Unless 2 of them were working together, Molly did not think any of the women had the strength to pull Alexandra's body into the air and secure the woman's dead weight to Lee's statue. Even though Alexandra probably weighed a mere 120 pounds, that still was a formidable weight for another woman to lift. Molly was just beginning to create a column named Motive next to the name of each appraiser when the phone rang, scattering her thoughts completely. "Hello?" she answered crossly, not bothering to mask her annoyance over being interrupted. How could she become a famous heroine if she had no time to think? "Molly?" a familiar voice asked. Molly's heart skipped 2 beats. "Matt? Is that you?" "God, Molly, I've been trying to reach you for days. Didn't you get my number in Ohio?" "No. That new receptionist, Brittany, said you didn't leave it for me," Molly said, disliking the whiny, defensive tone that had crept into her voice. Matt groaned. "Of course I did. And the number she gave me for you is completely wrong. I've been waking up this poor old man night after night. He's ready to kill me." Molly laughed, relief flooding through her that Matt had not forgotten about her. "It is so good to hear your voice. Things are really crazy up here." "So I've heard," Matt said somberly. "I talked to Clayton yesterday about the death of Frank Sterling. Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine," Molly reassured him. "In fact, there was another murder last night." She went on to describe the group dinner, how Alexandra had been strangled, and how she, Molly, had been of invaluable assistance to the Richmond police force. This last bit was slightly exaggerated, but Molly could never resist an opportunity to make herself look good in front of Matt. Matt was worried. "So there have been no arrests?" "Not yet." "Molly, I don't like this. Don't stick your nose into this one. Let the police find the murderer. In fact, why don't you come home? The show's over now anyway, right?" Molly squeezed the receiver affectionately. She loved it that Matt was fretting over her. Just the way he said home seemed like he was really saying she should return to him. Maybe their relationship could really become official once she was back in North Carolina.
Shaking away rosy visions of Matt sweeping her feather-light body into his arms and swinging her around like a top, Molly replied, "It's sweet of you to worry about me, Matt, but everything's fine, and the police need all the help they can get. Now, tell me what's going on with you. What happened with your brother?"
Don't try to change the subject. Johnny got into a car accident and his leg was broken. I went to Ohio to help him home from the hospital and to stock his fridge and stuff. His girlfriend's taking next week off of work, so I'll be back in Durham tomorrow.
"Maybe we'll finally get to spend some time together," Molly said hopefully.
Only if you promise to stay out of this mess, Molly. What's the name of this bed and breakfast you're in?
"The Traveler, after Lee's famous horse. Why?"
I just want to set that Brittany straight when I get back to the office on Monday, Matt replied sternly.
"I think she saw your picture on the staff wall and developed an instant crush on you," Molly teased. "Can't say that I blame her."
Matt's tone softened. Look, Molly, come home tomorrow. I'll take you out wherever you want to go.
Molly was highly tempted by the tender pleading in Matt's voice. "We'll see. This is a huge story, Matt. Swanson would string me up like a set of Christmas lights if I left now." Matt uttered a defeated sigh.
You're probably right. Just be careful, please. I'm going to call you tomorrow night as soon as I get in.
He paused.
I miss you, Molly.
Molly felt warmth flow through her face. "I miss you too," she whispered, smiling. After she hung up, she practically bounced off the bed and grabbed the pad of paper listing the names of the appraisers. It was time to do some sleuthing, but first, she needed to discover the secret Jessica had been keeping. She looked at her watch. It was time for tea. Hopefully, Boris and Jessica were back from being questioned, and Clara would be available as well. Her mother would help Molly straighten out her theories by playing devil's advocate to everything she said. Barreling down the stairs with an utter lack of decorum, Molly arrived in the dining room to the welcome sight of her mother's crown of thick brown hair, her head bent over an antique furniture reference guide. She also recognized the tantalizing aroma of warm bread pudding. Clara looked up from her book. "You sounded like a herd of elephants just now. Where's the fire?" "No fire. But if that's bread pudding with vanilla custard sauce, then my day has just improved significantly," Molly said, pouring herself a cup of tea. "What's going on around here?" Clara demanded. "Jessica and Boris came straight in the front door and then locked themselves in the parlor. They've been in there almost an hour, and I can't hear a word they're saying." She frowned in annoyance. "I can't stand it. Would you put down that spoon and go do some snooping?" Molly grinned at her mother. "And people wonder where I get my nosiness from? I'll go in a minute," she said, spooning a generous portion of bread pudding loaded with plump raisins on her plate. "I haven't had any lunch today, so don't be shocked at how much of this I eat. Plus, I need the energy. You and I have a murder to solve." "I thought Randy was already in jail," Clara asked, nonplussed. "He is, for the first murder. There's been another one. Now be quiet so I can fill you in on all the details." "Oh, boy." Clara closed her book and took a swallow of tea. "I can see that cocktail time is going to start a little early today." Chapter 12. I have gone through almost trackless forest, over rugged roads or crumbling doorways. I have gone on the spur of a moment of notice of a sale or of any division of an estate, the breaking up of a home, or the division of property. Paul Burroughs, Southern Antiques. Strong afternoon sunlight slanted into the front parlor of the quiet bed and breakfast. The bookshelves flanking the fireplace were loaded with antique reference guides, mostly about porcelain collecting, and a dozen binders filled with pristine back issues of Southern living. A pair of sterling Tiffany candlesticks holding cranberry-colored beeswax candles stood proudly on the mantel, and an array of glass paperweights lined the space between the candlesticks. Occasionally, a shard of sunlight would catch a splinter of cobalt or emerald green within one of the paperweights, and the color would soar outside of its casement, like a ghost rising from a coffin. Seated in a wing-back chair, Jessica was staring forlornly at her folded hands.
Across the room in a matching chair, Boris gazed emptily at the intricate patterns of the crimson and navy blue wool Caucasian rug. He traced the ochre border of diamonds with his left foot, as if deep in thought. Finally, he stood, glancing briefly toward the bay windows and out onto the street beyond, before wordlessly leaving the room. As Boris stepped through the French doors dividing the parlor from the hall, Molly and Clara watched him expectantly. He glanced at them briefly, sorrowfully, his stately face mottled with red patches where he had dragged his hands roughly across the skin. With an expression of anger mixed with confusion, Boris opened his mouth as if to speak, then abruptly turned and burst through the front door. He slammed it so hard behind him that the glass panes rattled. Mrs. Hewell scurried into the hall from the kitchen. "Hello," she called as she approached. "Here for tea?" She stopped as she noticed Molly and Clara already seated in the dining room. "Oh, good. I was worried the bread pudding would go cold." "It's absolutely delicious," Molly quickly assured her. "And where is the charming Englishman and that delightful couple who usually join you? Busy at work?" Mrs. Hewell looked around. Trying to distract Mrs. Hewell before she spotted Jessica sitting forlornly in the parlor, Clara jumped up and said, "Oh, I would just love to know more about your collection of sterling tea strainers. I snooped around your kitchen yesterday and saw them hanging above the sink. Where on earth did you find them all?" Mrs. Hewell beamed. "Each one has its own story. I'd love to tell you about them, my dear. Come along with me." Confident that Mrs. Hewell would be tied up for longer than Clara might like, Molly made her way quietly into the parlor. "How did it go?" she asked Jessica softly. "Well, now he thinks I'm a total schmuck, but what else could he think?" Jessica looked up. Tears swam in her eyes, but she refused to let them fall. "I didn't tell the detective the whole truth this morning, so I'll have to go back in now." "Would you like me to come along?" Molly asked, gazing at her friend anxiously. Jessica's shoulders sagged in resignation. "Thanks. I could use the company." "I'd better let them know we're coming," Molly said. "Let me go upstairs and get my keys. I'll call Robeson and then take you down to the station." "I'll be here." Jessica leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. "It's time to face the music." "You believe that you're an unintentional accessory in Ms. Lincoln's death?" Robeson asked calmly. From his chair set back in the corner of the room, Combs stared at Jessica like a hungry wolf that suddenly happened upon a wounded sheep. "Yes, Detective," Jessica said, taking a swig of water from the plastic bottle she always seemed to have with her. "But I need to start from the beginning in order to explain all of this, and it's a long story." "We've got all the time in the world," Robeson replied casually. "You just tell us what you came here to tell us. However you need to do it is up to you." "Thank you," Jessica nodded in gratitude. "It all started with me and Saul, my ex-husband. We met back in college. He was studying business, and I was trying out all different branches of the arts. But I found my real passion when I took a class in metallurgy. Seems I had a natural, God-given gift for jewelry making. In fact, I sold so much of it during the last 2 years of college that I was able to save enough money to pay for graduate school. The summer after our college graduation, Saul and I got married. Boy, I thought our future was so neatly mapped out. Saul got an MBA, and I began to make a name for myself as a jeweler by creating copies of famous pieces of historical jewelry, mostly antiquities. I could copy anything from an Egyptian necklace to a pair of Byzantine earrings. Of course, my jewelry was much more affordable. Saul worked as an investment banker, but it wasn't long before he quit, and we opened a jewelry store featuring my work, as well as all of the other regular stuff, like watches and engagement rings. We also carried antique furniture and some old art. We were living in Atlanta then. Everything was going great. I gave birth to beautiful twin boys named Jacob and James. Over the next 2 or 3 years, our store, Rosen Jewelry and Antiques, made so much money that we opened a second store, and then a third, It was this success that was to spell the end of my marriage. You see, Saul hired a retired jewelry appraiser to run our third store, but this man didn't want to work weekends. So Saul also hired a ditzy blonde named Barbara to cover those hours. She seemed honest, reliable, and even had some retail experience, but she knew nothing about jewelry. Saul said he had a good feeling about her, so he hired her anyway. Good feeling? Ha! He felt her all right. Apparently they had an affair through the entire second half of our marriage. That would be 8 years. When I began to grow increasingly suspicious, Saul started to plan his escape. He transferred all kinds of funds to secret accounts and put everything he could in his own name, from our new house to cars to the third store, you name it. I was too busy designing jewelry and raising our sons to bother too much about the financial side. Oy vey, would I come to regret that? The day after the twins graduated from junior high, we threw them a huge party. It was the last time they would ever see their father. The next day, Sunday, Saul got up before everyone else, put a suitcase in the car, and disappeared. Every dime in our accounts, including the trust set up for the boys' college funds, was gone. Even the money in the store tills was taken, along with the entire inventory of 3 shops. Of course, Barbara was gone too. To make a longer story a little less long, let me say that I hired a private investigator who eventually found Saul sunning himself at a mansion in Coconut Grove, Florida. My PI served Saul with a lawsuit and divorce papers at the same time. Little good either one did me. Saul died 2 days later from a heart attack. Personally, I think an angel struck Saul down with some invisible lightning, but believe it or not, his death left me even worse off than before. He left everything to Barbara, who'd given birth to a baby girl shortly after they moved to Florida. I am still contesting Saul's will. Jessica took a big breath and then exhaled slowly as if releasing some of the anger she had gathered in the telling of her tale. My boys are hard workers. They helped me stay afloat with one store until I was invited to join Hidden Treasures. I bought a duplex in Charlotte, and my mother moved in with us. Jacob and James, they took part-time jobs instead of playing sports or dating or doing all the things high school boys should be able to do. Both of them are going to apply to NC State this spring, but even with financial aid, I'm not making enough to send them both. The damn lawyers. They've been sucking me dry for years. Here Jessica had to pause. Talking about her dutiful sons and her husband's betrayal was something she had never done, not with anyone. Emotions were welling up in her chest and making it difficult for her to breathe. "Give yourself a minute," Robeson said kindly. "Can I get you anything? Coffee?" Jessica shook her head. "No, let's just get this over with. This is the second time I've told this story today, and I'm not getting any better at it." Combs shifted impatiently in his chair. 3 months ago, a man called me at home, before I started taping this season's show, and asked me if I could make him 6 gold coins. He said he had seen my work replicating Roman coins, and wondered if I could do the same with some old American coins. He was going to use them to make a special gift for his wife. He wanted 6 $3 Dahlonega coins because his wife was from that part of Georgia. He said his name was David Smith and that he would pay me $8,000 in cash to make the coins. He said he didn't care what the coins were really made of, just that they looked like gold and were as authentic-looking as possible. He mailed me several excellent photographs of the $3 Dahlonega coin he wanted replicated, detailed dimensions, and a money order for $2,000. Now, I know I should have questioned Mr. Smith a little further on why he wanted these coin fakes, but I didn't. I knew the story about a gift to his wife was garbage, but I needed the money. He gave me 3 weeks to get them ready. I made the coins and sent them to a P.O. box in D.C., and he mailed me a money order for another $6,000. I thought this was the end of my dealings with Mr. Smith, but a few days after I banked the money order, and just before I left to start this season's taping in Tampa, I found a small handwritten note placed under my windshield wiper. I don't remember it verbatim, but it said something like, "Tell no one about the coins. You will be given more opportunities to work for us."
Robeson lifted his eyes from his legal pad.
"Are you sure that it said us and not me?" he asked.
"Pretty sure." Jessica frowned in thought.
"Do you still have that note?"
Combs demanded. Jessica swiveled around in her chair and looked at him as if seeing him for the first time, but she answered the question by refocusing her attention on Robeson's face.
"It's back home in Charlotte. I don't know why I didn't throw it out. Of course, I knew then that the coins were likely made for some illicit purpose, but what could I do? I had taken the money. What was done was done."
Robeson tapped his pencil against his chin.
"How did you make the coins?"
"It wasn't that hard," Jessica shrugged. "I had all of the raw materials from my days in the jewelry business. Saul took the entire inventory of jewelry, but I kept all of the tools. First, I created a model of the original coin out of plaster of Paris. That took the longest because I had to do a ton of detailed carving for that step. Then I used silicone rubber to produce a negative mold of the plaster. I made 7 of those, 1 for each coin Mr. Smith requested, and an extra in case I screwed up."
"Do you still have the molds?"
Combs asked curiously.
"The extra one?
No, I tossed them after I banked the money order. After that, I melted down a bunch of nickels and filled the silicone molds. Once the coins were out, I dipped them in gold plate and checked over the fine details. Everything looked good, except that they were way too shiny."
"But you were able to fix that,"
Robeson stated. "Yes, I used a tool like the dentist uses to polish your teeth. With a soft pad, I buffed the finish and removed the shine. I don't remember making a tail on the letter D, but the smallest slip of the wrist and any mark could have gotten on the original mold. Alexandra must have really had a good eye to spot that mistake. But anyone who really knew coins only had to hold one of my fakes to know both the weight and color were off."
"What did you think about the Dahlonega coins you saw in the Civil War display?" Robeson asked. "Didn't you recognize them?"
Jessica leaned forward. "That's the thing. I never checked that exhibit out. I've been pretty busy, and frankly, wars just aren't my thing. I'm tired of battles, Detective." She fixed her eyes straight at Robeson and said earnestly, "The first I heard of the Dahlonega coins were at dinner last night. That's why I spilled the wine. I knew that those fakes were mine. This morning I was heading for the exhibit to examine them when I heard about Alexandra, about her death. I still haven't seen the coins, real or fake." Robeson set his eyes on the small woman sitting before him and issued the fiercest, most daunting stare in his arsenal of deadly looks. After a few seconds, which seemed to last forever, he obviously decided that Jessica was telling the truth. His rigid body relaxed, and his dark eyes returned to his pad.
"Are there any other details you can think of that might tie into this investigation?"
he asked. "Just that the handwriting on my note was the same on the note Alexandra received. Whoever she met that night, it was the man I knew as David Smith."
"We need your note, I'm afraid."
Robeson turned to Combs.
"Find a man to go to Charlotte. He'll need to leave today."
"Does that mean I'm going home?" Jessica's voice rose hopefully.
"It does. If we need anything more from you, you'll have to return to Richmond."
Robeson stood.
"I appreciate your coming forward with this information. I cannot say that there will not be repercussions concerning the forgery of the coins, but I will do my best to exonerate you in exchange for your help with this investigation."
Combs spluttered until his shock at what he considered his superior officer's leniency became a spasmodic coughing fit.
"However, I must advise you not to leave North Carolina and to give us your contact information, including home and cell phone numbers. Regardless of your coming forward, you are still very much involved with an ongoing murder investigation."
Jessica bowed her head meekly. "I understand. I just want to spend some time with my boys."
Officer Combs will be by your hotel with a statement for you to sign. Please read it over carefully. He will also be bringing with him an officer who will accompany you to Charlotte. Please give this officer the note and any materials you used in making those coins."
Molly put her arm around her weary friend and ushered her from the room. "You did the right thing, Jess. It'll work out. You'll see." But Molly didn't know whether she believed her own words, and she turned away so that Jessica wouldn't see the doubt and anxiety flashing through her gray eyes. Outside, Jessica paused before getting in Molly's Jeep. She looked out into the oncoming twilight and allowed one tear to escape down her smooth cheek. "I've loved Boris for 3 years, Molly. I didn't want to, but I do. I swore I'd never be with another man, that I'd never let anyone threaten the peace I have with my sons, so I've been fighting him off. He kept trying to show me that I could trust again, and I kept driving him away." She wiped at her face as another tear slipped out, and then examined her wet palm, as if wondering where the moisture had come from. "Today, it looks like I've finally succeeded." Jessica was gone by sundown. The traveler was oddly still. Boris had not returned, and Garrett was nowhere to be seen. Clara waited for her daughter's return in the parlor. A Welsh mystery set in a remote mountainous village lay open on her lap, and a highball glass filled with Crown Royal and soda perched on a stand within easy reach. "How did it go?" she asked, her gray eyes soft in the lamplight. "I saw Jessica leave with a policeman. She's not being arrested, is she?" Molly flopped down in the other wing chair. "No, she made a mistake, but she's no murderer. She could have been, though, with what her husband did to her." "Why don't you tell me over dinner?" Clara asked, taking a sip of her cocktail. "Mrs. Hewell said there's a neat restaurant called the Old Tobacco Warehouse within walking distance. They're supposed to have a 4-story atrium that takes your breath away. Doesn't a plate of chicken cooked in sherry sauce sound good about now? And she also highly recommended the roasted garlic mashed potatoes." "Yes, let's go." Molly jumped up hungrily. "Boy, I'd never survive on one of those no-carb diets." "Well, there are no carbs in this drink, and I'm going to finish it, so you may as well fill me in on what happened at the station while you're waiting." Molly sank back down into her chair and gave a condensed version of Jessica's sad tale. "That poor woman!" Clara exclaimed. "At least your father took off right after you were born. Her sons must not know what to think. Their father just up and leaving them like that? What scum!" Molly didn't want her mother to launch into some bad father tirade, so she quickly said, "So let's assume that Mr. Smith is really one of the Hidden Treasures appraisers. He commissioned the fake coins, arranged the blackout, switched the coins, and killed Alexandra." "Which men do we have to choose from again?" Clara asked, draining her glass. Molly stood and beckoned for her mother to follow her outside. Arm in arm, they strolled down the sidewalk toward the Old Tobacco Warehouse. "Patrice, Boris, Tony, and Garrett. Those are our suspects." "Humph," Clara snorted. "Patrice couldn't pull a body up 20 feet into the air any more than I could." "It could be Boris if he was just pretending to be in love with Jessica while, in fact, the whole time he was manipulating her into unknowingly helping him commit several crimes." Molly shook her head. "I don't believe that. Anyone can see Boris sincerely loves Jessica, unless he is an incredible actor." Clara frowned. "No, he's the genuine article, and it simply can't be that charming Englishman, though he'd make an excellent actor. And I don't know anything about this Tony fellow." "Tony is a big teddy bear. That overgrown kid doesn't have a malicious bone in his body," Molly said firmly. Since we don't know these men from Adam, we can't really deduce what would drive any of them to murder. That's why there's a police force, Molly," Clara nagged. "You don't have the slightest idea what secrets were divulged during today's questioning of the appraisers." "That's true, but I do know that the motive revolves around money. There was a robbery before there ever was a murder," Molly replied defensively, and then abruptly stopped in her tracks in the middle of one of Shako Slip's cobblestone side streets. The sudden lack of movement caused Clara's linked arm to jerk backward roughly. "What are you doing, Molly?" Clara snapped. "I think my arm just came out of its socket." Molly stood paralyzed, her eyes wide with the shock of comprehension. "What would you do with 6 stolen coins, Ma?" she finally asked. Clara shrugged impatiently. "I don't know. Hide them in the litter box?" "You can't just put them on eBay." Molly's words flowed so quickly that she began tripping over them. "You'd have to have a buyer or know how to pawn them off in a black market." "Which one of those men would know of a market for stolen coins?" Clara asked, her interest in the case returning. "A coin collector!" Molly screeched excitedly, and then realized exactly what this conclusion meant. She covered her face with both of her hands and wailed in despair. "Oh, my God! And I kissed him! I made out with the killer!" Chapter 13. Knowing what to look for when buying old or antique furniture is a skill that may take years and several mistakes. There are even some who feel that recognizing a really fine old piece of furniture is an instinct which cannot be taught. The Illustrated Guide to Furniture Repair and Restoration. "Who did you kiss?" Clara asked excitedly as they began walking again. She was already imagining herself surrounded by cherubic grandchildren, all of whom treated her cats with the utmost care, and were always dying to hear the history behind every antique in her historic North Carolina shotgun house. Molly tucked a strand of dark hair behind her ear, and then realized that she and her mother had come to a stop directly in front of Old Tobacco Warehouse. The restaurant looked exactly like its name, an Old Tobacco Warehouse. It was a large brick building with oversized windows framed in aged timber. Inside, Molly and Clara were amazed by the unique layout. As Mrs. Hewell had said, the restaurant was 4 stories high with an open atrium in the center. Large plants and tall potted trees peppered the floor, and an enormous chandelier hung down from the distant ceiling. A hostess in skin-tight black pants led them to a table on the first floor, called the Garden Atrium. The strains of a jazz band playing on the second floor hung in the air above and mingled with the hum of clinking silverware and conversation. Dozens of waiters and waitresses moved among the floors, carrying trays laden with delicious-smelling food. Their waiter, a rotund, gray-haired man wearing a black button-down shirt and a long off-white apron, greeted them with a friendly smile and introduced himself as Peter. "Would you care to peruse the wine list?" he asked cordially. Clara waved it away and ordered a bourbon and soda. "With your best non-watered bourbon," she added firmly. "Do you want something, dear? A pina colada, perhaps?" Clara prompted her unusually taciturn daughter. "We make a terrific mango colada," the waiter offered. "Just a Diet Coke, please." Molly waited for Peter to leave and then whispered fiercely, "I kissed Garrett, Ma. He did something really sweet, or at least I assumed he did, and so I kissed him. It was impulsive and meant nothing afterward, but I still did it." Clara flicked her wrist in a dismissive gesture. "Oh, that doesn't count. I've kissed dozens of people in the heat of the moment at auction. You know, when you've slipped in a bid right before the gavel falls and that piece of rare pottery or gorgeous cherry stand becomes yours for a song." The waiter arrived with their drinks. Clara ordered an appetizer and then leaned in toward Molly. "You can't seriously believe that Garrett is the killer." "But I do." Molly took a deep sip of her soda. "You see, the note Alexandra received indicated that she came to the museum for some kind of intimate meeting. Like a romantic rendezvous. The only person I've ever seen Alexandra thaw out around is Garrett. Even Boris mentioned how she'd had a crush on him for ages. They worked on the same show back in England. Well, Garrett is a charmer, but just because she liked him doesn't mean he wrote the note. And didn't you tell me that she was sent here for sleeping with someone else involved with that show? It's not just my suspicions about the romantic nature of the note. Garrett's a coin collector as well. He could have planned the whole coin robbery. But then Alexandra discovered the fakes, and he was forced to silence her. Permanently. A large plate containing a wheel of melted brie covered in raspberry sauce arrived at their table. Clara scooped a piece of homemade bread into the cheese and popped it into her mouth. Even though the cheese was still so hot, it was bubbling. Delicious! Try some, madam. It's not like you to lose your appetite when baked cheese and fresh bread are concerned. She waited while Molly mechanically bit into a forkful of steaming cheese. Do you have any proof that would incriminate Garrett? Molly shook her head. Ow, this is hot. She took a hasty drink of soda. No, of course I have no proof. You don't really know this man, and you don't have a single shred of evidence against him. This doesn't look very conclusive, Cupcake. Any member of the crew could have been wooing Alexandra for all you know. Clara looked around, and their attentive waiter instantly appeared at their table. She ordered the chicken cooked in a creamy sherry sauce and shiitake mushrooms for herself, and tornadoes of beef smothered in béarnaise sauce for Molly. Oh, well, we can't eat Mrs. Hewell's free food the whole time, she added under her breath as she noticed the prices for the first time. Molly was fully lost in thought. Suddenly, she brightened and sat up in her chair. Listen, Garrett knows a coin dealer in town. If I want to find out more about his true character, I could find out from the dealer. He has a shop around here, in Shockoe Bottom. Garrett mentioned the location to me at the museum the other day. I guess it's worth a try, Clara shrugged. But he'll never be open tomorrow. It's Sunday. Excuse me, Peter, Molly asked their waiter as he paused to refill their water glasses. Do you know if there's a store around here that sells old coins? The man held the water pitcher in midair and frowned in thought. I'm not sure. There are a couple shops that sell vintage stuff and second-hand books near the flea market on 17th Street. I don't live in this part of town, but that would be your best bet. Your entrees will be right out. We'll check out the 17th Street area. Thanks. Clara dabbed at her mouth with her white starched napkin. Let me guess. We're going to walk home in that direction so that you can find the coin dealer's store. Molly smiled. You're so clever, Ma. Yes. And then I will call this local expert tomorrow morning and tell him I simply must interview him for Collectors Weekly before I leave town. If I butter him up enough, I might learn something about Garrett and how good an actor he actually is. Well, I'm going to go on that canal walk Mrs. Hewell told me about. I'll need to get some exercise after all of this wonderful food. She patted her flat stomach as Molly enviously eyed her mother's trim waistline. Her own pants were feeling especially snug about the middle. Lex is leaving in the morning, Clara continued. But I'll stick around until you go. That means you'll have to drive me home, but I refuse to leave you up here alone. You're bound to get in some enormous muddle before the police have a chance to wrap up the case. Sunday morning dawned with the irrefutable suggestion of autumn. A crisp, light breeze blew across the weighty heads of saffron-colored chrysanthemums planted in terracotta pots outside the traveler's front door. Molly parted the gauzy lace curtains of her second-story room and looked out the window. The morning sun already seemed weaker than it had the day before, and she knew it wouldn't be long before she'd be dressing in sweaters and drinking copious amounts of hot chocolate. Molly flipped open her notebook to the page where she had scribbled the name of the one coin shop she and her mother had located after last night's dinner. The number for "To Coin a Phrase" was listed under Coins and Collectibles in the phone book. Checking her watch, she picked up the phone, punched in the numbers, and received a voicemail recording providing the shop's location, hours, and the owner's pager number. The owner gave his name as Jared Freeman. Molly paged him and waited, enjoying her coffee and the birdsong outside her window. The phone rang moments later. "Mr. Freeman?" Molly answered hopefully.
"Yes. To whom am I speaking?" The dealer spoke with a slow, upper-class Southern lilt.
"My name is Molly Appleby. I'm a writer for a collector's weekly. A friend of mine, Garrett Huntington, mentioned that you were the area's most reputable coin dealer, and I thought I would try to get an interview with you before I leave town. I also met your associate the other day, Mr. Fielding. We bumped into one another at the Civil War exhibit."
"He's been talking of nothing else since, Miss Appleby, and Mr. Huntington is an old friend. So you'd like an interview?"
Mr. Freeman could scarcely hide his pleasure.
"I'd be delighted to accommodate you. When would you like to schedule a meeting?"
Molly pressed ahead. "Actually, I was hoping to meet you at your shop sometime today." Mr. Freeman hesitated.
"Well, I normally attend church service at 10, but I could meet you around noon. Would that suit you?"
"Absolutely. I'll see you then." Molly hung up, feeling elated at the thought of discovering the true nature of the enigmatic Englishman. Downstairs, Garrett and Clara were discussing the merits of real butter over margarine when making Yorkshire pudding. Molly was relieved to witness her mother's casual manner. She didn't want Garrett to realize that she was on to him. Clara handed Molly a plate piled with scrambled eggs and French toast, while Garrett produced a winning smile for her benefit.
"I feel like I haven't seen you for days,"
he said flirtatiously. Molly glanced at him only briefly. "With 2 murders, I'm sure none of us will be allowed to leave town any time soon." Then she forced herself to soften her tone. "I guess the D.C. show will be postponed now."
"It does seem that way, indeed. And how will you 2 lovely ladies pass a lazy Sunday?"
he asked, handing Molly a pitcher filled with warm maple syrup. "Thanks." Molly drizzled a zigzag of syrup over her toast. "We're going to go on that canal walk. Mrs. Hewell recommended it as an entertaining source of exercise."
"That sounds brilliant."
Garrett's eyes sparkled at the prospect. "Mind if I tag along?" As Molly struggled to come up with a polite excuse why he couldn't accompany them, Clara spoke up. "You don't want to come with us, trust me. I need some fall clothes, and we are going to hit every store in Carytown until I find some decent sweater sets and a pair of black cotton pants." Molly wondered if Garrett would realize that it was highly unlikely for such specialty boutiques to be open on a Sunday morning, especially in Virginia. Most people would be at church until late morning. Afterward, they'd go out for their large midday supper, and only then would the shopkeepers open their doors. It was more likely that the majority of the shops in Carytown would remain closed all day. Molly's forehead began to grow clammy as she nervously studied Garrett to see whether he would catch Clara in a fib. Luckily, Garrett grimaced playfully and gave off a shudder of distaste instead.
"Right. I think I'll pass on the shopping. Perhaps we'll meet for dinner then."
He stood and took his empty plate into the kitchen. At that moment, Boris entered the dining room. His eyes were red-rimmed from lack of sleep, and his salt-and-pepper hair remained uncombed. His shirt was disheveled, and the laces on his left sneaker were completely untied. Saying nothing, he sank down in a chair and stared into the empty coffee cup set before him. Clara immediately filled his cup and began fixing him a plate. "You might as well eat," she nagged gently. Boris robotically sipped some coffee and gazed down at his food as if he didn't know what to do with it.
"Has she already eaten?"
he asked angrily. Molly glanced sideways at her mother. "Jessica's gone," she replied very softly. Twirling a forkful of eggs, Boris met Molly's eyes.
"Gone?"
"She had to go back to Charlotte," Molly whispered. "She had no choice. Jessica has to show the police the copy of her note." the one telling her to keep quiet. Molly could hear the sound of riotous laughter from the kitchen. At least Garrett was too busy humoring Mrs. Hewell to overhear their conversation. Boris instantly grew alarmed.
Is she alone? Who knows about this? She could be in danger.
He flung his napkin on the ground, stood, and then collapsed back into his chair again.
Of course, it's none of my business, is it?
He threw his arms up in anguish.
She wants nothing to do with me. She told me to stay out of her life.
Clara leaned forward and said sternly, "First of all, Jessica is in the company of a police officer, so she's perfectly safe. Secondly, she's in love with you, you silly man. She thinks you won't accept her now that you know about her mistake, so she deliberately tried to push you away." Boris sat in stunned silence.
I don't care about those damned coins. She loves me.
He straightened in his seat, and his eyes became lively.
Did she say that?
Yes, Molly jumped in encouragingly. And she doesn't have to come back to Richmond immediately, so...
I'm going to Charlotte.
Boris leaped up again. But you're not allowed to leave town, are you? Molly asked worriedly. Boris paused in the doorway.
No, but I didn't kill anyone, so I'm going.
He fished around in his pants pocket and shyly withdrew a small jewelry box.
I bought this ring a year ago, when we were taping a show in Baltimore. Jessica appraised it for an older lady and kept talking about what a wonderful piece of estate jewelry it was. A dark blue sapphire surrounded by a small circle of diamonds. See?
Both Molly and Clara admired the beautiful ring.
I followed the lady outside and bought it from her. I know that Jess and I have only been friends since we've met, but I've always wanted something more. After yesterday, I thought I'd throw the damn thing in Richmond's James River because she said she would never commit to another relationship again. She said the first time was the man's fault, but this time she was the bad seed. That I should wait for someone with a better character. Imagine that. All she did was make some fake coins. I told her I could easily forgive her, but she said she couldn't forgive herself.
Boris paused for air.
But if Jessica said she loves me, even if she said it to you and not to me, then she's going to be wearing this ring by the end of the day, so help me.
You'd better at least let me tell the police where you've gone, Molly warned.
Fine. I'll call them from the road,
Boris agreed.
But give me a head start, okay? Let me go after my girl.
Color flowed through his cheeks, and a boyish smile appeared on his face, lighting it with the expectation of bliss.
And wish me luck,
he said, taking the stairs up 3 at a time. Good luck, Clara called after him. I hope they invite us to the wedding, she told Molly. There's nothing like eating a good piece of wedding cake while sipping a glass of champagne and criticizing what everyone else is wearing. Come on, madam. Let's get moving ourselves.
What is the canal walk? Garrett asked Mrs. Hewell as she loaded the breakfast plates into the dishwasher.
Oh, it's a splendid little walking tour along the James River. There's a tour group you can join for free. The walk takes about 90 minutes, and you'll hear all about the history of the 2 canals and get a chance to burn off some of my southern breakfasts. Garrett nodded with interest.
And where would a chap pick up this tour?
Mrs. Hewell puckered her lips in thought. Let's see. I believe they leave from Carey Street and 12th, but the Valentine Museum also offers a canal walk, but that focuses more on the historic Shockoe area.
Indeed, Garrett remarked quietly. I know a fellow who deals in coins down in that area. Perhaps I'll pay him a visit before I take that tour. I wonder if his shop is one of the stops on the Appleby women's tour.
Well, have fun, dear, Mrs. Hewell said as she straightened up from bending over the dishwasher. She was surprised to catch something dark move across Garrett's face, momentarily clouding his handsome looks. But just as suddenly as the shadow appeared, it was gone. She hurried by him into the dining room to finish clearing up the breakfast service. I wonder who just walked on his grave, she muttered to herself as she noisily stacked china and gathered silverware. A few minutes later, Garrett had returned to his room and Boris appeared in her kitchen. By the time Boris explained that he was checking out, proudly showing her the ring he meant to give Jessica that very day, Mrs. Hewell had forgotten all about Garrett's sinister look. She insisted on packing a bag lunch for a very fidgety Boris as she plied him with heaps of outdated but well-meaning romantic advice. Finally, Boris was allowed to make it out the door after planting a friendly kiss on his hostess's plump cheek. Mrs. Hewell bustled off to her home behind the bed and breakfast to share the exciting news with her completely disinterested husband. Chapter 14. It is not always that I have gone to some white-columned mansion of other days, where within its guarded confines rare pieces were well preserved. The doorways at which entrance had often been sought have been largely neglected doors, along the river country where old settlements remain to tell the story of grandeur now departed. Paul Burroughs, Southern Antiques. To coin a phrase, was located above a small coffee shop that doubled as a bookstore. A crimson and gold wooden plaque with a carved coin hung above a narrow doorway and gave one the impression of the entrance to an English pub rather than a door opening to a steep flight of stairs. The brightly lit staircase led to another simple wooden door upon which two signs were posted. The first was a warning against shoplifting, and the second announced the presence of surveillance cameras. When Molly rapped on the solid door, a hazel eye appeared through the peephole, and she could hear a series of deadbolts being unfastened. Jared Freeman, a tall man in his early 60s with brown hair going to gray, opened the door. He grinned widely and invited Molly and Clara inside. "Welcome, welcome. Please come in." He shook Molly's hand. "Sorry about all the locks, but this isn't exactly an upscale neighborhood, and I can be a bit paranoid about my inventory." Molly introduced her mother, and Jared bent gallantly over Clara's hand with a gentlemanly bow. "I believe I've seen you before, Mrs. Appleby. Is that possible?" Clara's eyes sparkled as she noted the expensive cut of Jared's sand-colored suit and the twinkling of his gold Rolex. "Of course. I've spotted you at several of Tillman's estate auctions before, right? And do call me Clara. We're all antique people here. That makes us practically family." "I'm honored that you've chosen to interview me," Jared said to Molly, then turned back to Clara and added modestly, "As you can see, the shop I run with Mr. Fielding's assistance is rather small. I conduct most of my business via the internet these days." "At least you can avoid having to keep endless store hours." Clara walked over to a waist-high display case and began examining the coins. Molly took out her notebook and began to ask Jared the usual litany of interview questions. How long had he been in business? What inspired him to become a dealer? What was the finest or most memorable coin he had ever bought or sold? Jared perched comfortably on a three-legged stool next to his vintage manual cash register during the short interview. He spoke in a soft, pleasant voice and answered all of Molly's questions succinctly, but also provided her with several humorous anecdotes certain to charm all of the readers of Collectors Weekly. Molly was enjoying her interview so much that she almost forgot her primary reason for tracking down Jared Freeman in the first place. "That's great, Mr. Freeman. This is going to make a terrific piece," she told him with sincerity. "I'm going to photograph you by your fabulous antique cash register, and then perhaps you can show me some of your better coins, and I'll snap a few pictures of them as well." As Molly took dozens of photos, Clara flipped through a reference book on coin collecting and remained unobtrusive, which was quite a feat for her. "So how long have you known Mr. Huntington?" Jared asked after Molly had taken his picture. "I just met him a week ago. I'm in town covering the taping of Hidden Treasures," Molly said, relieved that Jared had brought up the subject. "Garrett's quite a guy. How long have you two known each other?" "Oh, I've been buying rare coins from him for almost 10 years now." Jared left his stool and moved toward a tall display case.
I only buy near mint-to-mint coins, and Garrett has an excellent eye. I have never failed to make a profit on a coin I've purchased from him."
"Any idea where he finds such good coins?" Molly asked cautiously.
Jared laughed heartily. "Now, you know dealers won't kiss and tell when it comes to their sources. I only hope Garrett continues to get a hold of the same quality coins he's always sold me. I only buy a few per year from him, mind you, and I always have to pay him in cash, but I'll never discover where he's getting his coins."
"Did Garrett sell you something wonderful recently?" Clara batted her eyelashes at Jared. "Can we see it? I know absolutely nothing about coins, but I bet you could educate me a bit."
Jared flushed with pleasure, but then his face quickly fell. "Actually, I sold him a coin at the show, which is a rare treat, believe me. Then Garrett stopped by unexpectedly yesterday to sell me a real beauty. I turned around and sold it over the phone to one of my regular customers within minutes. Unfortunately, I've already shipped that coin by FedEx, so I'm afraid I can't show it to you."
He looked wildly around the store, desperate not to lose Clara's favor.
"However, I could show you a picture of one just like it."
He scrambled over next to Clara and leafed through one of the many reference guides displayed neatly in a book rack.
"Ah, here it is."
"This one?" Clara queried as she pulled her reading glasses from her deep purse. Jared watched her every move with admiration.
"Yes," he cooed. "This is an early $50, called a capped bust $50, because Lady Liberty is wearing a cap and is posing in such a way that she reminds one of the busts from classical Greece or Rome."
"What year was the one you bought?" Molly asked, an anxious constriction forming in her stomach.
"The one I acquired from Garrett was a capped bust 1836 $50 in mint condition. A gorgeous thing."
Jared puffed out his chest as if he were personally responsible for the creation of the fine collectible. "Is that valuable?" Clara leaned in toward the smitten coin dealer.
"I should say so. In today's market, it lists at around $11,000. I give my best customers a discount, of course, but you get the idea."
Clara watched her daughter's face contort with a combination of shock and anger, so she steered Jared to another display case and began asking him questions about the gold coins locked inside, while Molly tried to gain control over her raging emotions. Finally, Molly thanked Jared for his helpfulness and promised to let him know when the article was to be published. Clara handed him one of her business cards and invited him to attend one of Lex's upcoming auctions.
"I'd love to."
His hazel eyes gleamed as he thanked Clara.
"Please let me know if Lex gets any estates with coins."
"I most certainly will," Clara promised, and stepped outside to listen to her daughter venting her wrath. "That bastard!" Molly shouted. "Garrett told me that coin was a fake. He gypped some needy widow." A vision of the beautiful African-American woman and her adorable son filled Molly's vision. "He gave her a few $100s when her coin was worth thousands. Oh, I'll kill that piece of sh—" "Molly," Clara interjected, "calm down. Mr. Freeman sold the coin at that price. Who knows what he had to pay Garrett for it?" "Look, I saw Garrett count some bills into that woman's hand. We're not talking about the $11,000 that it's worth. She'd be lucky if he gave her $300. He knew exactly what that coin was worth. He took advantage of a widow, a hard-working single mom to boot. I'd say we just learned something about his character, wouldn't you?" Molly stormed up the street.
"Where are you going?" Clara demanded. "What about our canal walk?"
"Screw the canal walk," Molly shouted back over her shoulder as she turned east in the direction of the Traveler. "I've got a British fish to fry."
As Molly and Clara were climbing the steps leading to Jared Freeman's coin shop, Detective Paul Robeson was standing at his office window, watching one of his officers hold open the door of a patrol car for one Randy Merrill. "That's one less redneck hanging out in our jail,"
Combs said upon entering Robeson's office. DA said our evidence was too circumstantial, so we had to let him go. Robeson watched Randy spit a glob of mucus on the sidewalk outside the police station before raising his middle finger to anyone unlucky enough to be in the immediate vicinity. Guess he doesn't want to ride back to his hotel, Combs smirked. And he says he's going to sue us, too. Robeson sighed. Don't they all? Did you warn him about staying away from Molly Appleby? Sure did, boss. Combs watched as Randy stalked down the street, his lips moving rapidly in what was no doubt a string of obscenities. He's going to be pissed that he's out on a Sunday. All the liquor stores are closed. Robeson sighed. We've got another round of questioning to go through today. Before we get all wrapped up in that, you'd better get a hold of that producer and bring him in. His cast and crew are going to be staying in our beautiful city a little while longer. I'll call him right now, Combs answered with barely disguised irritation. He was no secretary. And Combs, Robeson turned back to the window, call the owners of that antique desk we've got sitting in the evidence room. They should be informed that it won't be returned to them until these cases are closed. I wouldn't go into too much detail if I were you. Just tell them their desk is now officially evidence in a criminal case, and we will return it as soon as possible. Combs nodded, and knowing full well that Robeson could see his reflection in the glass, he fought back the grimace struggling to surface on his face. Back at the wobbly desk in the stuffy room he shared with 3 other officers, Combs picked up the phone and barked at Guy to drive himself to the station immediately. And I need you to provide me with the name and phone number of the person who owns that desk, the one that had the black mold all over it. That information would be with Frank's files, Guy protested. They're all in his briefcase. I'm sure his wife would. Just stop by her room and get it for me, why don't you? We'll be expecting you within the next half an hour. Combs hung up on the spluttering producer with a smirk of satisfaction. Those TV people. They think they're above everyone else. By the time Combs had polished off a bag of cheese puffs and 2 Dr. Peppers, and had read all of the comic strips in the Richmond Times-Dispatch, an officer was leading Guy to the interview room. Combs hustled into Robeson's office just as the detective was sorting through the papers in Frank's weathered brown briefcase. Here we go. Robeson scanned a pink receipt. Eleanor Calloway. Here's her number. Robeson slid the piece of paper over to Combs. Go ahead and use this phone. Combs shot his superior a dirty look, but picked up the phone and dialed. Mrs. Calloway? He asked as the scratchy voice of an elderly woman came on the line. My name is Officer Combs from the Richmond Police Department, Combs began. No, ma'am, I'm not selling anything. Actually, I'm calling about your old, antique desk, the one you lent Frank Starling. Yes, the appraiser for hidden treasures. Combs rolled his eyes in irritation as Robeson watched impassively. Suddenly, Combs perked up and gestured for a pen and paper. Robeson slid both items across the desk toward the burly officer. You say you sold it? To the man who picked it up? Ma'am, this is very important. Do you happen to remember his name? Yes. Combs scribbled excitedly on the pad. That does sound familiar. Thank you, Mrs. Calloway. So she sold the desk right before Frank collected it, huh? Robeson rubbed his chin. To whom? I don't get it, said the befuddled Combs as he slid the pad of paper back across the desk. How could she sell it and then lend it to the show? Robeson's dark eyes grew round with astonishment as he read the name written on the pad. He stood up and put his gun in his pocket holster, his massive arm muscles rippling in anticipation. Let's go, Combs. Where? Combs asked in surprise. What about the producer? Guy, Mr. Chip on his shoulder. He can just wait. We've got ourselves a serious suspect to interview.
At the same moment Randy Merrill was being released from jail, Garrett was watching Molly and Clara from the cover of his rental car. The two women walked west on Grace Street and then turned south onto 17th. If they are really going on the canal walk, Garrett thought, which was likely, as both women wore casual slacks, plain cotton t-shirts, and tennis shoes, they should continue heading south until they reached the water. When they paused to enter a shop located across from the city market area, Garrett swore under his breath and circled around the block, where he was able to park the car out of sight. Heading in the direction of, to coin a phrase, Garrett passed a produce seller. The woman, a blonde in her early 30s whose skin was tanned and weathered from too many hours spent tending her crops in the sun, openly stared at Garrett. She gave him a coquettish smile and bent over her rows of peaches and apples to reveal an ample bosom. Garrett avoided her eyes, and then the sudden vibration of his cell phone, which he had tucked into his pants pocket, made him jump. The woman giggled. "Hello," Garrett said impatiently. Then he grew quiet, listening to the caller intently for several long seconds. "You wouldn't dare," he finally replied, hissing into the phone. He then slammed it shut and shoved it into his pocket with a violent thrust. Casting a brief, malevolent glance at the upper windows belonging to the coin shop, Garrett's eyes narrowed into tiger-like slits as he turned and hastily strode back toward his car. "What's the rush, hon?" the disappointed produce vendor called after him. "Piss off," he snarled, without the slightest trace of his usual gallantry. Chapter 15. One of the more important things to look for, then, is that the wood grain of any components which are either adjacent or at right angles to each other runs in one direction. Otherwise, the stresses created by shrinkage or expansion would cause the wood to split. The Illustrated Guide to Furniture Repair and Restoration. When Molly and Clara stepped through the traveler's front door, the roar of a vacuum cleaner greeted them loudly. Mrs. Hewell wore a white apron patterned with bright cherries over her Sunday best, a lilac-colored floral dress, sheer pantyhose, and tennis shoes. The rosy-cheeked proprietor looked up as her two guests entered the dining room and quickly switched off the noisy machine. Molly noticed that a crease of worry had formed on Mrs. Hewell's forehead, and her eyes lacked their usual merry sparkle. "Hello, ladies," Mrs. Hewell greeted mother and daughter. "Sorry to be cleaning at the moment, and especially on a Sunday, but—" She broke off and gestured at her shoes. "Mr. Hewell and I always walked to our church service, and when we returned, Mr. Huntington was receiving a guest in his room." She paused, not wishing to gossip about one of her guests. "Is something wrong, Mrs. Hewell? You look a bit pale. Did something upset you?" Molly put a hand on the older woman's round shoulder. "They're having an awful fight, Mr. Huntington and his friend," Mrs. Hewell confessed, her cheeks flushed pink. "The doors to our guest rooms are thick, but those big keyholes. I heard some ugly words, ladies. When words like that come on the television, I switch the channel." Mrs. Hewell's cheeks grew even redder as she became more flustered. "Even down here I could hear them clear as a bell. I would have asked Mr. Hewell to speak to Mr. Huntington, but my dear husband has gone out to visit a shut-in we know. Does it every Sunday." Clara scowled. "We'll speak with Garrett. There's no need for such childish demonstrations. I would have expected better manners from an Englishman." Molly grabbed her mother by the elbow. "Wait a minute. Mrs. Hewell, did you get a look at Mr. Huntington's guest?" Mrs. Hewell shook her head. "No, I sure didn't. I don't want to either. I wish he'd just leave. I'd like to set the table for tea, but perhaps you two would prefer to take your tea on the back porch where it's quiet." "Nonsense!" Clara headed for the stairs. "Those gentlemen can move their discussion to the back porch or to the next county if they're going to behave like naughty schoolboys." Molly hustled up the stairs behind her mother. The muffled shouts of two male voices could be heard coming from inside of the Wedgwood room, but she didn't think Mrs. Hewell could hear specific words unless she had been listening very carefully. Pressing her own inquiring ear to the keyhole, Molly was able to pick up Garrett's conversation with his mystery guest quite clearly.
"You're the pillock that screwed up," Garrett was shouting. "Damned bloody ass. I told you to use the blanket chest, not the desk. Now the whole thing is off. I'm getting the hell out of here." "What about me?" the other man demanded angrily. "I'm getting nothing out of this deal, and I can't just jet off to England while the crap hits the fan. You owe me, Garrett, after all these years."
His tone became quietly menacing. Molly could hear drawers being opened and roughly slammed shut.
"This could have been our last score, but you screwed it up. I don't owe you a bloody thing."
Garrett laughed wickedly.
"You'd still be polishing furniture in that discount store if it weren't for me, you ungrateful wanker." "So you've just been using me?" the other man growled. "I thought you cared, but you've only ever cared about the money." "I admit that I found you attractive once," Garrett answered coldly. "But I'm not in love with you, if that's what you're wondering. Now stand aside. I'm getting out of here, and I suggest you do the same. Perhaps we can try again next year, but for now, it's all off."
Now that the shouting had stopped, Molly was having a difficult time hearing every word. The tension within the room was so palpable, however, that it seemed to seep between the door jambs and flood into the hall. Clara plucked at her daughter's sleeve. "What are they saying?" "Shh!" Molly swatted at her mother's hand. Who was the other man? Something about his voice was familiar.
"This isn't over, Garrett," the man threatened. "You're taking me with you or you're not going at all."
Garrett laughed raucously.
"That's a good one. What are you going to do, kill me too? First Frank, then Alexandra, and now me? That would be bloody foolish of you. Now get out. I'm tired of talking rubbish. I've got a plane to catch."
Molly inhaled sharply. Garrett had accused his friend of murder. Behind the very door she was leaning on was Frank and Alexandra's murderer, and Garrett was his accomplice. "Ma," she whispered fiercely, "go call the police. Use the kitchen phone." Molly handed Clara Detective Robeson's card. "The killer's in there. He just confessed. Hurry!" Clara hesitated. "Don't do anything rash while I'm gone," she whispered, and squeezed her daughter's arm roughly to reinforce her point. Molly nodded in wide-eyed agreement, waited for her mother to head downstairs, and then put her ear back to the keyhole. All she caught was Garrett saying, "Toodles, love," as his footsteps approached the door. Scurrying backward away from the keyhole, Molly stood and prepared to flee for the cover of her room when she heard a blood-curdling shout, followed by a loud crash. She froze in her tracks and held her breath. A second later, the unmistakable thud of a body hitting the ground reached her ears. Paralyzed by shock and fear, Molly stood outside the door to her room, her mouth agape. She couldn't even whisper a warning to Mrs. Hewell, who came bustling up the stairs with a heavily laden silver tea tray. Mrs. Hewell put her fingers on her lips in a conspiratorial gesture and began to whistle as she approached the door to the Wedgwood room. Shaken from her trance, Molly quickly blocked Mrs. Hewell with her body. "Don't go in there," she uttered desperately. "Come into my room." Mrs. Hewell looked at her in surprise. "Your mother sent me up," she said meaningfully, jerking her head in the direction of Garrett's door. "She's already invited your guests to come right over. I don't want Mr. Huntington missing his tea. He's got an awfully strong sweet tooth, you know." What was her crazy mother up to? Molly's mind raced. Was Mrs. Hewell sent up here to stall Garrett and hold the killer until the police arrived? Molly dashed into her room in search of an object to use as a weapon as she listened in horror to Mrs. Hewell rapping on Garrett's door. "Mr. Huntington?" she called out sweetly. "I've brought you and your friend some tea." To Molly's dismay, she heard the door open and a man's voice calmly say, "How nice. Thank you.
Garrett's he's in the bathroom at the moment. Can I take that from you? It looks mighty heavy."
"Oh, no. I'll just put it down over on the desk," Mrs. Hewell said breezily. "I've carried heavier trays than this in my time." Without pausing to think her plan through, Molly grabbed her purse, switched on the mini tape recorder tucked in the outer compartment, and shoved the letter opener from her own desk inside her pants pocket. She dashed into the room on what she hoped were Mrs. Hewell's heels, but the plucky proprietress was already unloading 2 tea settings onto the desk. A man stood watching her carefully, his body held unnaturally erect, every muscle tightly tensed. Molly instantly recognized his attractive physique, and when he turned a pair of aquamarine eyes on her, she forced herself to smile, despite the fact that she was returning the gaze of a murderer. "Hello, Chris," Molly said, amazed that her voice sounded so even and calm. "Coming to join us for tea? Mrs. Hewell makes the most wonderful cinnamon scones." "Not today," Mrs. Hewell corrected as she lifted the empty tray. "We're having my special sweet potato bread instead. That's my regular Sunday special." "All right, then. Tell Mr. Huntington to enjoy his tea." Molly watched in mortification as Mrs. Hewell exited the room. As Molly moved to follow, Chris leapt in front of her and slammed the door shut.
"Oh, no, you don't."
Chris narrowed his brilliant eyes and pointed a finger at her.
"Garrett said you've been nosing around all week. I bet you've been sitting out there with your ear pressed to the keyhole,
Quickly retreating, Molly stepped on a bathroom towel that crunched in a harsh grating sound beneath her feet. She looked down in surprise at a shard of moss-green wedgwood. Mrs. Hewell would not be pleased, she thought wryly. That must have been the crash she'd heard from the hallway. Had Chris bashed Garrett over the head with the wedgwood urn? Refocusing her attention on Chris, Molly considered her chances of escape. Chris was about her height, but his wrestler's body was thick with powerful muscles, and he was amazingly light on his feet. Plus, he had already killed 2, possibly even 3 people, making him both dangerous and highly unpredictable. "I'll scream," Molly threatened, locking eyes with Chris. She hoped that if she challenged him, he'd reveal his plan for her, and she could buy some time until the police came. Chris made his point very clear by withdrawing a small revolver from his pants pocket.
"If you make a sound, you die,"
he snarled and aimed the revolver at Molly's chest.
"It's that simple."
Molly stared at the small gun as if it were a black tarantula waiting to leap from Chris's hands onto her body. She quickly decided that her best bet was to play meek and keep Chris talking. "Okay." She raised her hands in nervous submission and backed across the room toward a stiff ladder-back chair. She sank down onto the creaking woven seat and dropped her purse to the ground, hoping her recorder would pick up every sound. Molly's hasty surrender seemed to cause Chris to relax. His eyes were shining over brightly with anger, and what Molly was certain was a touch of madness as well. "What have you done with Garrett?" she asked softly. Chris smiled crookedly.
"Like I told the landlady, he's in the bathroom. That traitor is quite,"
he struggled for the right word,
"indisposed."
"I can see why you'd be angry at him," Molly spoke soothingly. "But why did you put that mold on the desk? What did you have against Frank?" Molly prayed that Chris would be distracted by her questions. Luckily, the hand with the gun dropped to his side, and he warily sat down on the edge of the bed.
"This stupid mess was all Garrett's master plan. Frank was just supposed to get sick. Sick enough to be off the show for the week. Who knew the mold could actually kill him? You can't be too sensitive in today's world. As you can see, only the fittest survive. Poor Frank. He really was a pathetic loser."
Chris shook his head with no trace of genuine sympathy. In fact, the crooked smile had reappeared on his face. "You needed to get rid of him so you could hide the real Dahlonega coins in the desk's secret compartment, right?" Chris nodded his head in agreement. "But when Frank died,
You planted the rag in Randy's truck to throw suspicion on him," Molly continued.
"Aren't you just the little detective?"
Chris sneered mockingly. "And Alexandra had to die because she discovered the fake coins Garrett had Jessica make. Garrett wrote the note and gave it to Alexandra, probably when he drove Victoria back to her hotel after our dinner together," Molly thought furiously. "Except that Garrett didn't meet her at the museum. You were waiting there for her."
"Yes, I was,"
Chris nodded triumphantly.
"And I heard how she had talked crap about General Lee. He got the last word on that English bitch now, didn't he?"
The bright light in his eyes gave Chris a feverish appearance. His left foot bounced up and down on the carpet in a frenzy of jitters. His body language made it clear that he was quickly reaching the end of his patience. "Look, you're very attractive, Chris," Molly hastily lied. At this moment, he was no longer the show's handsome furniture assistant. He was a killer, an unbalanced puppet without a puppeteer. To Molly, the figure seated on the bed holding a gun in his hand was the most grotesque person in the world. What was taking the police so long? "Even if things didn't work out between you and Garrett, you could have anyone you want." She spoke rapidly, sensing that Chris was now bored with their conversation. "Why don't you get out of here and start over? I won't say anything. You can even take my car." Chris jumped up from the end of the bed, his face contorted with fury.
"Don't tell me what to do,"
he shouted, holding the gun up to Molly's chest again.
"I'm not stupid."
His voice lowered to a dangerous whisper.
"As soon as I take care of you, I will get lost. Don't you worry about me, sweetheart."
"But what about the coins?" Molly squeaked desperately. "You're going to leave empty-handed after all that you've been through? I could get them for you. I can get into the police station."
"I said I'm not stupid. Now—"
A sudden knocking on the door interrupted Chris's imminent threat. "Yoo-hoo!" Mrs. Huell cheerfully banged. "Mr. Huntington, are you all done with your tea? I've come to collect the cups."
"Damn all women to hell,"
Chris growled. He pulled Molly to her feet and jammed the butt of the gun viciously into the small of her back.
"Move,"
he whispered in her ear.
"Get into the bathroom. You make one sound, I kill the landlady, and then I'll come back for you. I've got nothing to lose now, understand?"
His aquamarine eyes glittered feverishly. Inside the bathroom, Molly stifled a scream. For there was Garrett's body, dumped unceremoniously in the clawfoot tub. Blood ran down the side of his sandy blonde hair and stained the white porcelain. Molly stared at him and gasped. She'd never seen that much blood before. As she watched Chris shut the bathroom door, Molly caught a momentary glimpse of Silver before Chris suddenly dropped like a stone on the other side of the door. Instantly, Mrs. Huell's kind face peered around the doorframe. "Are you all right, dearie?" she asked, her pink face framed by loose wisps of gray hair. Molly exhaled in relief. "Yes, I'm okay." Mrs. Huell caught sight of Garrett's body. "Heaven save us!" she shouted. "Is he—" Molly quickly bent over Garrett and felt for a pulse on his neck. It took her a few seconds to find it. She had often wondered how people in movies always seemed to locate the pulse on their first try. It wasn't an easy thing to do. "He's alive," she pronounced, noting that blood still flowed from his head wound. "Could you hand me a towel?" "He doesn't look alive," Mrs. Huell fretted. "Dead men don't bleed," Molly said, sinking down against the tub. She pressed the towel against Garrett's wound, while nervously eyeing the pair of inert feet in leather loafers on the other side of the cracked bathroom door. Mrs. Huell followed Molly's gaze. "Don't you worry about him, dear. Those Victorians knew how to make one solid sterling tea tray. He's out like a light." At that moment, Clara stepped into Garrett's room and called Molly's name. Detective Robeson was right on her heels, followed by Combs and 2 other officers. "I'm in here," Molly replied to her mother's call, feeling like a shaken baby bird fallen from the nest. Clara took one look at her ashen-faced daughter and enfolded her tightly in her arms. "It's all right," she whispered. "It's all over now." Molly nestled against her mother for a moment, breathing in Clara's familiar scents of gardenia perfume and sweet pea hand lotion. After a full minute, Molly finally stopped shaking and was able to drink some of the hot, sweet tea Mrs. Hewell offered her. Detective Robeson stared back and forth between the three women in the bathroom, the dented silver tray laying on the rug, and the two prone bodies belonging to Chris Adams and Garrett Huntington.
"What the hell is going on?"
Combs voiced the question Robeson was just thinking to himself. Molly pointed at Chris. "He's the killer, Detective." Then she gestured at Garrett. "And he's the mastermind behind it all." Mrs. Hewell moved away from the tub so that Robeson could examine Garrett. Robeson took out his cell phone, dialed, and requested for paramedics to be dispatched immediately. As his boss called for backup, Combs put his hands on his hips and glowered, his pale skin flushed beneath the freckles.
"And just how do you know all of this with such certainty?"
"I'm hoping I've got it all on tape," Molly said, recovering some of her nerve. "Check in my purse, over there by the ladder-back chair." Combs ran a hand through his red hair.
"Ladder-back?"
"Oh, I'll get it," Clara snapped and dug Molly's mini recorder out of the purse. She pressed the rewind button, and Molly listened contentedly as her purposefully timid voice, followed by Chris's angry one, rang out clearly from the tiny speaker. "Good girl," Clara said proudly as she handed the recorder to Combs. The other police officers looked impressed.
"Yeah, nice going."
One of them gave Molly a thumbs up.
"Won't be a lick of use in court,"
Combs sulked, jealous of the attention Molly was receiving.
"Miss Appleby's interference may just have cost us this case."
Clara refused to have her daughter's display of courage and quick thinking diminished. "Well, this will certainly make your questioning easier now, won't it? Without my daughter's help, you might still be barking up the wrong tree." Molly stood and walked over to her mother's side.
"Actually, we were on our way to pick up Mr. Adams. We found out he bought that old desk before the show even began, so we knew. Officer Combs."
Robeson snapped his phone shut and raised a pointer finger at Combs.
"Escort Adams to my cruiser, and then go downstairs and wait for the paramedics."
A chastised Combs, along with two other officers, carried the unconscious form of Chris Adams out of the room. Within minutes, the paramedics arrived with a gurney and loaded Garrett onto its thin white mattress. Robeson asked a fidgety Mrs. Hewell to leave the room in its present condition so that he could visualize Molly's account as she told it. Fortified with more tea, Molly quickly relived the eventful afternoon.
"And what's that in your pocket?"
Robeson asked after she was done, eyeing the point stretching the fabric of her pants pocket. The letter opener. Molly had forgotten all about it. "Lot of good that did me," she laughed weakly as she ran her finger along the dull blade.
"Miss Appleby, you could have gotten yourself killed,"
Robeson sternly reprimanded her.
"As Officer Combs said, we were on our way here after another Hidden Treasures crew member told us Chris Adams was on his way to visit a friend at the Traveler. If I had arrived to find another dead body, I would have been most aggrieved."
Molly opened her mouth to defend herself when Robeson's phone rang. He excused himself and left the room to take the call. Frustrated by Robeson's scolding, Molly looked appealingly at her mother. "He has a point, Cupcake. You could have been hurt, and what would I do without you? You're all I have in the world." Clara's eyes welled up with tears. Suddenly, a thought struck Molly. "Ma," she said, jumping out of her seat, "keep an eye on the door, will you?" "Why?" Clara was instantly suspicious. "There's another mother I met whose whole life is her child. We've got to make things right by her." Molly grabbed Garrett's suitcase and popped it open. Rifling through the case, she checked zippered pockets and dug furiously through the toiletries bag. Hands shaking with agitation, Molly found what she was searching for. Rolled up inside of one of Garrett's dress shoes was a wad of money held together with a rubber band. Molly shoved the roll of bills into her own purse, and closed the suitcase. Just as she returned to an upright position, Robeson came back into the room.
Chris Adams is coming too, and though he's got a splitting headache, I need to question him immediately. I'll be taking your recorder for the moment, Miss Appleby. You'll both have to come down to the station to give statements, Robeson told them. Please tell Mrs. Huell to join you.
Can we have some time to gather our wits? Clara demanded. My daughter and I haven't even eaten lunch today.
Of course,
Robeson conceded graciously, recognizing a formidable adversary when he saw one.
Take as long as you need.
Molly was just digging into her second bite of warm sweet potato bread when Mrs. Huell appeared from inside the kitchen carrying a small bowl of whipped cream. Without asking, she dumped a hefty dollop onto the top of Molly's slice and shook one loose from the serving spoon onto Clara's as well. "You are a wonder," Molly exclaimed. "First you saved my life, and then you served me homemade whipped cream."
"Well, did you think I'd make you eat the canned kind?"
"Ready Whip?" Clara laughed. "My cats love that stuff. As soon as they hear the sound of me spraying some on my bowl of ice cream, they come running." The women laughed companionably as Mrs. Huell sank into one of the dining room chairs. "We've never had such excitement here. I must say it's quite tiring." "How did you know to come into Garrett's room at just the right moment?" Molly asked. Mrs. Huell smiled wearily. "I listened as your mama called the police. They asked her so many questions that I decided I had better put my ear up to the keyhole until the police arrived. Good thing, too. When I heard that nasty man tell you to get in the bathroom, I knew I only had a few seconds when his back would be turned to close the bathroom door. That's when I came in and clobbered him." Her eyes glittered brightly. "It felt good, too." "We both appreciate your bravery," Clara said. "I'm sorry about your Wedgwood urn." Molly frowned in sympathy. "Was it very valuable? And now your tea tray is dented, too." "Don't worry, dear. Everything's insured. And it's always nice to have an excuse to go to every auction in town. My husband won't be happy, but as long as I leave him supper in the oven, he'll survive. Boy, will I miss your cooking when I'm back in Durham." Molly cut another slice of sweet potato bread off the loaf.
"Back in Durham?"
A male's voice questioned teasingly from the hallway, and Molly's head whipped around in disbelief.
"You can't leave yet. After all, I just got here,"
complained a grinning Matt Harrison. Chapter 16. It was unquestionably that nostalgia which imprinted upon American furniture much of its English or Dutch aspect, for the desire to have around one objects that bring back memories of home is hard to eradicate from the hearts of men. Arthur de Blesse, Genuine Antique Furniture. Clara watched with interest as her daughter flung herself into the open arms of the tall, wide-shouldered young man standing shyly in Mrs. Huell's hall. Holding her forgotten teacup aloft, Clara was able to catch a clear glimpse of light blue eyes, ruddy cheeks, and sun-streaked brown hair before the man's gentle face was buried in Molly's neck.
"Well, that's a hero's welcome,"
he exclaimed softly, pulling away from Molly's embrace.
"And all I did was show up with the intention of protecting my best girl. I flew in from Ohio this morning and drove straight here."
"I'd better be your only girl," Molly playfully elbowed Matt in the side. "And I don't need protection any longer. The case, as they say, is closed. But I'm glad you came nonetheless." Clara cleared her throat, eager to be introduced to the man her daughter was obviously smitten with. "Ma, this is Matt Harrison. He and I work together." Molly fumbled for an explanation. As she and Matt couldn't seem to get in the swing of full-time dating, she could hardly introduce him as her boyfriend. "I can't believe Molly hasn't told me more about you," Clara began as Molly made frantic signals for her to keep quiet.
"Mrs. Appleby," Matt smiled sincerely. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Molly talks about you all the time."
"Well, I'd love to hear what she says." Clara arched her dark eyebrows at her flustered offspring, finally taking a sip of tepid tea. "But right now, we have to go down to the station and give our statements." Molly tugged at her mother's sleeve. Clara wasn't quite finished appraising Matt. She looked him up and down like a horse buyer examining a prize thoroughbred up for sale. Matt's ruddy cheeks flared bright red as he became aware of Clara's scrutiny. He turned to Molly. "I'd better come with you. If you're giving a statement, then that means you haven't kept your nose out of this mess like you promised to." Clara stood and clapped Matt on the back. "You and I are going to get along just fine," she beamed. "Molly gets rather stubborn at times, and she won't listen to my advice, so I'm glad someone else is in the picture when it comes to cautioning her to be more sensible. Huh! Just wait until you hear what nonsense she pulled this afternoon. She probably won't tell you, but—" Clara paused for dramatic flair. "She was held at gunpoint today." "Don't do that!" Clara shrieked at a young police officer bent over the interior of the slant front desk. The man, who was as smooth-cheeked as a boy, was so startled that the screwdriver he held in one hand crashed on the floor, while the small flashlight he held in his other hand rolled off the surface of the desk and broke into 3 pieces near his black-booted feet. "Don't force that panel, for heaven's sake," Clara said more quietly, but with the same level of firmness that she'd used when 8-year-old Molly would plead for dessert before dinner. "That glue hasn't been tampered with since this desk was made," she explained to the stunned officer. "There may be a secret panel in there, but it wasn't used recently." "Listen, ma'am," the officer began. "Are you looking for the Dahlonega coins?" Molly asked him excitedly, squeezing in next to her mother and completely blocking the remainder of the overhead light. Matt was the only person among their party who kept his distance from both the desk and the policeman. "Do you mind?" the officer snapped, overwhelmed. "I'm an antiques expert," Clara said authoritatively, "and I refuse to watch you pry apart this incredible piece of antique furniture, bumbling about until you've ruined it, when I can offer you my expertise. Now—" She inhaled swiftly, allowing the bewildered officer no opportunity to retort. "Molly, show me the secret panel Frank found." Molly pointed, and the officer carefully pulled out the vertical pillar to the right of the cupboard door and handed it to Clara. "That's a common place to put a secret panel," Clara nodded without surprise as she examined the vertical drawer. "But if the coins aren't here, there may be another hiding spot. Sometimes these pigeonhole desks had 2 or 3 secret niches." She turned to her daughter. "Why are you so sure the coins made it back inside this desk anyway?" "Because Garrett was yelling at Chris for putting the mold on this piece and not the blanket chest. By covering the desk with mold, Chris forced the police to seize the one piece of furniture Garrett wanted to keep tabs on at all times. He even bought the desk using Chris's name so that it could be shipped out of the country with the coins still hidden inside. If there were any trouble, the desk would be linked to Chris, not Garrett. Yet if everything went smoothly, Chris would never know that Garrett was pretending to be him when he bought the desk." "Both men claim to know nothing of the whereabouts of the missing coins," the young officer chimed in. "Have you tried a metal detector?" Clara asked. "Yes, ma'am, but all the metal around the keyholes kept setting it off." "Why were you chosen for this particular task?" Clara inquired, not unkindly. "I'm sort of famous around the station for solving puzzles," the young man said, embarrassed. "Crosswords, jigsaws, word scrambles, that sort of thing. I'm real good with my hands, too," he added. "I'm certain you are," Clara smiled. "Can you reassemble your flashlight for me?" "Sure, I can do that." A minute later, Clara was aiming the thin beam of the flashlight into the cavity created by the missing panel. She shook her head. "I don't see anything." "Put your hand in and feel around, just in case," Molly directed. "Here, hand me the flashlight while you're doing that." Molly opened the central cupboard door and peered inside, shining the flashlight into the corners of the tiny, dark space. Blinking, She thought she saw a sliver of white, no larger than a splinter, sticking down from the top right seam of the cupboard. At the same moment, Clara gasped. "There's a teeny hole back here. It's a release button. My God! I need a bobby pin or a paper clip to push it in with. My fingernail is too big. Quick!" The officer dug around in his toolbox until he found a metal thumbtack. "Perfect. Thank you." Clara complimented the young man, and he smiled from ear to ear. Clara stuck the tack's point into the minuscule hole. The tack came into contact with a piece of wood that resisted for a moment, but then gave way with a click. The small archway above the cupboard popped out a few centimeters. Clara had discovered a secret drawer. "A secret within a secret," Clara breathed, as her daughter gently pulled the drawer away from the desk's frame. The man who made this piece was a master craftsman. Molly pulled out a small envelope from inside the drawer. Inside, wrapped in layers of tissue, were the 6 Dahlonega coins. "Gotcha!" the officer yelled with a boyish whoop. He scooped up the envelope from Molly's hands and dashed off toward Robeson's office. As Clara stood lost in admiration over the desk, Combs suddenly appeared and jerked his meaty thumb at Molly. "You first. Statement time." "I'll come with you," Matt said, putting a possessive arm around Molly's shoulders as he stared down at Combs. It was difficult for Molly to get through her statement. Between the disparaging comments uttered behind her by the irascible Combs and Matt's startled exclamations of horror, she was finally able to complete her narrative and bid farewell to Detective Robeson and the City of Richmond's police department. "Try to stay out of trouble, Miss Appleby," Robeson said in parting, and shook her hand. Molly thought she detected a twinkle in the center of Robeson's dark eyes, but before she could take a second look, Matt was ushering her out of the office. They sat on a bench outside the front door to wait for Clara. "He should be thanking me," Molly sulked. "I helped catch the villains, and Mom discovered the whereabouts of the hidden coins. Damned chauvinists." "I don't think that's the case," Matt said soothingly, picking up Molly's hand. "I'm sure they appreciate your help, but I doubt the police want to encourage the average citizen to become too involved in crime fighting. That probably just complicates things for them." Molly wasn't listening. She was busy thinking about how she could spin at least one of her articles on hidden treasures so that her role in capturing the criminals was revealed, earning her a stack of fan mail and perhaps a hike in salary. As Clara finished giving her statement, she stood and returned Robeson's firm handshake. "I know you warned my daughter about sticking her nose into hazardous entanglements, and I'm grateful for that," she said. "I'd certainly like to see her focus on other activities." Combs gave Robeson a smug wink. "But," Clara lowered her voice dangerously, "since Molly and I both facilitated the capture of your murderer and his accomplice, perhaps you'd like to do us a good turn?" Robeson stared impatiently at Clara. She blinked innocently and plowed on. "What will happen to the antique desk once this case is closed?" "It will go up for public auction, along with anything else in our evidence room that needs to be cleaned out at the time," Robeson stated flatly. He didn't care if he saw another antique for the rest of his life. Clara pressed her card firmly into Robeson's palm. "I want you to call me the second you find out about that auction. My daughter is turning 30 this year, and that desk would make the perfect gift. Will you do that for me in exchange for our cooperation and discretion?" She raised her brows, letting the insinuation fill the room. Either Robeson's team could take the credit for the bust, or Clara would do her best to highlight how a civilian had solved the puzzle. Robeson took the card, hesitated, and then nodded. He was ready to be done with the 2 Appleby women. At least Mrs. Hewell was waiting outside with a basket of her finest cinnamon scones. He could smell the scent of cinnamon and warm buttery dough seeping under the crack of his door. "Thank you," Clara said, interrupting his thoughts. She swept out of the room like a queen leaving a group of admiring courtiers.
Combs glanced at Robeson with a self-satisfied grin. "You got something to say, Officer Combs?" Robeson's eyes bore holes into the burly, red-haired officer. Combs blanched. "No, sir." "Then send in Mrs. Hewell." Robeson let his enormous bulk settle into his creaky chair. "And get us some coffee to go with those scones." That night, Mrs. Hewell made a pot roast with glazed carrots and potatoes, followed by a blackberry pie. She invited Molly, Clara, and Matt to join her for dinner, as her husband was still out visiting a friend from church. "I don't usually do dinners for my guests, but we've been through so much together that I feel we're more like family now." Mrs. Hewell bustled about the table, seemingly unfazed by the day's events, and pleased to have company for the evening. "I'm ready to go back home and kiss my 7 cats," Clara said, digging into the deep bowl of mashed potatoes. "But I will miss you, Mrs. Hewell. You must come visit me in Hillsboro sometime." "I'd love to." The older woman flushed with pleasure. "And that way I could visit the newlyweds, too." Clara looked hopefully at her daughter's ring finger. "Oh?" she squeaked breathlessly. Mrs. Hewell beamed at her guests. "Boris called this afternoon. He and Jessica are eloping tomorrow. They're Vegas-bound. Isn't that wonderful?" "It is indeed," Clara agreed. "I hope Jessica doesn't get in too much trouble over the fake coin business." "Me too." Molly turned to Matt. "Isn't it romantic how Boris rushed down to Charlotte and wouldn't take no for an answer?" Matt squirmed in his seat, painfully aware that the eyes of 3 women were watching him with the utmost intensity. Sure. Could you pass the rolls?" Later, when Matt and Molly were clearing the table, Clara pulled Mrs. Hewell aside. "Is Mr. Harrison staying in his own room?" Mrs. Hewell's eyes flew open wide. "Of course. Where else would he be staying? I've given him the Limoges, the one Jessica had occupied." "Can't you tell him all the rooms are full?" Clara whispered rather maniacally. "Then he'd have to stay with my daughter, you see." "Oh, no, I couldn't lie, Mrs. Appleby." Mrs. Hewell looked simultaneously insulted and horrified. Then her expression softened, and she put a warm hand on Clara's cheek. "Don't worry, my dear. They'll find their way to each other. I can just tell that they're meant to be." Clara's shoulders drooped. "I suppose, but I never even knew Molly was interested in this man." "They're sweet on each other, that's clear enough to anyone. Let nature take its course, and you'll be throwing your lovely Molly a bridal shower by springtime. Good night, my dear. I'll see you in the morning." "Good night." Clara smiled and then headed up to her room humming. Pausing on the stairs, she heard her daughter's laughter and Matt's placid voice from within the kitchen. "Mrs. Hewell's right. Maybe I'll be buying that desk as an engagement present instead," she told herself gleefully. The next morning, Clara left for home in Molly's car while Matt and Molly were still lingering over a late breakfast. Afterward, Molly decided to ignore the serious penalty for impersonating a police officer and called Human Resources at Richmond Doctors Hospital to discover if Jasmine Jones was one of their employees. She was told that Mrs. Jones worked the day shift in the hospital cafeteria. Unfolding the roll of bills she'd found in Garrett's shoe, Molly placed them inside a padded manila envelope and asked Matt to drive her to the hospital on their way home. "What for?" he asked, instantly concerned. Molly filled him in on how Jasmine had brought her coin to be appraised and was tricked out of a large sum of money by the wily Garrett. Matt's face flashed through a variety of emotions as he listened to the injustice inflicted upon the single mother. When Molly was done with her story, she impulsively leaned over and kissed Matt at the next red light. She loved the way he wore his heart on his sleeve. He was nothing like Garrett, she thought. Some shallow, handsome stranger would never attract her again. She was ready to work on her commitment to Matt, and she had an idea of how to get to the next level of their relationship. She was more than ready to claim this fine man as her own. "How much money is in there?"
Matt glanced at the envelope as he merged onto the highway. "About 10 grand, all told. This should help Jasmine with her bills."
Wow, 10 grand. So you're leaving her all that money in an envelope? Why don't you just go in and give it to her?"
Matt asked, pulling in front of the hospital. Molly held the envelope tightly in her hand. "I don't want her to be embarrassed over having been tricked, or make her think I feel sorry for her. It's better if she gets to open it after work, when no one's staring at her. It's going to be a pretty big shock, after all. I think she'll need some privacy." Matt hopped out of the car and opened Molly's door.
"You're an angel, Molly Appleby."
Molly looked up at him with a mischievous glint to her gray eyes. "I'm going to drop this off, and then you get me home, Matt Harrison," she whispered huskily, brushing her lips against his cheek. "And I'll show you that I've got another side of me, one that's not at all angelic." Richmond, Virginia, 2006. The desk was put up for auction on a blustery March afternoon. The auction was unusually well attended for a seized and unclaimed property sale. The items ranged from an assortment of jewelry, used cars, bicycles, electronics, and a scattering of small household items. Unfortunately for Clara Appleby, a photograph of the desk had been included in the newspaper advertisement announcing the sale. Eager buyers representing the Smithsonian, Colonial Williamsburg Foundation, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, and both the Fredericksburg and Richmond Historical Societies had already looked the desk over with blacklights and magnifying glasses weeks ago. Each society sought to purchase such an exquisite piece of American furniture history. Clara groaned as she took her seat, recognizing some of the power buyers immediately. 5 minutes later, she still sat in shock, hands quivering, her bidding card unused on her lap. The final bid came in at $175,000, with all proceeds to benefit the Fallen Officers of Virginia Fund. With one strike of the gavel, the benefit fund would now be able to send a dozen young men and women to college, and the high bidders from the Colonial Williamsburg Foundation would add another piece to its already stellar collection of federal furniture. Propped up on a carpeted dais, the desk sat at a safe distance from the public behind a crimson velvet rope. Thousands of visitors walked through the museum that spring, each one pausing to glance at the reproduction of the Declaration of Independence that rested on the desk's writing surface. Little did they know that a real historical document lay hidden scant inches beneath that reproduction. Undiscovered by a lifetime of owners, appraisers, and finally the team of Colonial Williamsburg furniture experts, the desk held on to its greatest treasure. For inside a hollow within its left slide support, a faded and yellowed paper was folded into a tiny square. This letter read, "Radford, Virginia, 1810. To Elsbeth, I know not where to find you, so I shall write this letter and place it in the secret place in your father's desk, which belongs to me now. I purchased it from your aunt when she came to occupy your family's house after you and your father disappeared. Each time I look upon it, I remember standing in your house and boasting of my clever craftsmanship by showing you the third secret compartment. What a young fool I was. How strong and beautiful you were. As you can see, I have learned to write. My wife, Mary, who has departed this life for a better one in heaven, was a schoolteacher. She taught me my letters. It is a great joy to be able to read now that I am old, and my joints are too sore to allow me to craft furniture. I find much solace in the words I once could not comprehend. I searched for you, Elspeth. I searched for years. You haunted my thoughts like a ghost. I heard many rumors about where you had been taken. Your father escaped arrest that night at the munitions factory. A dock worker from Portsmouth claimed that by the light of the full moon, Captain Tarling boarded one of his ships and returned to England. They say you were carried aboard, bound and gagged, and forced to accompany him. A trader from Norfolk told tale of that same ship veering south, where your father established himself in the West Indies.
This trader also claimed that your father's fortune grew enormous through the slave trade, and that you perished from an illness within a fortnight of arriving there. I could never confirm either story, as your father changed his name several times. We captured every member of the Hazard Club that night, Elspeth, except for your father. Believing that my failure to seize him has cost you happiness or worse, your very life, has brought me much anguish. Not knowing your fate has been the greatest regret of my lifetime. I swore to protect you, and I did not. But it is time to let the past lie now, so I place this letter along with your token, where I shall not look upon it again. My sight grows weak, Elspeth. The daylight is fading above the great hills. When twilight comes, I shall think of your blue eyes again, as I do each night, and as I shall do every night until I see you once more in paradise. On that great day, I can finally ask for your forgiveness. Your own, Thomas. The fragile sheaf was carefully bound with an old silk ribbon. The ribbon is now faded and tattered at the edges, but if it were ever rescued from its dark nook and held beneath a gentle beam of sunlight, it would reveal a soft and delicate shade of cornflower blue. This concludes A Fatal Appraisal by Ellery Adams, narrated by Andy Arndt. Copyright 2006 by Jennifer Stanley. Revised copyright 2015 by Jennifer Stanley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beyond the Page Publishing and was produced in the year 2016 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks and to take advantage of special offers.